Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
My name is Gawain, and I am a witcher. Not the kind you see in movies or fantasy series, the rugged men with swords and scars, born human but made into monsters. No. We were never human to begin with. We only look human. Since the age of myth, we witchers have waged an endless war against the alien species that once ruled this world.
Vampires, werewolves, shadow fiends, thunder titans.
False gods like the Norse Aesir and the Saya pantheon, beings who descended from other dimensions, proclaimed themselves deities, and enslaved mankind with divine might.
But we didn't kneel.
Led by our saints, the witchers rose in revolt. We destroyed the Egyptian gods, dragged their sun barge from the sky and shattered it in the desert sands. We stormed Olympus, severed their energy nodes, and cast them back into the void. We invaded Asgard itself and reduced Odin's golden palace to rubble. We ended the age of myth. The aliens, those false gods, fled underground, creating hidden sanctuaries to survive.
So did we. The hunt never stopped.
While humanity inherited the surface, we remained below, guarding the truth they had forgotten.
Time passed. Centuries blurred.
The true history of our world was lost, twisted into legend, rewritten by fragile human hands. Now, people call our war mythology, and call us myths.
But we witchers still remember. And we still hunt.
China, 2017, Shenongjia Forest Reserve. Both witchers and aliens live long lives, centuries, sometimes millennia. And in recent decades, one phrase has started echoing more and more across the hidden channels of the alien networks. The return day is near. Rumors whisper that the ancient gates will open again, that the old gods will regain their strength, that the age of mortals will end, and the mythic era will rise anew. We couldn't allow that. Our intelligence pointed to Shenongjia as a site of alien activity, possibly multiple species. A team of us, led by two of our ancients, Sumir and Litan, were deployed to investigate and, if necessary, exterminate.
Witcher camp, deep forest, nightfall.
A rabbit sizzled over the fire, skewered neatly on a sharpened branch. I watched silently from across the camp as my comrade turned it slowly, face illuminated by the orange glow. He held the stick in his right hand, a bottle of spice in his left, sprinkling just the right amount with a surgeon's precision. The smell filled the air, making my stomach betray me with a loud growl. After a few minutes, he drew the rabbit away from the fire, took out the holy silver dagger hanging from his waist, and with one clean slice, split it from head to tail. He handed the left half to me. I raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Su Jinkuan, if your dad finds out you used a holy silver dagger to cut a rabbit, do you think he'd flay you alive?" Su Jinkuan grinned and winked. "Gawain, if your dad hears you wasted a holy silver crossbow bolt on a rabbit, do you think he'd break your legs?"
Touché.
I scratched my head and decided to change the subject. "So, I took a week off school for this mission. Think we'll spend the rest of the semester buried in make-up homework?" Su sighed, staring into the fire. "That depends on whether we make it back. Jinkuan and I, we're both part of the new generation of witchers.
Not fully pure-blooded. Not like the ancients.
Among our kind, bloodline purity determines everything.
Power. Talent. The strength to channel holy flame. The ability to teleport. Enhanced reflexes. Even the capacity to forge spell cards from our own blood. None of that comes from training. It's born into us. Effort matters. But only just. In this life, talent reigns. And ours? Imperfect. Tainted by human ancestry. But we were here. On the front lines. Fighting anyway. Because if the myths were returning, then so must the fire that ended them. When you're 16, and someone tells you that you were born weaker than others, that no matter how hard you train, you'll never surpass those with purer blood, it doesn't sit well. You fight it. You train harder. Push past limits. Dive headfirst into danger, not to prove anything to others, but to prove to yourself that fate isn't carved in blood alone. Today, I've earned the title of the King of Combat among the new generation of witchers. Beside me, Su Jinkuan has carved his name as a master of spell cards, a rare and difficult art. Among our peers, we've already proven ourselves. But that's not enough. Our sights aren't set on rivals,
We aim higher. We want to prove something to the elders, to the whole order. That strength is more than just bloodline. And so we came here to Shenongjia, against our parents' warnings, against the odds. To join the mission, to face the return of the ancient enemy. Breakfast ends in 5 minutes. We begin the sweep of Shenongjia 10 minutes after that. Any alien sightings must be reported immediately. The commanding voice of the ancient Sumir echoed across the camp. Calm, quiet, but firm enough that even the birds didn't dare respond. I glanced at the half-eaten rabbit in my hand and began to chew faster. In the Witcher ranks, discipline is law. If Sumir says 5 minutes, you don't take 6. Not unless you want your soul roasted harder than the meat. Exactly 5 minutes later, over 400 Witchers stood assembled, every unit falling into formation like clockwork. Task assignments began immediately. Su Jingkuan and I were placed under the command of Elder Luo Qiyu. He wasn't an imposing figure, around 1.7 meters tall, lean with a square jaw and sharp eyes, but appearances mean little in our world. His aura alone told us enough. This was a man who had survived centuries of war. Our team of 5 was small. Elder Luo Qiyu.
Myself, Gawain. Su Jingkuan.
Shirl, a striking blonde with long legs and a resting face that could freeze water. And Inoue Tagawa, a calm, bespectacled boy who spoke softly but moved like a coiled spring.
1 elder. 4 juniors. A relatively light team.
Our assignment, Shenongjia Zone C, Sector E3. The forest was thick, vines tangled like veins through the undergrowth, the canopy letting only streaks of golden light fall through. We advanced slowly, crossbows drawn, eyes scanning, every sense sharpened. I tried to feel for something, anything, out of place. But hours passed, and the forest was still.
Too still.
The kind of stillness that whispers something's watching. Shirl finally broke the silence.
We should rest.
The juniors are wearing thin.
That's
My hunting instinct flared.
right side. Danger. I stopped dead and spun, crossbow raised.
Without a word, Elder Luo Qiyu loosed an arrow before I could fire. A monstrous howl erupted as a blur of darkness exploded from the jungle, racing toward me.
Werewolf. Fast. Brutal. Classic.
I fired 3 silver-tipped bolts in rapid succession. He dodged the first, batted aside the second with razor-sharp claws, and tore through the third.
He was close now. Too close.
I dropped the crossbow, drew the holy silver longsword from my back, and met his charge.
Clang.
Steel clashed with claw.
Sparks flew.
My sword locked with his arm. His golden eyes, slit with black pupils, met mine. No words, just pure killing intent.
Then I heard it. Movement. Multiple steps.
I broke the lock and pivoted just in time to see 6 more figures leap from the shadows of the jungle. More werewolves, their forms shifting as they lunged toward Shirl, Su Jingkuan, and Tagawa.
Split formation.
Defensive triangle.
Luo Qiyu barked. But they were already on us.
The real fight had begun.
The collision of sharp swords and wolf claws, roars, and gasping sounds suddenly sounded in this small piece of jungle. I rolled to the right and avoided one of the other's claws. The shadow power attached to his claws directly turned a large. The tree was cut and cut. I took a breath, holding the hilt of the holy silver longsword in both hands, and concentrated on urging the magic power in the body. The white holy flame spread from my palm to the whole longsword, and the werewolf pounced again. Up here, the elder Luo Qiyu had fought the 2 werewolves farther and farther. Su Jingkuan also took the opportunity to throw out a few bursting spell cards to blow them up. Good job, I called. Deo, as soon as I finished speaking, I felt a strong wind coming from behind. I turned around hurriedly and saw a werewolf holding a 1-meter thick tree in both hands and sweeping towards us. Oh, damn. Bang, boom. Su Jinkin and I were swept out, and flew more than 10 meters in the air before landing. After a few seconds, I got up from the ground and pulled Su Jinkin up again. Is it all right? I asked. It's all right. He shook his head. He stopped suddenly, looked at the white wolf paw dripping from my chest in amazement. I quickly looked behind him, the ancient silver moon werewolf Humyu. Without a word, Humyu drew his paw from Su Jinkin's chest, and then, when I reacted, he had already pinched my neck and instantly sealed all my strength. The demon hunter will not necessarily die if his heart is pierced, Humyu muttered to himself as he watched Su Jinkin who fell on the ground, and then he turned his head to me. Just let the two of you guys explore the door of return. Let's go. Look at Cheryl and they are already dead, I thought in my heart. Pathfinder, is this the reason why he didn't kill us? It's really hateful. Blood is really so important? Just because of blood. The gap, I can't even prevent him from one move. Humyu held me in one hand and Su Jinkin in the other hand and quickly walked through the jungle. The branches hit us, which made people irritating. I tried to concentrate on thinking about countermeasures, but the difference in strength and the blow to my confidence caused me depression. I always wanted to prove myself, but in the end it only proved that I was wrong. The gap was desperate. I don't know how long it has passed, here, Humyu said, and threw Su Jinkin and me on the ground. I was confused and saw an orange light door about 2 meters long and about 1 meter wide floating abruptly above the ground. Half a meter, a werewolf quickly set me up with Su Jinkin and threw it towards the gate of light. A sense of weightlessness came. I seemed to see the endless starry sky and the endless strange scenes, vaguely as if to hear in a word. The translation plugin is loading. I quickly lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took. When I opened my eyes in a daze, a shoe sole was constantly magnifying in front of my eyes. I quickly tilted my head. The guy stomped empty, and when the center of gravity was unstable, I hit with my right elbow again on the heel of that guy, then punched him in the crotch with his left hand, and kicked him out with a kick on his stomach. I rolled over and got up. I scanned the surroundings. I saw a 13 or 14-year-old blonde boy lying on the ground with his crotch and wailing. 3 of the same 13 or 14-year-old boys looked at me nervously, the look of waiting in full array. It looks like this is in an alley. I feel my mind is chaotic like a ball of paste. This is the scene across from the gate of return, but don't be the portal that sent me to Europe. Maybe I haven't spoken for a long time, but the other party finally couldn't bear it. A young man with brown hair and a few freckles on his face said, "Hey, kid, do you want to die if you dare to beat me?" I couldn't help. He snorted, and retorted unceremoniously, "Obviously you did it first, okay?" And I stopped suddenly, and I understood what this guy said. Moreover, my voice is much younger than before. I looked at my hands suspiciously. They were very white, unlike my wheat-colored skin, and there were no scars. What's the situation? I said to myself. Damn, dare to underestimate me. The young man finally couldn't help it. Perhaps in his opinion, my ignorance and self-talking were a proper contempt for him, and the truth is indeed, go to hell. He grabbed a wooden stick and rushed towards me. Still confused as to why my own strength was inconsistent, I immediately raised my head, turned around and kicked him in the stomach. Oh. He immediately knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, and 2 of his companions also surrounded him at this time, one also holding a wooden stick and the other holding a brick in his hand. Call? The wooden stick hit my head fiercely. I subconsciously tried to teleport to avoid it, but found no movement. At the critical moment, I quickly flashed to the right and the wooden stick slammed on my shoulder firmly. I couldn't help but yelled out, and hit his face with a right hand, which made him nosebleed. A brick hit my back, making me hiss and take a breath. A back kick kicked the assailant back a few steps, and then a forward punch on the belly of the boy with a stick to make him bend down. The brick struck again. I turned my head to hide. The sharp part of the edge of the slab made a cut on my forehead, and the blood shed. Damn, toast, not eat or drink fine wine. I was completely angry. Just now I kept my hands on again and again because I didn't want to make things too big. I didn't want them to be so ignorant. It's you who are looking for death. I stretched out my left hand and squeezed his neck, slammed his head against the wall, and he passed out suddenly. At this time, only the boy holding the stick and I were still standing in the alley. "You, don't come here." He took out a sharp knife from behind and pointed it at me, his voice trembling. But I didn't intend to stop there. I dashed forward, grabbing the blade with my left hand, and hitting his face with a head, and he also passed out. I glanced at the wound on my left hand and pressed on my clothes casually. At this time, an exclamation came from behind. I turned around and saw a little girl about 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a blue and white dress with long black hair. She was standing at the entrance of the alley looking at me in surprise. Then, a woman of about 30 years old ran over, picked up the girl and asked, "What's wrong, Mikasa?" She also has long black hair. "Mikasa, I'm a little dizzy. Is this the Attack on Titan world?" A feeling of dizziness came, and I couldn't help holding my forehead with my right hand, but hit the wound on my forehead. Hiss, the wound did not heal? I raised my left hand and looked at it. The wound on my left hand did not heal. What happened to this? I looked around. There was no Su Jinkin, only 4 teenagers who fell on the ground unconscious. The blood dripped on the ground, gradually forming a small blood puddle. I looked down at the little blood puddle, and the blood puddle reflected my face. I was 10 years old, or my face before 10. Demon hunters will begin to show their talents and sense magic when they are 10 years old, but now I can't sense any magic. Another intense vertigo came, and my face became very pale due to excessive blood loss. I sat on the ground with my head in my hands. Suya saw my weakness. The woman was no longer so wary of me. She held Mikasa by her side while slowly approaching me, and asked, "My child, what is your name?" Gavin. I covered my head and answered that I could no longer care about language problems, and then added to myself the last name I used to hunt in the UK, Gavin Kenway. Maybe I saw my pale face and hands. She hesitated for a while on the upper wound, and then said, "I'll bandage you, Gao Wen." As she took out the bandage from her clothes pocket, my consciousness was a little blurred, and I simply went to the wall. She leaned her head against the wall and replied, "Thank you." The woman walked to my side and knelt down to bandage me, while Mikasa hid behind her and looked at me with curiosity and fear. "Gawain, are you an Oriental?" the woman asked suddenly, perhaps because I also have black hair and black eyes. My consciousness was very vague at the time. I looked up at her, and then nodded. What she said later, I didn't hear a word, and my consciousness began to feel dark. When I woke up again, what caught my eye was a wooden flowering board. The sunlight came in directly from the window and hit my face, feeling a little dazzling. I was confused for a while before remembering where I was. This should be Mikasa's home. It is very quiet now, only the faint sound of birds singing from a distance. I simply closed my eyes again and started to sort out my thoughts and think about my plans for the future. First of all, the Gate of Return should only appear in the near future. Otherwise, the animals that have broken in for thousands of years are enough to make the place I just arrived a forbidden place, rather than a place that anyone can pass through. The transmission of the Gate of Return is random. It will transmit a complete object randomly. This should be because Sujinkan did not appear beside me and I did not appear in the alley with my head, but my body appeared in the sea. My body is gone. The transmission of the Gate of Return should have the attribute of turning back time. Otherwise, I should be 16 years old, not 10 years old. Thinking of this, I can't help feeling the bandage on my forehead with my right hand, and now I can vaguely feel a little magic. If it weren't for the fact that I hadn't got used to it just now, I wouldn't have been beaten like this by a bunch of punks. With a light sigh, I ended my summary of myself and the Gate of Return, and started to plan my future path. For Attack on Titan, I only watched the first season of the anime. I don't know anything about the later part and how the plot develops, but according to the current situation, I can judge that the time is now at least 1 year before the start of the official plot, because Mikasa's mother was still alive, and in the first season of Mikasa's memories, her parents were killed by traffickers, she was also captured by traffickers, and later by the protagonist Eren Yeager was rescued and adopted by the Eren family. And now none of these things happened. Now, I have 2 goals that must be accomplished. One is to obtain a certificate of identity in this world. This is especially important, because there is no proof that you may be exiled outside the wall, although it is not possible for me, but we still have to be fully prepared to prevent it. The second is that I want to find a way to survive in this world. Now there is a ready-made way let the Mikasa family adopt me. I currently have 2 advantages. One is that I am just a 10-year-old child, and no sympathetic person will easily sweep me out. The second is my black hair and black eyes. I have also treated Mikasa before. Her mother said that she was an Oriental, and she was more likely to advocate adopting me because of the same blood. But the key lies in how to implement it. I frowned and muttered to myself. The test in this aspect is my acting skills and the way of doing things. I should wake up even after time, so I opened my eyes. I sat up from the bed and started to be in a daze, pretending to be amnesia so that many things could be blocked. After a while, Mikasa's mother came in and she was a little surprised to see that I was awake, but she quickly reacted and said hello to me. "Wake up, Gao Wen." I made a sudden return. I replied to her, "Auntie, where am I?" After I opened my mouth, I realized that my voice was a little hoarse and very thirsty. "You are at my home now, don't worry, it is safe here." Maybe the way I am now inspired her maternal love. She walked to me and stretched out her hand to touch my head. I subconsciously wanted to avoid it, and then abruptly stopped. She looked at me. The movement froze a bit, but she reached out and touched my head. "I'll pour you a glass of water first." Seeing me nodded, she turned and walked out, and after a few seconds came back with a glass of water. Seeing that I took the water cup with both hands and drank the water and returned the cup again, she smiled, took the wooden water cup and placed it on the bedside table, then sat on the bed and looked at me and asked, "Gawain, where is your family?" I paused, and then started making up on the spot. Grandpa said that Mom and Dad left when I was very young. Grandpa said they went to find a way to return to my hometown. Then when my grandfather passed away when I was 8 years old, I started to wander alone. I kept my head down when I said these things to prevent her from seeing it. "Yes, child." She rubbed my head, obviously taking my words seriously, which made me feel a little guilty. "My name is Yantu Ackerman, and I am also an Oriental." Yantu continued, "Gavin, do you have other places to go?" "Other places?" I shook my head. "Would you like to stay?" Yantu asked. "Stay? Me? I have some dare to believe. My own plan, that's it?" "Yeah." Yantu nodded and rubbed my head again. The Oriental people should help each other. A traverser from Earth 1 forged his identity and broke into a small organization in another world, becoming one of the core members, and using this small organization to realize his plans in another world. How about it? Does it sound very emotional? But actually, cough. Can't make it up. I have now been adopted by the Ackerman family. Although I haven't met Mikasa's father yet, he must have agreed to this matter. As for the identity certificate, I think there should be soon. In this way, I stayed at Mikasa's house, first healed my wounds, because the demon hunter's talent was still fully awakened. My wound healing speed was only faster than ordinary people, and it was far from the previous self-healing ability comparable to the weakened version. The extent of Wolverine. In just a week of recuperating from my injury, I have been with Mikasa, Yando, and Mikasa's father Hank. Ackerman became acquainted, and my behavior and character and myself were completely accepted and recognized by them, and I was completely a member of the Ackerman family. A week later, my injury was basically healed. I also plan to make some contributions to this family. After thinking about it, I decided to do something I am better at: hunting. Hunting? Are you sure, Gane? Hunting is not an easy task. Uncle Hank was obviously surprised at my decision. My grandfather taught me how to hunt before, but I wandered around after my grandfather passed away. A hunter for a period of time has hit some prey. I said, nonsense, seriously, that's it. Then all right. Hank nodded and agreed with my decision. I have a bow and a few arrows in my room. There is also a hunting knife. I'll get it for you. You can try it. Thank you, uncle. I smiled. Hank rubbed my head, got up and went to the room to get something, and sat aside. Yanhu said, speaking of which, Gao Wen, can you still find your ID? I shook my head decisively. Lost it. Yanhu blinked and smiled at me again. It's okay, Gao Wen. Tomorrow I will ask Hank to take you to the government office in the town to register, and then you will officially join our house legally. I said with a grateful expression. Well, then thank you, Auntie. The family should not be so polite. Yando smiled and rubbed my head. Go to bed. Uncle said. I hesitated. Try again tomorrow. I go and tell him, go to bed, the child is too late to sleep long. Yanhu gently pushed me. I had to go to bed first. In the past week, I have basically understood the human government of this world through side-by-side attacks. The government here implements what is called a semi-rationing system for the people. As the name implies, the government adopts a free supply attitude for daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, and vegetarian food, while it adopts rationing for substances such as salt, beef, and mutton. Each person receives a certain amount every month, and except for the salt, which is at a normal level, the rest is very small, so the food here, I have only eaten a very small portion of meat once this week. The currency in circulation here is called RIS. I estimated that, combined with the price of goods here, 1 RIS is approximately equal to 1/5 of the yuan, which is about the same level as the Taiwan dollar. And Mikasa's home is approximately inside the outermost wall of Mary, not far from the wall of Mary, but behind a mountain range. You have to climb to the top of the mountain to see the wall of Mary. I went back to my bed, covered my quilt, and closed my eyes, but I didn't go to bed right away. Instead, I started to recall the plot of Attack on Titan. I spent the previous week recovering from injuries and listening to news. I have the power to concentrate on recovering myself. Now I have time to recall the plot. Foresight is the greatest advantage of a traverser. An unknown prophet can make up for many things. Attack on Titan begins with the Higashina area at the southern end of the Wall of Maria was breached by the super-large Titan. A large number of Titan invaded, and the Wall of Maria was armored. Titan breaks through. Titan invades the inside of the Wall of Mary, and the residents are forced to move to take refuge in the Wall of Rose. Humans have lost 1/3 of their territory. The storyline is based on Eren, Yeager, Mikasa Ackerman, Ammon. The encounter between the three Arnolds unfolds, with memories of various characters interspersed with each other to complete the plot. The current timeline is obviously before the main storyline begins, and Mikasa's parents were killed by traffickers. Mikasa was almost abducted but was saved by Eren before the start of the branch line. Now that I have come into this world and know that this will happen in the future, I must prevent it from happening. My current strength may not be enough to fight the gang of traffickers, but with the help of bows and arrows and various demon hunters, I can kill them on the front. The beginning of this branch plot is Grisha, the father of Eren. Yeager will bring Eren to visit Ackerman's house and inform Mikasa's parents in advance. Unexpectedly, the trafficker rushed to kill Mikasa's parents before Grisha arrived and took Mikasa away. I silently remembered this event in the future, and then closed my eyes and started to rest. The next day, I woke up early, and after washing, I changed into clothes for going out and walked out of the room. I happened to run into Mikasa, who came out of another room. She was wearing a beige dress today. She wears slippers on her ankles and feet, revealing white toes, her hair is dangled, and she looks like she hasn't woken up yet. Morning, Mikasa. I greeted. Morning, Gane. Mikasa rubbed his eyes and replied, and then yawned. I couldn't help but feel a little strange. Why are you so sleepy? Usually you start at this time. Mosquitoes. The mosquitoes quarreled me for half a night last night, so I didn't sleep well all night. Mikasa said listlessly, and she couldn't help but yawn again. I looked at Mikasa's appearance and found it very strange. The animation did not show the various appearances of Mikasa when she was a child, but simply appeared in Mikasa's memories for a few minutes. Seeing Mikasa's cute appearance, I couldn't help but stretched out my hand and rubbed her head, feeling that I had achieved the remarkable achievement of touching the head to kill. Throughout the anime, the only people who can touch Mikasa's head and can be accepted by her parents and Eren, but Eren seems to have never done this. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt the sense of accomplishment rushing to the sky. Mikasa directly leaned her head on my shoulder, pushing me downstairs with both hands. By the way, Mikasa and I live on the second floor, and Mikasa's parents live on the first floor. Seeing Mikasa pushing me down without waking up, Yanhu couldn't help but smile. Mikasa, it's hard to get to the town. Why are you so sluggish? Look at the spirit of Gane. Mom, there were too many mosquitoes last night and I couldn't sleep well. Mikasa leaned on my body and replied without raising her head. Mosquitoes, that's really annoying. Hank said, and looked at me again. Oh, Gane, are there no mosquitoes on your side? I smiled. The blood of the demon hunter is not so easy to suck. The effect of this blood is the same as that of Zhang Kailing in Tomb Notes. The role of, I have a way to repel mosquitoes. I replied, huh. Mikasa suddenly became energetic and looked up at me. Hank and Yantu were also a little surprised. I used some herbs and cardboard to make it. Some mosquito repellents are still left, and I can make a copy for everyone, I explained. Oh, this way, I'll trouble you, Gao Wen. Yanhu said with a smile, no trouble, family. I replied. Yanhu was taken aback, then smiled and touched my head. Yes, one family. After having breakfast together, the four of us came to the stable. There were 5 horses in the stable. I have to say that horses are the most popular means of transportation in this world. Do you know how to ride a horse? Hank asked suddenly. I have ridden a few times, but I am not very skilled. I replied truthfully, well, let's do it. I and Mikasa, Yando and Gaowen is one person and one horse. Yanhu, you will take care of Jiaoen more for a while. Don't worry. Yanhu nodded, then turned his head to me. Are you ready, Gaowen? Always be ready. I replied solemnly, haha. Yanhu smiled and brought me a horse. Get on the horse, Gaowen. Soon, the 4 of us rode out here and rode towards the town. Go with. The powerful physical fitness and memory of the demon hunter quickly allowed me to master the essentials of riding a horse. Seeing this, Yanhu couldn't help but sighed. Higher literature is fast. I laughed, did not answer. Maybe it was because of taking care of me that the horse didn't run very fast, and I was able to enjoy the surrounding scenery. There are steam engines and generators in this world, but perhaps because of the existence of Titan and the Age of Knowledge, there are also various factors. Steam engines and generators have not been promoted on a large scale, in the hands of the government. This also means that there is not much industrial pollution here. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and green water are also very common here, and the various beautiful scenery and fresh air make me very comfortable. The horse quickly rode out of the small mountain range, and the magnificent appearance of Maria's wall came into view, like a dragon lying on it. 50-meter high high-rise buildings can be seen everywhere in cities on the earth, but it is the first time I have seen a 50-meter high city wall that is invisible. The walls in reality are more shocking than in anime. The sun shines on the walls. It gives people a plausible feeling, as if they are dreaming. I know that this wall that has existed for more than 100 years is an umbrella to protect humans from being attacked by Titan, but at the same time it is also a cage that restricts human progress and development, but humans who are prisoners are still happy about it. In it, after going out of the mountains, there is a plain of Pingchuan. The breeze gently blows across the grass and blows on people's faces. It makes people feel very comfortable and feels like a fairy. I rode a horse on the grassland for about 10 minutes. The town appeared in front. There were no barriers such as walls around the town, but it had only one road running through the whole town, and we obviously had to follow that road. Dismounted at the edge of the town, Hank greeted a military policeman passing by, then led the horse to the stable next to it, and then we walked into the town together. I looked around at the low buildings around, admiring the exotic atmosphere, and silently spit out, sure enough, I can read the text. Yanhu take Mikasa around and go shopping. For some things, Gaowen and I will go to get the ID certificate, and we will find you later. If we don't find it, we will meet at the Lion Hotel at noon. Hank said, yeah. Yantu nodded and pulled up Mikasa's hand. Let's go, Mikasa. Let's go, Gawain. Hank also said, and I nodded and followed Hank. After walking a few blocks, I finally came to a big house with a government office sign. I always felt that the design of this house resembled the ancient Chinese yamen. Hankla took my hand and walked in, facing a gloomy man who was about 30 years old sitting at his desk with glasses said, Scogger, come and help to reissue an identity certificate. The man named Scogger raised his head and pushed with his hand. Glasses, he said, it's Hank, it's been a long time. He smiled, took a form from the table, and picked up a pen. I want to help the little kid next to you make it up. Hey. He stepped towards me, and I shrank behind Hank pretending to be a little afraid. Haha, I said you are not suitable for contact with children, you seem to have a little affinity. No. Hank said with a smile, stretched out his left hand to protect me behind him. Scog was not annoyed. He smiled, shook his head, did not move forward. This is not the place to talk. I'll talk later. With that, Scog returned to his desk and took another document, explained a few words to the other person, and walked back, and Hank followed me with me. Name, Gao Wen. Kenwei. Age, 10 years old. Are there any immediate family members? No. Scog asked a few questions, and I answered them one by one. Handed the form to me. Check. There are no errors. He said blankly, and then handed another document to Hank. Sign it. Hank, look at you like me. I know what you are here for. After signing, you will be the guarantor and guardian of this kid. Hank nodded, picked up the pen and signed his name, and then handed me the documents and pen. Grid nodded. Thank you, Scog. It's a small matter. Scog waved his hand, and took the forms and documents that I had signed, as well as a pen. I will prove his identity. Set it up before noon today, and you just remember to come and get it. It took about 20 minutes to do things in the government, and my identity certificate was already fixed. I couldn't help but be a little surprised at Uncle Hank's network. He usually just continued carpentry work as a carpenter. It is a bit surprising that he has a very good relationship with Dr. Yeager in the plot. Now he is familiar with the government, and the relationship is not so good, obviously an old friend for many years. And that Scog's attitude towards Hank is obviously his attitude towards people of equal rank, but Scog is in the management position of the government department. This series of phenomena makes me think about Hank's truth. Identity. He is by no means as simple as a carpenter. In this way, his and Yanhu's purpose for adopting me and his subsequent plotting were not simple. There should also be someone behind the traffickers, and the road ahead suddenly became foggy. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, feeling a little headache. What's wrong, Gawain? Hank asked with some confusion, and I adjusted my expression slightly before looking up at Hank and replied, just now, when I was in the office, I always felt a lot of pressure to be with Uncle Scog. Oh, this is normal. Hank smiled and touched my head and explained, Scog, this the guy previously served as a soldier in the investigation corps and killed a lot of Titan. Later, he was bitten off by Titan in an outside investigation before he retired from the investigation corps and hung up in the government office. A deputy director's idle job. You see that he wears gloves on both hands, which is actually to cover the prosthesis of his left hand. I remembered that Scog's left hand did not look very flexible, so I hummed and nodded. I asked again, I think the relationship between Uncle and Uncle Scog is pretty good. Haha, Scog and I were childhood playmates, of course the relationship is good. Hank replied, for Han I naturally don't believe in Kay's statement, but now is not a good time to continue to inquire, so I just said nothing. Let's go, let's find Mikasa and the others. Hank also avoided the previous topic and took my hand and walked towards the road. After strolling on the main road for a while, I looked at the things in several shops with Hanka. Just coming out of a shop, we ran into a panicked Yanhu. Seeing Hank's appearance, Yanhu quickly trod over, opened the mouth and said, Hank, Mikasa is missing. Hank and I were shocked. It's gone, what's the matter? Hank grabbed Yando's hand and asked anxiously. I was shopping in a shop, and Mikasa followed me. When I was shopping, Mikasa suddenly said that she was going to catch butterflies. I told her not to run around, but she was gone when I finished shopping and turned around. Yanhu replied incoherently. It seemed that he was about to cry. Hank squeezed his fist, feeling helpless, so he could only ask again, where did she not see her? Over there. Pointing to a shop 50 meters behind me, look at the alley nearby. Maybe Mikasa is in the alley. I suddenly said, oh yes, there are 3 alleys. Hank looked at me. Suddenly, he reacted and rushed there. Yanhu followed. I followed them. There were 2 alleys on the left side of the avenue and one on the right. Hanka and Yanhu entered the 2 on the left. I went into the alley on the right, walking into the dark and narrow alley. The suddenly dimmed light made my eyes very uncomfortable. I touched my eyes with both hands, and activated the Demon Hunter's basic detection skills Hunter Spirit Vision. This skill consumes less energy and lasts for a long time. The effect is comparable to that of a low-light night vision device. It also comes with a radar detection effect. It is a very practical skill that every Demon Hunter must know if it is within 10 meters. I glanced at the front and 2 passages appeared in front of me. I walked to the fork and glanced again. There were people in the right passage, and I stepped to the right. Hey, the chick is pretty, let me touch it. What's so fun about butterflies? Brothers sticks are fun, so you can feel them for a while. What's the point of playing alone? It's fun to play together. I walked forward for dozens of steps, and unbearable words came into my ears from the front corner, accompanied by the girl's resistance. You guys, don't come over. Yeah, don't. I heard this exclamation. My face suddenly changed. Awful, it was Mikasa? I rushed forward and ran to the corner. I saw 4 teenagers about 15 and 16 years old surrounding a little girl at the end of the alley. One of them had touched Mikasa's arm. Hey, I shouted. The 4 of them quickly turned around when they heard the sound. The head of the person had brown hair, a few freckles on his face, and the person next to him was full of golden hair. I suddenly remembered, isn't this just what I just crossed? Didn't you meet those 4 people at the time? If it weren't for the first time I didn't get used to it, I wouldn't have been hurt so badly. It's you? They also reacted and quickly picked up a wooden stick with a child's forearm from the ground. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. I made a vicious expression. Speaking in a fierce tone, his eyes were quietly moved away from Mikasa, and he continued, let's count the accounts of last week. The 4 of them could not help but squeeze their hands nervously. Wooden stick, you, don't deceive people too much. The freckled teenager held a wooden stick in his right hand and pointed at me with his left finger. He said nervously, yes, and it was clear that we suffered last week. Also help out. If someone else walked into this alley at this time, he would see 4 teenagers about 15 and 16 years old holding wooden sticks with a nervous look on their faces, a head that was 2/3 shorter than them, and his stature was slightly more visible. The thin, bare-handed 10-year-old child, as if he were a beast who chooses to eat. This scene is extremely strange, as if the characters in the matter are upside down. The freckled teenager squeezed the stick in his hand tightly, but this did not give him the slightest sense of security, because last week the 4 of them were also holding weapons and the other party was barehanded, and the other party is now in significantly better condition. Thinking of this, I feel a little pain in my stomach again. However, the freckled boy thought in his heart, and looked back at the Mikasa who had shrunk in the corner. Maybe this girl has something to do with him. After all, they are all black hair and black eyes. The freckled boy's mouth raised slightly. Radian, I found your weakness. If Uncle Hank hadn't accompanied me to apply for the identification, Mikasa would not have come here, because Hank and Yanta must have one person watching her. After thinking about it a little bit in my head, I understood the cause and effect of this matter. Since this cause is caused by me, the effect should also be borne by me. Glancing at the 4 teenagers, I continued to confront them with a pretense of nonchalantness. While searching for their flaws, I tried to rush to Mikasa. Mikasa must not suffer any harm in this matter. Seeing the freckled teenager looked back at Mikasa, the corners of her mouth raised a slight arc. I suddenly felt uncomfortable. My right foot stomped on the ground, and rushed towards them fiercely. Let's go together, the freckled teenager shouted. All the young people rushed towards me, but the guy stopped, turned, and rushed towards Mikasa. Seeing someone rushing towards him, Mikasa hurriedly whimpered and shrank himself even smaller. Damn it. I was secretly anxious, sideways avoiding the head of the blonde boy, then used his arm to take a stick of one person, and then rushed through the gap between them and rushed towards the freckled boy. The hand has touched Mikasa's hair. He saw me rushing towards him from the corner of his light, and quickly squeezed the stick with his right hand and swept towards me. I firmly held the blow with my right shoulder, and poked his index finger and into his eyes with his left hand. Let go of Mikasa and raise his hand to resist. And what I want is this: I close my right hand, take a step forward, punch his stomach with my left hand, grab the stick with my right hand, and kick him away with a kick on his stomach. It was said that it was too late and that time was fast. In just 10 seconds, I knocked down one person, grabbed the stick and blocked Mikasa. Ahem, ha ha ha. The freckled teenager fell on the ground while clutching his belly, but still smiling. This girl really has something to do with you? I want to see how you guard her and deal with us. Don't worry, wait. After we defeat you, we will take her in front of you so that you can feast your eyes. After the freckled teenager said, the other 3 teenagers all smiled triumphantly, as if they had already won. Mikasa hid behind me. Behind her, she was pulling the corner of my clothes in fear. Now she is not the powerful hunter queen, but a little girl who is at a loss. I stretched out my left hand to protect her behind me, just like Hank had protected me before. Behind me, she is my family. If you want to hurt my family, please step on my body first. Huh? I want to see. The blonde boy raised the stick. How long can you support it? I poured my few magic powers into the stick, which can slightly increase the stick's toughness, because it needs for the sake of protecting Mikasa. I can only attack them hard, not dodge. Once I dodge, they will hit Mikasa. They obviously know this very well. Yeah, the blonde boy fell with a stick. I blocked the stick and took a blow. Then I swiped the stick and pushed him back. Just when he was winning the pursuit, the 2 teenagers had already rushed from left to right. Coming up, I had to stand still and fight with them. I held sticks in both hands, using the swordsmanship of the demon hunter's combat skills, and swung the sticks as sacred silver long swords. I could barely fight them evenly with one enemy and 3. Gradually, I began to feel a little physically exhausted. The demon hunter awakened at the age of 10, and the age of 10 to 18 was a period of rapid growth in the strength of the demon hunter, and after the age of 18, the strength of the demon hunter would also increase with age. The growth rate of my body increases slowly. At the same time, acquired training and the secret method of increasing the purity of my blood can also increase my strength, and my current state has only been awakened for a week, only slightly better than an ordinary 10-year-old. The 3 of them swung one stick and I had to swipe 3 sticks to block all of them. It was inevitable that there were times when the blonde boy took advantage of the gap where I swept back one person with a stick and slammed it against me. On the left shoulder, I snorted, but didn't retreat half a step, and struck his right arm to knock him back a few steps. I already felt that the stick couldn't hold it anymore. My magic power had already been exhausted. My arm muscles were tight and unable to relax. The sweat dripped on the ground. I started to feel dizzy. The stick fell on me. This time I hit his right arm. I hit his nose with a stick and got a long nosebleed. I covered my nose and stepped aside. I stabbed me with a stick before I could relax. On his stomach, there is a boy with freckles. This guy will take revenge after he recovers a little bit? He was very proud of seeing my painful look, and he smashed his head with a stick again. Crazy. I raised the stick to block, and with a click, a crack appeared on the stick. You're crazy again. Yelling, I was silent, just staring at him fiercely, and again swung the stick apart from the blonde boy's stick. Another crack appeared on my stick. After a few more spells, when my stick hit the stick of the freckle boy again, with a click, my stick broke in 2, and the freckle boy was taken aback, and I quickly kicked him on his stomach. I put it down to grab his stick, but he held it firmly, and the other people had already shot again. I had to let go of the stick and turned around to protect Mikasa in my arms, with one hand protecting my head. Sticks and fists fell on me like raindrops. I gritted my teeth and felt a bit sweet in my throat. If I continue like this, I may die, and I still have the ability to escape by myself, but I must have a bottom line. Mikasa is the result of being blocked by these gangsters because of the causes that I planted. It is not difficult to imagine how she would be treated if she left her here. I can't do this kind of thing. I can't face Mikasa's parents and my heart. I panted and looked down at Mikasa in my arms. I felt her trembling slightly. She looked up at me, and I smiled hard at her. The sweetness of my throat finally couldn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood came out. A few drops of blood dripping on the beige dress is very dazzling. He can't hold it anymore. The blonde boy shouted, "Kill him." I shook and stood firmly. "Don't worry, I can't die. Hit him." The freckled boy cried. Bang. A gunshot sounded, and the blonde boy fell to the ground screaming while clutching his shoulders. At a critical moment, Hank and Yantu arrived with the military police. "Zen, gendarmes, run." The freckled boy was taken aback and hurriedly shouted, "Take the lead and run towards the alley." Bang. The freckled teenager fell to the ground, clutching the wound on his left leg and wailing. The 3 military police and Mikasa's parents blocked the alley. The remaining 2 teenagers quickly dropped their sticks and lay on the ground, revealing the scars behind them. Me and Mikasa, who was already in tears. "Gawain, Mikasa." Yantu rushed up to hug us. I barely kept consciousness sober, and said, "Mikasa is okay." The voice was very weak. "It's okay," Yantu helped carefully. For fear of causing me a second injury, "You will be fine, Gawen." "You bastards." Hank completely blushed, snatched a gun from a military policeman, and raised the fiercely. It hit a teenager, and the latter wailed again and again. "You social should be exiled to the outside of the wall to become the ration of Titan." Bang. "You dare to attack Gawen and Mikasa." Bang. "I will make you pay." Bang. While cursing, Hank slammed on the young man, who screamed, but was frightened by the guns in the military police and did not dare to fight back. After a long time, Hank gave up his hand, gasped and returned the gun to the military policeman, and said, "I don't want to see them in the future." "Don't worry," the military police nodded, "intent to and plot to murder. It should be executed according to the Constitution." Hank nodded, and Yantu and Mikasa left the alley with me, who was almost unconscious. He ignored the begging for mercy behind him, and the sound of gunfire banged a few times, and the alley fell silent. "Hurry up and take Gawen to find a doctor. Mikasa and I are waiting for you in the government office." Yanhu put me on Hank's back and said. Hank nodded, "Be careful yourself." Then he carried me, running towards the main road. I don't know what happened later. It seems to have had a long dream, but when I opened my eyes, I couldn't remember what I experienced in the dream. I looked around and looked at the familiar scenes around me before I realized that I was in Mikasa's house, my own room. The sunlight came in obliquely from the window, making the whole room warm. A green plant placed in the window blocked part of the sunlight, leaving a small shadow on the floor and filling the room with life. I sat up, feeling that my body was about to fall apart, and there was no pain in my whole body. The sour taste made me breathe in. Hiss, "It really hurts?" A low groan beside me made me turn my head to the left. Mikasa was sitting on a wooden chair, dozing off her upper body on my bed. The movement I had just now obviously woke her up. Gao Wen. Mikasa blinked, suddenly came to his senses, stood up happily and hugged me. "Great, Gao Wen, you finally woke up." I have to say, this is Mikasa. The hug that made me unforgettable the most. The pain signal from the wound I was touched to the brain made me dying of pain. I held Mikasa for a few seconds before releasing me and ran to the door. "I'll pour you a glass of water." Hearing Mikasa shouting outside the door, "Mom and Dad, Gawain is awake." The corners of my mouth twitched. The pain was suppressed, and my injury was just short of time, and now I was seriously injured and lay back on the bed. I was really unable to complain about this luck, but it was worth it. After this incident, I joined the Ackerman family completely. Even if my surname is not Ackerman, in the eyes of Henka and Yendo, this should not be important at all. I was adopted because of sympathy and my fellowship because of people. It's family love now. After a while, Hank, Yendo, and Mikasa walked in together. "Gavin, water." Mikasa handed me the water glass. "Thank you." I took the water glass and sipped the water. "Gao Wen, thanks to you this time." Mikasa told me what happened. "If it weren't for you, the consequences would be disastrous." "Thank you." Hank said solemnly to me, "Uncle, this is what I should do." "I did it." I hurriedly said. Hank did not answer, but bowed to me. I was a little stunned. To be honest, the development of the matter was a little beyond my expectation. In the end, Yanhu changed the subject. Henka is sometimes so rigid. They are all a family. Gawain is right. It is indeed necessary for brother to protect his sister, right, Gawain? I nodded decisively. Hank also smiled and scratched his head. "No speak." After being silent for a while, Yanhu sat on my bed, took my hand, and said, "You have been in a coma for a day and a night, Gao Wen. The doctor said that you have suffered serious internal injuries in addition to the external injuries on your body. Do you feel any discomfort now?" I closed my eyes and felt the words, and found that the internal injury had healed on its own. There was really no discomfort, except for the external injury. Finally, my stomach snorted. I opened my eyes and replied solemnly, I feel so hungry. Puff Yanhu and Mikasa couldn't help but laugh. Let's bear it first, I will cook. Yanhu smiled and rubbed. I rubbed my head, got up and walked out the door. Hank followed along and went out. I'm going to the forest to try my luck. If you're lucky, we can eat meat tonight. Mikasa, stay here and take care of Gane. Mikasa gave a hum, then sat on the bed and looked at me. I also looked at her. After looking at each other for about 30 seconds, Mikasa broke the silence first. Thank you this time, Gao. I stretched out and rubbed. I rubbed her head and said, you're welcome. You're amazing, can you teach me? Mikasa let me stroke her head and asked expectantly. I was taken aback for a while, and then I laughed. Okay, what are you going to learn? Gao teaches me to fight. You fight very well. Mikasa squinted happily. I couldn't help but twitched the corners of my mouth. It really deserves to be the #1 training core later. This interest is different from others. Normal girls are not interested in fighting. Looking at Mikasa with shining eyes, I couldn't help but fall into contemplation. As the fighting king among the demon hunters of my generation, I rely on more than strength and speed. There are many people who are better than me in these two aspects. The strong thing about them is skill. Bejiquan, Wing Chun, Xingyiquan, Muay Thai, wrestling, Sangbo, judo, with the strong physical fitness of the demon hunter and the fighting talent called BT, all of these are within my scope of study and all achieved. But to be honest, I don't think these fighting skills are suitable for Mikasa. I have one that is most suitable for Mikasa and is the most familiar fighting technique I rely on and master. It is called hunting stunt in a certain book of the demon hunter. In human society, it is called Mian Zhongquan after a series of amendments. It is a very niche style of fist. It exists specifically for killing people. Considering the subsequent plot, this is also the most suitable fighting technique for Mikasa. Rubbing Mikasa's head, I said, how about I teach you Mian Zhongquan? Mian Zhongquan is a technique that exists specifically for killing. It is a death-killing technique when it strikes. It is also my family secret technique. I slowly said, looking at Mikasa's eyes. You have to promise me that you can't use it as a last resort. Why? Mikasa asked inexplicably. Power is not used to bully others, but to protect the people or things you want to protect. I replied. Mikasa tilted his head and thought, well then, I promise you. After I finish my studies, I will use this power to protect mom and dad, as well as Gane. Mikasa said with a serious face. I smiled and said to Mikasa, I'll sleep a little longer and call me when the meal is ready. This time I lay in bed for 5 days to recover from the injury, but thanks to the extremely abundant magic power of this world, my recovery speed was faster than expected. Hank and Yanhu seem to have discovered some of my differences. It's unusual, especially when I mixed my own blood with some herbs and put it in cardboard to make a card that can repel mosquitoes and handed it to them. Hank and Yanhu both showed excitement, but he didn't tell me anything, just patted my head. Thank you, Gane, now we don't have to be afraid of mosquitoes. I hid the doubts in my heart deeply, and became more and more aware of the Ackerman family. It's not easy. For the next 2 weeks, I taught the techniques and breathing of Mikasa Myanzanken in the morning. At about 10 o'clock, I went up the mountain with Uncle Hank to chop wood. After I came back at noon, I had a meal and slept in the afternoon. It was my personal hunting time. The combined use of the hunter's vision and breath sensing abilities allows me to hunt a prey every day, and then spend a lot of time on training my own combat skills and using secret methods to enhance my strength. By the way, if the elders know that I use hunter vision and breath sensing to hunt rabbits, they will definitely kill me. But now, this world should only be left with me and Sujinkan, 2 demon hunters. If he fails to make it, then I will be the only one left, sitting on the grass under the tree, watching the sun slowly sink to the west. I took a sigh of relief, shook my head and cast aside distracting thoughts, grabbed the bow with my left hand and picked up the skinned Ono hunter with my right hand and walked towards home. At least I still have my family. I am not walking alone, just to keep my eyes. Everything I will do at all costs. Mikasa's house was built on a small hill, surrounded by forests. Only a few people lived nearby, and there was no contact with each other. There was a freshwater lake about 1 kilometer away from Mikasa's house. I was in the freshwater lake just now. Beside, when I found the little wild boar to walk from the lake to the hill, the sky was already a little dark, the hut on the hill was already lit with oil lamps, and Mikasa was standing by the door looking forward to her. She wore a suit today. The white skirt was particularly eye-catching in the dark sky. Seeing me looking for the little wild boar to appear, Mikasa quickly trotted down from the mountain and ran to my side. Gane, what good thing did you hunt today? She said, while curiously looking at what was on my shoulder. Little wild boar. Is this a wild boar? Is this a wild boar? Why is it so small? Mikasa walked beside me and asked in confusion. This is a little wild boar. I patted the little wild boar on my shoulder and said, the meat is delicious. I brought some. Come back with the condiments and eat the roast suckling pig at night. Okay. Mikasa clapped her hands happily. The beautiful life of eating meat every day for the past 2 weeks has given her a taste of this food, and she looks forward to my return from hunting every day. Take the prey. I haven't eaten a roast suckling pig yet, she said. Going home, after taking a shower, Yanhu had already prepared dinner. The family sat at the table and had a meal while chatting. This warm atmosphere made me enjoy. Oh, by the way, next Friday is Mikasa's 9th birthday. Come on, Hank said suddenly. The meaning of Rumbai here is similar to the meaning of week on the earth, but here a lumba is 8 days, and a week is 7 days. Yes, 9 years old is a special age, Yantu said with a smile, and glanced at me. I was a little confused, but he nodded with a smile. For humans, 9 years old seems nothing special. But 9 years old is really special for the demon hunter, but Mikasa is a human? I blinked and put aside my doubts and continued to eat. Hank began to talk about the carpentry work I did in the afternoon. Yantu attached a sentence from time to time, while Mikasa and I occasionally inserted a sentence. After the meal, everyone was looking forward to it. Long barbecue time. I had handled the little wild boar before I came back, lit a fire, strung it with a thick branch, and sprinkled it with seasonings. The fragrance was full of vines, and it attracted the greedy insects in my stomach, even though I had already eaten dinner. But I still feel craving for enough food in front of me. Govan, I want to eat. Mikasa was already lying on my back, looking longingly at the roast suckling pig. I cut a piece of roasted pork with a knife and handed it to Mikasa on a wooden skewers. Mikasa stretched out her hand to take it, and took a bite. Oh, it's delicious and hot, Mikasa said with an expression of enjoyment, then frowned. I rubbed her head. Don't worry, wait. I'll eat it later, no one will grab it with you. Yeah. Mikasa rubbed his head against me when he heard the words, Gavin is the best. I suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Yantohi Hank was sitting across from him looking at us, but I always think they look a little strange at me. The next day, Rumba was 7. It's 6 days before Mikasa's birthday. I have to start preparing Mikasa's birthday gifts. This area should be in a subarctic climate and the temperature is cold. Why don't you give her a scarf? Animal fur is excellent for making scarves. Material. And it's almost time for me to make weapons. When I crossed over, all the weapons on my body disappeared, leaving only a fitted suit, which was considered a whiteboard. Holy silver weapons require silver as the raw material. Close weapons are temporarily given up. Crossbow weapons require high magic power. They are troublesome to make, and they are also eliminated. After thinking about it, all I can do now is the Let a spell card. Before the teleportation and holy flame ability was restored, the spell cards were my best cards. Gavin, don't sleep, get up. Mikasa's voice came from outside the door, and I yawned. Ha, here comes. I got up from the bed. For the next 3 days, I continued my previous life pattern. At the same time, I paid attention to the best animal for every time I hunted. There are many wild animals in this world, but all I see are small and medium-sized wild animals. The large ones are not seen. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Hank is relieved to let me hunt alone. Mikasa likes red. I plan to make a scarf for her from the fur of a red fox. In the past 3 days, I have placed detection spell cards in many places. Based on the feedback, it seems that after crossing a freshwater lake, I climbed over a hill. There is a brood of foxes. I plan to go there and see. Picking up the bow and arrow, carrying the quiver, inserting the dagger into the scabbard on the wide belt of my self-made demon hunter, greeted Hank and Yendo, and I embarked on the search for the red fox. I picked up some grass appointments on the road. I took out the wooden container I made 2 days ago by the lake, put the herbs in a certain order, mashed them with a dagger handle, and then washed the dagger in the lake water. With a slash in the palm of his left hand, the blood of the demon hunter with many colorful spots in the bright red immediately flowed out of the wound, dripping into the wooden container. Under the action of blood power, the herbal mass that was pounded like food residue dissolves quickly like ice and snow meets boiling water, and the liquid in the container gradually turned dark gray. I threw a small stone in and saw the stone. A black flame ignited immediately, nodded with satisfaction, and put the 2 pieces of hard paper prepared in advance into it. The liquid slowly penetrated into the hard paper like life, and the hard paper gradually became it was dark gray, and a strange symbol appeared on it, hiding the spell card, and it was done. Concealed spell card is one of the most commonly used spell cards by the demon hunter. Whether it is hunting, escaping or hiding from ordinary humans, it can play a great role. It can make people ignore you subconsciously, and the effect can last for about half a year. The strength of the spell card effect depends on the strength of the producer. The spell card can be cast and retracted at any time. With it, my confidence in hunting foxes has risen a lot. I inserted the spell card into the preset slot in the belt and put the wooden container back to its original place. Watching the cut wound slowly heal, I took the bow and arrow and continued to walk forward. 3 hours later, a bow and arrow nailed a bright red fox to the ground, and several other foxes scattered around. I stepped forward and looked at the fox corpse in front of me with satisfaction. This arrow made me lurking for an hour. 17 minutes of results, 1 shot killed, without too much damage to the fur. The material for the scarf is available. I grabbed the fox's corpse and left quickly. The smell of blood will cause troublesome enemies. I need to go back to the lake to deal with the fur. It's definitely too late to make a scarf according to normal methods. I have to use magic to solve it. Question: some necessary materials need to be collected on the way. There is no magic used to make scarves in the world, but there are many auxiliary magics that can play a very good effect, but the process is a bit complicated, and the finished product will be much better than ordinary scarves. I have been busy until the sun sinks in the west before I realized that I didn't go hunting today. I was just busy with scarves. I hurriedly packed my tools and jumped into the lake to catch a fish the size of my calf. I held a bow and arrow and fox fur in my left hand, and drove the fish home with my right hand. As expected, Mikasa had already been waiting outside the hut. Today she wore a checkered dress, and the remaining trace of sunlight shone on her immature face. She already had the feeling of a goddess. People have to sigh, my Mikasa is so beautiful. Gavin. Mikasa turned her head and saw me climbing up the mountain. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. She ran down the hill and ran to my side and turned her head to look at me. What are you eating today? She asked expectantly. Gawain, why are you so wet? I jumped into the lake to catch fish, I replied. Today we eat fish, it's up to Auntie how to make fish. Eat fish. Mikasa was obviously a little disappointed. Gawain, I still want to eat roast suckling pig, and fragrant deer will do. Fish can also be made delicious. I shook the fish in my hand. For example, steamed, braised, smoked fish, braised fish, grilled fish, etc. Chili. Mikasa took a mouthful of water. Don't talk about Gawain, eat fish tonight. I smiled and continued to talk to Mikasa. Go home. I hung the bow back on the shelf and the quiver was hung beside it. I took a shower and immediately felt refreshed. It's a comfortable life. I sighed. There is no homework, no hunting, no restraint, this kind of peace. The days are really addictive. Jiao and sauce. Mikasa rushed into my arms again, making a cute expression, fish. All right. I rubbed her head, I'm going to make fish and braise it. Mikasa said. My head rubbed against me, I always feel comfortable with Gao Wen. Gao Wenchen makes me feel very kind. I blinked in confusion. I don't think this is the protagonist under the shining of the halo. The beautiful women agree with each other. This kind of brainlessness can only appear in brainless novels. To be honest, I also have a touch of intimacy with Mikasa. There must be a reason. But what is the reason? I was really puzzled, unless, thinking of something possible, I suddenly widened my eyes, and then shook my head. How could it be? The plot never appeared like this. All right, I rubbed Mikasa's head again. I'm going to make fish. Hurry up, I want to eat fish. Mikasa pushed me towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Yanto, who was cooking, looked back at me and Mikasa, and smiled. Mikasa and Gawain are very close. Mikasa's face reddened slightly, and I didn't say a word. I went to wash my hands and scrape the fish. In other words, people's dietary standards in this world are really not very good. Perhaps it is because of the lack of material that makes it difficult for them to study the way of food. I just add some condiments and use some preparation techniques to make them feel that a dish is delicious on earth. Even if I haven't learned how to make braised fish, but I haven't done it, I have eaten it. I can't use magic to enhance the flavor. The braised fish was quickly prepared. The color, fragrance, and taste are so good that the index finger is moved. I finally used magic to achieve this effect, and then the family began to eat fish with a knife and fork. After another 3 days, I finally made the scarf that I will give to Mikasa in these 3 days. It is not the bright red color, but darker. Although it is made of fur, it feels like it feels to the touch. It's more like silk, not easy to get dirty, not easy to damage, and according to my enchantment, it can also automatically adjust the thickness according to the temperature. I think Mikasa will like it. Tomorrow is Mikasa's birthday. I wrapped the scarf with a white canvas, tied the opening with vanilla, and put it on the bedside to sleep peacefully. In the early morning, a sense of joy that came from the bottom of my heart and was a little difficult to understand made me wake up from my sleep. I was a little confused at first, but then reacted. It's a sign of the awakening of the demon hunter? Is it possible that Sujinkan is nearby? I quickly turned on the hunter's vision and scanned the surroundings. Under the special perspective of the hunter's vision, the surrounding walls did not hinder my search in the slightest. What surprised me was that except for the Ackermans and Mikasa I didn't find anyone outside. When did Sujinkan's concealment skills become so powerful? I sat up from the bed, and muttered to myself with some confusion, I'll check it again, it must be something missing. What? I turned my eyes and saw that in the room opposite me, the magical power was slowly flowing into the limbs of the man on the bed. Mikasa. I was stunned. 9 is a special age. Yanta's words suddenly sounded in my mind. 9 years old, a sign of awakening. Mikasa is a demon hunter. I said in disbelief. The demon hunter was in 10. It's true to be awakened at the age of 9, but every demon hunter will have a sign of awakening at the age of 9, which means that you can start awakening early, but the consequences of early awakening are variable, so most demon hunters, if it is not an accident, I will naturally wake up when I am 10 years old. Then Hank and Yanho are also demon hunters. I thought, demon hunters are a race that is good at hiding their own breath. Under normal circumstances, if they are not actively exposed, it is difficult for even the same race to discover the identity of each other. In this way, most of the doubts about Hank and others can be basically solved. But why is there a demon hunter in the Attack on Titan world? Phew, I took a sigh of relief. Really, the headaches are annoying one by one. Let's talk about it then. I shook my head, threw away the complicated thoughts, and continued to lie down with a quilt to sleep. The next day might be because of things in the early hours of this morning. I woke up very early, and I didn't feel sleepy after waking up. I looked at the bright sky. I sighed, got up and started washing, and then slipped silently downstairs. I was the only one who woke up. For birthdays, we have to light candles and eat cakes. I don't know if there is this custom here, and I didn't pay much attention to the 2 days of Hank and Yanta's busy work. All my energy was spent on making scarves. Anyway, it's always right to have a good birthday. It's quite early now, enough for me to come out to hunt a prey and come back. I took the bow and arrow and dagger to open the door quietly and slipped out. Maybe I was escaping. I hope to maintain my current state. I don't want anything to break my peaceful life. Escape. I smiled and said walk to the lake. Bang bang bang. Gane got up. Mikasa knocked on my door. Don't sleep in bed, I know you are in. Mikasa knocked a few times before knowing that my door was not closed. Hey, Gane is not there. Mikasa tilted her head, looking at the empty bed, the lumpy quilt and a cloth bag on the bedside table with some confusion. Good morning, Mikasa. My voice came from behind, and Mikasa turned her head to look. He frowned at me and said, Gane, you are the same as the previous 2 days, mysterious. I smiled, leaned over and squeezed Mikasa's face. Then do you want to know my mysterious secret? What are you doing? Well, Mikasa was immediately happy, and every time I was like this, I always gave her something good, Gane said quickly. I walked into the room, picked up the cloth bag from the bedside table, walked back to Mikasa, rubbed her head. Happy birthday, Mikasa. As I said, I handed the cloth bag to Mikasa. This is the birthday gift I prepared for you. Open it. Do you like it? Mikasa took the cloth bag with both hands and looked at it, and then handed it back to me. Gane, hold it for me. I want to open it. I smiled, holding both hands. Looking at the cloth bag, watching Mikasa dexterously untie the vanilla knot and completely untied the cloth bag. Wow, it's a scarf. Seeing Mikasa's surprised expression, I suddenly felt that the efforts of the past few days were very worthwhile. Embracing my neck with both hands, standing on tiptoes and kissing my right cheek, I want to face the wall crookedly. Thank you, Gane. Mikasa's face was reddish, and her head was slightly lowered. I like your gift very much. I felt that my face was a little red, and I took a scarf around Mikasa. Who did you learn this from just now? I felt helpless. I learned from my mother. I saw that once my mother kissed my father like this. Can't it, Gane? Mikasa looked at me with her pure eyes and said, blinking and blinking, through this month of getting along. I clearly knew that when Mikasa kept blinking, she was lying. I'm afraid it's more than. I looked at Mikasa with a smile. My shoulder turned me towards the stairs and pushed me downstairs. Hurry up for dinner, get down. The conversation was forcibly interrupted, and I followed Mikasa's intentions and was pushed from the second floor by her. Go to the living room on the first floor. The hare I caught today is in the kitchen. Hank and Yanho are now cooking rabbit broth in the kitchen. There are already several steaming dishes on the table, green vegetables, steamed buns, and milk today. Oh, Mikasa, happy birthday. Hank, who walked out of the kitchen in an apron, saw me and Mikasa at the dining table. He smiled and said, Dad. Mikasa ran to Hank with open arms. He looked up and said, gift. Okay, gift. Hank rubbed Mikasa's head with a smile, and touched her scarf again. Is this scarf Gane given you? Yeah. Mikasa nodded and continued to sell cute gifts. Hank smiled helplessly, and took out a small box of fine workmanship from his bulging pocket. Music box. This is what I asked someone to bring me from the king. Here, this is a twister. If you turn it a few times and loosen it, it will release sweet music, which is not available in the market. Hank said, thank you Dad. Mikasa happily took the music box and told me came, showing her new toy. Mikasa, this is a gift from my mother. Yanto did not know when he also walked behind Mikasa, holding an embroidery in his hand. I saw with sharp eyes that it seemed to be a group of swans and a lake. Wow, it's so beautiful. Mikasa opened her eyes wide and looked at the embroidery. Yanho touched Mikasa's head lovingly. Embroidery is the handicraft handed down by our ancestors. It is the finished product that my mother taught you to embroider. He nodded happily, looked up at Yanho and asked, can I embroider so beautifully? Of course. Yanho replied. One morning was spent celebrating Mikasa's birthday, and in the afternoon our family went fishing on the lake. Hands should be steady and don't let the fishing rod shake randomly. This will scare the fish away, and don't let your shadow cast on the water. The fishing rod should be held so smoothly. Hank was carefully teaching Mikasa how to fish. I sat watching the excitement on the sidelines, while paying attention to his fishing rod. Gawain's fishing posture doesn't need to be so formal. Mikasa pouted dissatisfiedly as he posed restlessly when he saw my leisurely appearance. Go with. I smiled, and when I was about to pose, I suddenly found that my fish mark had sunk. I quickly grabbed the rod with both hands and lifted it up, and saw a blue perch with a size of about 30 centimeters. I caught the tail. Ha ha ha. Hank rubbed Mikasa's head with a smile, and said, this is the third big fish Gawain caught. If you can be as powerful as Gawain, Dad will definitely not ask you. The posture. Mikasa snorted, still set his posture and concentrated on fishing. All right. Hank patted his and stood up, and picked up the shotgun leaning against the tree. I just saw a group of wild ducks landed over there. Yanto, you and Mikasa continue to fish, and I will go and meet Gane. Try your luck and see if you can catch one. Hank said and looked at Mikasa. Fishing well, Dad comes back to see your results. I know. Mikasa frowned her cute brow. I hate it. Hank laughed, came over and patted me on the shoulder. Let's go Gane, let's compare who can hit the duck. I hummed, put down the fishing pole and took the quiver. Shangbo and Arrow stood up. Daddy shameless. Mikasa suddenly exclaimed, Dad is holding a shotgun, and Gawain is holding a bow and arrow. It's not fair. Well, it's not a big deal. I waved my hand. Be confident in me. Mikasa said. Then you must bring something delicious. This is your true purpose, Mikasa. Don't worry. I waved and left the lake with Hank. I could see that Hank seemed to have something to say to me, but he was a little entangled and didn't know how to speak, so he used the group of wild ducks found an excuse to be alone with me, but didn't know what he wanted to say to me. I have walked about 200 or 300 meters. Hank walked in front in silence along the way. I followed him closely. When I was thinking about asking if he didn't speak again, Hank finally decided. After he was determined, he stopped, turned his head to look at me and asked, Gane, did you feel anything early this morning? I also stopped and replied vaguely, I did feel some, uncle still say it clearly. Gavin, Hank supported my shoulders with his hands and looked at me seriously. Do you know the history of the Ackerman family? The Ackerman family was once a military attaché next to the king, a sort of the royal family, and a nobleman. But for no reason, the king began to exclude and suppress the Ackerman family, and the once glorious Ackerman family was deprived of it. After the title, the tribes were struggling to survive but were still suppressed. In order to avoid these, I lived in the deep mountains, and then I met the wild goose who was also excluded. Hank paused, and scanned my black eyes. Black hair, actually you are also a member of the Ackerman family, but you don't know it. I ask you, Gane, have you ever felt like you are filled with powerful power? I can basically be sure that the members of the Ackerman family are demon hunters, but they don't seem to know how to fully stimulate and master their own power. This causes them to age, get injured, and have no superpowers just like ordinary people. It is better than ordinary people in physical fitness and fighting instinct. But even so, their combat power after awakening is enough to make them stand at the pinnacle of human force and support them to become the martial arts family next to the king. Uncle is talking about awakening. I replied, and Hank nodded. You are also from the Ackerman family, Gane, but your elders have done more thoroughly. They even changed their surnames. Hank frowned and sighed. It's a complete betrayal of the clan precepts. Has the Ackerman family declined so much that the clansmen have no sense of belonging? If Uncle thinks it's okay, I want to change back to my original surname, I said, and Hank was taken aback. Are you sure, Jaowen? Your elders changed their surnames for the purpose of leaving the Ackerman family. If you change it back, you can just... Hank didn't go on, but I knew the meaning behind it, but I didn't care. They didn't know how powerful the demon hunter really was, and in the face of absolute power, all conspiracy the tricks are all clouds, but obviously I need to give Hank a reason to convince him. I was silent for a while before I said, it doesn't make sense. I'm in the Ackerman family now, and I'm in the blood of Ackerman, the demon hunter. No matter what my elders think, they treat me. In other words, returning to the family is more important. Okay, Hank nodded, this is your own choice, and I can't interfere with your decision. Moreover, if Mikasa marries you in the future, your children should also last name Ackerman. My face flushed. Uncle, what are you talking about? Hank laughed and rubbed my head. Isn't it? Mikasa likes you, wait for her to grow up when I marry you, Yanhu and I can rest assured. I was a little incoherent. Hank's turning of God caught me by surprise. Hank laughed and patted hard after seeing my embarrassment. Patting me on the shoulder, it's really too early to say this. Let's go hunting first. I will ask Scog to change your surname. Hank said as he walked forward and said Scog G. I suddenly thought of a suspicious point, and hurriedly chased me up and asked, Uncle, there is actually one thing I don't understand. Oh. Hank turned his head and looked at me. Go ahead. At the beginning, my uncle easily mobilized the military police to rescue me and Mikasa, but you said that our family was squeezed out and suppressed by Wang Zhang, and your relationship with Uncle Scog might not be so simple. I asked, this. Hank scratched his head helplessly. This involves a secret organization. I am a high-level person in this organization, and Scog is my deputy. For some reason, I can't handle it. You reveal too much, wait until you grow up to talk about it. Hank didn't want to reveal more things, and I was fascinated not to ask any more. We ended this topic and started to prepare for the hunt. Hank and I made 2 sets of auspicious suits from branches and leaves, which are commonly known as camouflage equipment. The 2 of us sneaked to the vicinity of the wild ducks with this equipment. Of course, this is what Hank thinks. In my opinion, it is mainly mine. The concealed spell card is in effect. After all, the friction of the leaves when moving in auspicious clothes is really not small. We haven't been discovered so far because of luck and the concealed spell card. The place where the wild ducks landed is a small pond, hidden in the woods, the size of a basketball court. More than 30 wild ducks crowded in the pond, making the pond very crowded and chaotic and noisy. Hank and I were cats on the lawn 30 meters away from them. Next to it was a tree with lush foliage. Hank raised his rifle and took aim at the group of wild ducks, then looked at the bow and arrow in my hand and smiled. Gao Wen, sneaking to this distance is probably the limit. Let's compare it. The maximum range of a shotgun is more than 200 meters. There should be an effective range of 100 meters. This is my judgment of this world shotgun. The maximum range of the bow and arrow in my hand is about 100 meters, and the effective range is about 50 meters. Although I don't know how Hank's marksmanship is, he is obviously more dominant. I rolled my eyes and said, Uncle doesn't want to lose face in front of Mikasa. Hank smiled without saying a word, just raised his gun and aimed at the group of wild ducks. It seemed to be the default. I curled my lips helplessly and drew a self-made 3-sided armor-piercing arrow from the quiver, fight for one hit and kill. I whispered to myself. I don't like to deal with flying in the sky, because it's really hard to hit, and it's not easy to make up if it is hit. It doesn't matter if it is the blood of the previous Earth or the wild ducks here. Boom! When Hank saw that I hadn't moved for a long time, he fired a shot first. The wild ducks that were startled flew up from the pond with their wings flapped and hurriedly flew into the sky. Kay quickly finished loading the ammunition and fired another shot. Bang! The shot hit the tree trunk directly and missed. At this time, I keenly caught a duck that was sluggish. The other wild ducks all flew into the air and it only flew halfway. I pulled my bow and aimed an arrow and shot it through. After removing its right wing, it screamed, looked at its companion in the sky, and fell helplessly to the ground. Hank quickly gave it a shot and pierced its neck. Aha, Gawain's archery skills are good, and we cooperate very well, Hank said brazenly, and I inspected the body of the wild duck. 2 gunshot wounds. There were 2 gunshot wounds on the wild duck. One was on the left wing and the other was on the neck near the head. There was an arrow stuck in the right wing. I pulled out the arrow and checked it. It was not damaged and wiped it on the lawn. After wiping the blood, he put it back in the quiver. Hank grabbed the wild duck by the neck and lifted it up, holding the gun in his right hand on his shoulder. Let's go, Gawain, they should be waiting too. We first returned to the original pond to meet with Yendo and Mikasa, and then returned home together. Hank then announced to everyone that I had changed my surname back to Ackerman. Mikasa and Yendo were happy and supported this decision. I welcome my return to the Ackerman family. 1 day passed quickly, and 3 months passed quickly. Before I knew it, I had been in this world for more than 3 months. Just as I was thinking about how that should happen, Hank suddenly took a letter and said to us one night, Yeager the doctor wrote to us that he would visit us on May 23rd, the day after tomorrow, when he would bring his son Aaron. Mikasa, you also met Dr. Yeager when you were a child, and you must get along well with Aaron. Mikasa nodded and said, yes, Jaowen, too. Hank looked at me again. Aaron is about your age, I think you must have a common language. I will. I nodded. Hank nodded with satisfaction, and continued, moreover, Dr. Yeager is also a very good and powerful person. He has been cured. An infectious disease that makes many doctors helpless. In the past 3 months, I have prepared 10 of the 3 standing spell cards, healing spell cards, lightning spell cards, and burst spell cards. I also enchanted the 3 arrows to make them faster and sharper. They can also automatically chase enemies. And the dagger I used for hunting, I have dealt with it, making it much stronger than ordinary daggers in all aspects. Although it is not as good as the holy silver dagger, it is still good enough. If those 3 human traffickers dare to come, I will let them die. 2 days passed quickly. Tomorrow is the day when Dr. Yeager and Aaron arrive. This morning I plan to hunt some more prey. I will stay at home in the afternoon until tomorrow, and I will stay with them tomorrow, together to ensure nothing is lost. Today's weather is not so good. There are already gloomy clouds gathering in the distance, and a few clouds are floating in the sky nearby. According to this momentum, it is likely to rain in the afternoon. Go early. Yenhu waved to me. I need to make some preparations for Dr. Yeager's arrival, so I won't go with you, Gao Wen. Hank said. The weather is not so good today. Come back early. I nodded and looked at Mikasa. Mikasa, do you want to go with me? Let's go strolling in the forest. Mikasa was moved, but looked up at the wild goose. She shook her head at the back of the house. No, I will continue to learn embroidery from my mother today. Next time Gawain will take me. Well, then I will talk about it next time. I will be back soon. Smiled, turned, and walked towards the forest. For some unknown reason, a sense of uneasiness that emerged from the bottom of my heart made me feel a little uneasy. I always felt that I would miss something. But after I checked carefully that I hadn't forgotten something and that Dr. Yeager did not arrive until tomorrow. Forget about this unease, the bad weather seems to have brought bad luck. I wandered in the forest for a long time before I found a scrawny hare, and let this guy escape into my lair. In a hurry, I just used a bursting spell card to blow it up. Dig out its nest again. Looking at this little rabbit, I couldn't help sighing. This is not enough for one person. It's fine, that's it. I shrugged, holding the rabbit's ears and holding a bow and arrow and walked home. I said I would go early and return early. Besides, I don't think I can catch anything even if I stay here for a while. Looking up at the sky, dark clouds have begun to spread over here. I think it will rain soon. The animals hid early. I also speeded up and rushed home. I felt uneasy again. Heart. It took me 20 minutes to get back under the mountain bag where I was at home, and started walking up the mountain bag. Mikasa should be still learning embroidery at this time. Hank and Yenhu saw that I only brought back such a small prey. Surprised. After all, it's the first time I have come home almost empty-handed. I thought about this as I walked. My mouth couldn't help but bend a curve. This is home. When I was halfway up the mountain, I suddenly smelled the smell of blood, and my whole person was bad. As an excellent demon hunter, I am extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. This is not animal blood. This is human blood, and it came from above. I hurriedly rushed home. No, definitely not. Time is not right. Definitely not. I muttered to myself. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger, although I did not want to admit it, but the most worrying thing may have already happened. Boom! I smashed the door open with my shoulder. What greeted me was not laughter, but the tangy blood and the corpses of Hank and Yendo on the ground. The scene in front of me shattered my last fantasy dream. My hand loosened, hair falling to the ground with the bow and arrow, tears couldn't help streaming down. My family in this world is gone, and I had a chance to stop it. Pain, anger, this heart-piercing feeling, I knelt on the ground and cried, feeling like a fool, thinking that I know everything. I am afraid that in the end I am just a clown in the eyes of fate. Why? Why is it like this? I want revenge, the murderer. I want to kill the murderer. I stood up with tears and picked up the bow and arrow on the ground, but suddenly found that Hank seemed to have a weak breath of life. He was still alive. I quickly took out 2 healing spell cards from my waist and stuck them on his body. A light green full of vitality flashed, and the spell cards burned out of thin air. Hank's eyelids twitched slightly, and he started to wake up slowly, but my face didn't have the slightest joy. He lost too much blood and his vitality was almost exhausted. With the spell cards I made now, I can only play the effect of Huiguang Fanzao could not save his life. If Su Jinkan is there, he might be able to save him, but I thought helplessly, and took a deep breath to calm myself down. At this moment, Hank slowly opened his eyes. He was lost for a moment, and then saw I was kneeling in front of him. Govan, Hank's voice was very hoarse. He raised his right hand with difficulty and took out a meniscus pendant made of crystal from his arms. Help me tell Yeager doctor, Scog is a traitor. The sound of footsteps came from behind, and I drew a dagger from my waist and threw it behind me, but when I turned around to see the visitor, I quickly slanted the dagger. It rubbed the visitor's face and nailed it to the door, despite the reality. The appearance of the person in the animation is slightly different than that in the anime, but I recognized the identity of the person for the first time, Grisha Yeager doctor. Grisha opened her eyes and looked at me in horror. His son Aaron also stood outside the door and looked surprised. Save Mikasa. Hank's voice came from behind, and I turned around again, ignoring Grisha and Aaron. When I saw Hank's eyes, my heart sank. Healing spell card, the effect has faded and he is entering death faster. I hurriedly drew out 2 more spell cards from my waist and stuck them on his wound. The green flashed again, and Hank's eyes regained a bit of brilliance. The effect of the spell cards was diminishing. This time he didn't get much better. I'm afraid next time. I suppressed the sadness in my heart, wiped away my tears, and said, Uncle Hank, what else do you want to say? Hank took a hard breath and leaned his head against the wall. Gane, they have 5 personally, save Mikasa, please, Ackerman's house will rely on you from now on. He held my hand tightly with both hands. At the last moment of his life, his power was amazing. I promise you. I nodded. Grisha also recovered at this time. He ran up to Hank in a few steps and began to inspect his injury. Dr. Yeager, Gane, and Mikasa will ask you from now on. Hank said. Grisha solemnly said. Nodded, don't worry, I will take care of them. The effect of the spell card began to recede. Hank's eyes slowly lost their look, his hand loosened my hand weakly, and his head dropped. He was dead. Grisha took a deep breath and pressed Hank's neck with his left hand. Sorry, Gane, he is not saved. Bang! I slammed a fist against the wall and smashed the wooden wall into a circle of cracks. I stood up with a sullen face and looked around. Mikasa's scarf fell to the ground, and it looked very dazzling against the surrounding blood. Silently walked over and picked up the scarf to wrap himself around, then came to the door and pulled out the dagger, picked up the bow and arrow. Wait. Grisha suddenly realized what I was thinking. Where are you going? I'll kill them and rescue Mikasa. I replied indifferently. The plot has changed, and I can't be sure now whether Mikasa can be rescued safely. No more tragedy can happen? They have 5 people, you can't do it. Grisha yelled a little gaggedly, and you don't know where they are. The best way is to go to the military police to help them. Hank asked me just now. Take care of you, I can't just let you die like this. I took out the pendant Hank gave me just now and threw it to Grisha. He caught the pendant with both hands and said in disbelief, this. Han Kr actually gave this to you. He also said that Scog was a traitor and told me to save Mikasa. I closed my eyes and said, don't say they are 5 people, even 50 people, 500 people, 5,000 people. I will kill them all and rescue Mikasa. This is my promise. I opened my eyes and walked out of the house slowly. Under the special perspective of the hunter, I easily found them left behind. I will kill them all. The 5 people walked on a forest path, which was very hidden and bushy. I followed the traces they left and followed them all the way. It took about an hour along the way. Someone was looking for me in the second half. The next mark chased up. He didn't touch me either, but followed me far behind. It should be Aaron. In the original book, he should have caught up with the traffickers from this road. I ignored Aaron, but continued to move forward. The rain began to fall, and a drop of rain fell on me through the gap of the leaves, like the tears from the sky. I let me wet me like rain continue to chase through. The rain will wash away many traces but not the crimes of the murderer. The rain will wet many things but it will not extinguish the anger in my heart. Crossing the forest path with 7 turns and 8 bends, when I once again lifted a leaf that blocked my view, a forest hut appeared in front of me. In the hut, all 5 people are in the same room. The 6th person who fell to the ground should be Mikasa. The hunter's spirit vision made it easy for me to determine the position of the enemy. This is a bit difficult, I muttered. Saying that, with my current strength and equipment, it is more than enough to get the 5 people. The difficulty is to kill them while protecting Mikasa. The latter is my necessary target for this operation. I turned my head and looked at a big tree behind me. I'm afraid it would be more convenient without the help of Aaron. Come out, you have been behind me from the second half, I said. There was no movement for a while. I drew a hunting arrow from the quiver, opened my bow and shot an arrow on the tree hidden in Aaron. Do you want me to grab you out myself? This time, Aaron walked out from behind the tree with his hands up, holding a dagger in each hand, and looked at me without fear. You shouldn't have come, I said indifferently. I want to save her soon. Aaron replied, it's too late for the military police to come. You might die. I face. Looking at him blankly, are the promises you said before are all bullshit? Aaron asked unceremoniously. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and I walked over and patted his shoulder. You are fine, come with me now. The 5 people are all gathered in one room, with Mikasa among them. I drew a picture of the situation on the ground with a tree branch. I can kill them, but in the process I can't guarantee Mikasa's safety. I need me. What are you doing? Aaron asked. I pondered for a while, and looked up at Aaron. I need you to attract their attention and let at least 2 of them leave Mikasa, and then I will. The window broke in and killed the other 3 people. I can't provide you with any support before that. Can I do it? Aaron lowered his head and was silent for a while before raising his head. I can pretend to be a lost child to attract them live, but you'd better be sure to get rid of the other 3 people, otherwise you, me, and Mikasa will all die. Don't worry about this. I clenched my fist. They will all die. Then I will prepare. Aaron stood up and said, wait for me to signal you before you move. He sneaked through the bushes to the door of the hut. I took out a concealed spell card to activate, then lifted the bow and arrow and slipped to the window of the hut. Their voices in the window also passed into my ears. Hey, can this guy really be sold? Said a heavy male voice. Look at her face. Another voice said, well, it looks pretty good, but it's too small to suit my taste. The heavy voice said, who cares about your taste? Said the second voice before, this guy is an Oriental, a race that escaped from the East. It has basically disappeared now. She may be the last few. One of them, those perverts who sold her to Wang Cheng, can definitely be sold for a good price. But this guy's father doesn't look like an Oriental. The heavy voice muttered, that's why her mother is the key. You idiot actually killed her because he was afraid of losing his hand. Another hoarse voice sounded, with a very unpleasant tone, can you blame me? The heavy voice suddenly increased by 8 degrees, if it fails, who of you can afford it? The room fell silent. After a while, the fourth voice said, okay, stop making noise. We will leave as soon as the rain stops. When the time comes. At this time, the knock on the door rang, and I took a slow breath. An enchanted arrow was drawn out of the tube, and there was silence for a few seconds in the room, and then the sound of opening the door. Boy, why are you here? Said the thick voice. It's raining? I'm going to get lost in the forest. See, there is a room here. So. The voice of Aaron sounded, ah, kid, I got lost alone in the forest. The heavy voice stopped abruptly. I see. Thank you, uncle. Aaron said, and then there was the sound of closing the door. I opened the bow, and slowly exhaled, tightening my muscles and preparing to do my hands. What? A hoarse voice sounded. Footsteps approached the door, and the door opened sounded, hi Wen. Aaron roared, and then there was the sound of a sharp blade piercing into the flesh. I stood up from the window abruptly, locked 2 targets with mental strength and shot out with 1 arrow. Wow. The arrow pierced the glass and shot into one person's head. The right temple went into the left temple and out, and then the arrow turned in the air and hid in another person's throat. I didn't pay attention to my own results, but threw out an explosive spell card with a wave of my hand, broke the glass and jumped into the room from the window, pulled out the dagger around my waist and threw it at the third person. The dagger easily pierced his head. Knock him to the ground, 1 face to face, 3 kills. I stepped forward to lift Mikasa up, drew an arrow from the quiver, cut the rope tied to her hand with the arrow, and hugged her in my arms. Sorry, I'm late. Mikasa cried out. I can feel her body trembling slightly. Gane, Mom and Dad are both. Mikasa said. I hugged her tightly, and my hatred for Scog grew a little bit deeper. I know, but at least you still have me. I comforted. Aaron also came to us at this time. He handed the dagger to Mikasa. My name is Aaron. I am the son of Dr. Yeager. You still remember me. He introduced himself. There is still someone who is not dead over there. Do you want to revenge yourself? Mikasa suddenly raised his head and looked at Aaron, took the dagger, and I let go. He stopped Mikasa. Go, avenge my uncles and aunts. It's up to you. The man held his stomach and stood up against the wall. He stared at Mikasa fiercely. You dare. Mikasa backed away in fright. After a step, she clasped the dagger in both hands, tears streaming down her face, and her body trembling unceasingly. Fight. Aaron shouted. Think about what he did to your parents. Don't hesitate. I also spoke. Mikasa screamed, shattered a plank with 1 foot, rushed to the man, and inserted the dagger into his heart. Mikasa half kneeled beside the man's corpse, staring at her hands in a daze, feeling that everything was like a fantasy. In one day, her parents were killed, kidnapped, and saved by Gao Wen and Aaron, and the feeling that my whole body was filled with powerful power just now that I have a full grasp of my body, too unreal. She muttered to herself, looking at Mikasa's desperate look. I hugged again in distress. Up her. Everything is over, Mikasa. I comforted. We have revenge, and you have awakened. Accept it. After a long time, Mikasa nodded slowly, as if waking up from a dream. She shivered. Gao Wen, it's cold. I just noticed that Mikasa was only wearing a thin dress now, not even wearing shoes. The cold wind poured in from the window and made her tremble. I quickly took off my scarf and surrounded her, raining with magic. He didn't even wet the scarf at all. I picked her up and walked towards the door. Let's go, let's change rooms, it's too cold here. Aaron also nodded and followed us out of the room. The other room was empty. Obviously they moved the tables and chairs to the original one. It's not warm here. Aaron felt the temperature here and said, I'll go to the table and chairs in that room. When you chop it for wood, you go find something to light up. I put down Mikasa, turned my head and said to Aaron. Aaron took a moment to react. Okay, I understand. Standing up and walking towards the road, Govan. Mikasa pulled the corner of my clothes. I'm afraid. Good. I rubbed her head. I'll prepare some wood, and I will be back soon. Mikasa let go with a soft hum. The cold wind rushed on my face and made me shudder. I didn't feel that when I was on the road before. Now I'm soaked by the wind. It's so cool to be blown by the wind. I recovered my weapon and used the one I found in the utility room. The axe split a table into several pieces, hastily cleaned up and hurried to another room. Aaron is already waiting in the room. Sorry Gao Wen. He spread his hands. I didn't find anything for ignition. I sighed, and piled the wood into a fire. The holy flame is really light. It's too shocking and vulgar. If it's not for no way, I don't want to use it when there are others around, and I'm not sure if my holy flame ability is now awakened. If not, it would be even more embarrassing. For the sake of fighting side by side just now, I said to Aaron, I tried to make a magic trick. Aaron. I snapped my fingers with my right hand, and a small white holy flame ignited on my thumb. Mikasa and Aaron suddenly widened their eyes, and I controlled the holy flame to move from the thumb. Go to the tip of your index finger, then put a little on the wood pile. Boom. The whole pile of firewood immediately burned. I withdrew the holy flame ability and clapped my hands to make them regain their senses. It's good to light up, and the performance is over. Hey, just now. Aaron said, it's all said to be magic. I interrupted and waved my hand. Don't worry about that much. Cut it, don't say it. Aaron turned his head in disdain, and began to concentrate on the fire. Under the influence of the fire, the room quickly warmed up, but the atmosphere in the room was extremely dull. Mikasa and I had no plans at all because of sadness and depression, and Aaron was not a talkative person. Everyone is silent like this. I just waited for more than an hour. During this period, I always paid attention to ventilation and adding wood. The sky was already dark and the rain stopped. The military police were only late at this time. Listening to the noise outside, I put my coat on Mikasa and opened the door. It's really late to come. We're time to go out. Yeah, Aaron nodded. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. That's why I said the military police was too late. I shrugged. I didn't count on them at all about this. Aaron told me after hearing this sentence. Suddenly, his opinion improved a lot, and when he was about to say something more, the military police finally entered the house. Boom! The door was brutally knocked open by the military police. Don't move, you, the traffickers. The gendarme in the lead yelled, then stared at us for a few seconds before reacting. He hung down his gun and scratched his head in embarrassment. Tao. I pointed to the room at the end of the corridor. It's all there. It's already settled. Huh. The gendarme at the head gave an unbelievable utterance. He waved his hand and asked two of his men to check out. He turned his head and shouted outside the house, Dr. Yeager, they are here. A middle-aged man with glasses, shoulder-length hair, and a trench coat ran in. It was Grisha. Yeager. He pushed his glasses in disbelief. You actually succeeded. What I promised will be done. I shrugged, and didn't regard it as glory. In fact, this is the first time I have killed a human being. Before this time, I had been a killer against an alien, and I had never done anything against a human being. AI helped me a lot this time, I said to Grisha. The expression on Grisha's face was very complicated. He was silent for a few seconds before nodding. Well, let's go outside and talk. Aaron, I want to talk to you in particular. After a while, Mikasa and I stood outside the house silently. Not far away, Grisha was reprimanding Aaron. I am not reprimanding you because you rescued Mikasa. It's because you don't cherish your life too much. Everyone has only one life. Although Grisha had lowered his voice, I still heard their conversation clearly, and I believe Mikasa is the same. I looked down at my opponent. I have a quarter of human ancestry. This is the first time I have dealt with my comrades. Even though it seems to me that the world is not as good as an animal, this is my first time. It's strange to deprive others of life not because of hunting instinct. Gawain. Mikasa tugged at the corner of my clothes, her face blank and helpless. Where are we going from now on? I broke away from thinking, looked at Grisha and said, Uncle Hank is dying. Entrust us to Dr. Yeager, and he will take us in. Mikasa was stunned. She tightened the coat I put on her, and pulled the scarf around her neck up to half of her. She opened her face, her eyes flashed with tears. Then, what else does Dad say? Is there anything about me? He said let me save you. My nose was a little sour, and I thought about the bad things again. Memories made me very uncomfortable. He kept repeating this sentence. Mikasa finally cried out. I felt very guilty. I could have prevented the tragedy from happening, but I still remember the powerlessness at this moment 100 years later. Clear. As expected, Grisha decided to adopt me and Mikasa. Aaron also invited us. Mikasa and I naturally agreed to their invitation. Grisha decided to take us to live in the small town first. I will come back to deal with Ackerman's affairs 2 days later, and I expect to stay here for 3 days before going back. I also have my own plan. I want to get rid of Scog with my own hands, and I am also very interested in the organization Hank mentioned. Grisha must also be a member of that organization, on the one hand for revenge, on the other it was to get some information from Scog, so I had to go to the town first anyway. Regarding the traitor Scog, Grisha must have planned in his heart. I also need to get some information out of his mouth, and I need to inform him of my actions. I looked up at Grisha, and decided to ask bluntly, Dr. Yeager, what do you plan to do about Scog? Huh. Grisha was a little surprised by my question. He was silent for a few seconds, vaguely. I'll take care of him. I frowned, dissatisfied with Grisha's vague remarks. Let's tell him thoroughly. I thought, Dr. Yeager, can you talk alone? Grisha froze for a moment, then nodded. Well, Aaron, Mikasa, you stay here, and I will talk to Gane. For a moment, Grisha leaned against on a big tree, with a helpless look. Speak, what do you want to do? I want to kill Scog by myself. I said, just tonight. My people will take care of him, Gane. Grisha's expression was a little unhappy. This is our internal business. If I were Scog, this period of time would be enough for me to escape. I was faint. And you seem to have not made up your mind to attack him. There are things you don't know, Gane. Grisha hugged his head with his hands. This matter is very complicated. Then let's change the question. I am constantly looking for the weakness of his soul. I need to know the truth about this, and it is the best way for him to tell him. What is the pendant Hank gave me? It is a kind of pain and responsibility. Grisha replied, Gane, you don't really need to. What is the pendant? I interrupted Grisha blankly. Don't coax me like a kid. Grisha deeply said. After taking a breath, the whole person's momentum changed. That's a proof. Hank gave it to you to explain that he recommended you to join the organization, and this way is to make you his deputy, but his situation at that time was in accordance with the organization's regulations, and you will become my deputy. Grisha died with his eyes staring at me. He stood there alone, but he seemed to be surrounded by dozens of people. This is a road full of death and destruction, he said word by word. Gavin, you regret it again. It's too late. I won't regret it. I easily used magic to dispel Grisha's momentum. Although I don't know why he has such a momentum, he has not been trained in the system to control his own momentum. It was only for pediatrics. I slowly let go of my aura, agitated to press on Grisha. I will join. Dense beads of sweat began to appear on Grisha's forehead. He never thought that my aura would be stronger than his. His pupils shrank slightly, and he sighed. Oh, well, I'll tell you first, you and I are not right about the reason why Scog started. I dissipated my momentum, looked at Grisha quietly, and waited for his next words. It's true that Scog betrayed us, but I can't be sure. Whom did he fall to? Grisha said helplessly. Is this important? I asked. This is the most important. Grisha said solemnly. This is about the survival of the organization. If Scog fell to Wangzhang, I can easily make him disappear into this world quickly and completely, and the information he leaked will not be known by anyone who shouldn't know. Grisha's face was gloomy. Said, if that guy finds ways to take refuge in the Malays, I am afraid it will cost a lot to solve this matter. The former will only make the organization pay some price, and the latter is more likely to lead to the destruction of the organization. Do you know the seriousness of the matter now, Gane? I pursed my lips. Although I don't know what you're talking about, it seems that it's so powerful that it can do my job. Grisha sighed helplessly again. He sighed. Oh, you don't recognize the memory of the world, and there is nothing wrong with not knowing it. I may not know what the Marae you are talking about, I said, but I at least know that the first is the best and the second is the worst. I will deal with this reason, just tonight. Grisha opened his mouth, but didn't stop me in the end. Come back alive, don't be aggressive. I nodded, and found Aaron and Mikasa again. I have something to do now, I will find you later. Rubbed Mikasa's head to soothe her, then looked at Aaron. Help me take care of her. Aaron nodded, and took out another oil paper wrapped from his pocket potato. Let's eat something first. I was stunned for a moment, and had to say that Aaron is indeed a trustworthy companion. I then took the potatoes and collected them, and took the bow and arrow. Thanks, Aaron. I nodded to him, turned and disappeared into the jungle. Grisha will take them to the town where Scog is located, and I will also start looking for Scog from there. I need to hurry up and kill him before Scog can escape completely. After turning in this forest for half an hour, I realized that I was lost, and I didn't even spend time memorizing routes and markings along the way in order to speed up. This is a very fact. You are aggressively looking for your enemies. After a duel, I found myself lost on the way. It's ridiculous, but as a client, I don't think so. TMs. I slammed a fist against the tree, and then slammed a kick. I panted and looked around. I ran like this because the person who was going to kill him got lost in the middle of the road. What a ridiculous and silly reason. I let out a long sigh and sat on the ground. The bright moonlight shone on the ground through the leaves. The forest was extremely quiet. At this moment, a faint voice came from a distance. Look at the path you chose. Now you are good. You are lost. Moron, I didn't choose this path to avoid the organization's retaliation. You agreed to choose this path at the beginning. Blame me again. Okay, you are right. Let's go, Scog. You can figure it out if you can't make it to the Eudostar area before dawn. I have to say that reality is always better than fiction. Normal scripts should be the villain's escape, but because I was lost in the forest and I met Scog, who was also lost in the forest, it was really nowhere to look for it. Effort. My face was overjoyed, and I couldn't believe that my luck was so good. This kind of situation can be encountered. This is your rhythm, Scog. I pulled out a hidden spell card from my belt to activate, hide my breath, and dive in the direction of the sound. After walking about 60 or 70 meters, I saw the eye-catching firelight in front of the forest. It should be the light from torches. I don't have any lighting equipment on my body. The hunter's vision alone is enough for night vision. Naturally, I don't have to worry about them. Discover my existence through light. I counted from a distance. There were lights in all directions, which meant that they had at least 4 teams. I smiled disdainfully. Every witcher is the king of jungle warfare. Frankly speaking, this is not enough for me. Killed? I held the bow and arrow and continued to narrow the distance with them. 50 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, and stopped at the distance, no longer narrowing the distance with them, but continued to maintain this distance. I can clearly see that Scog is being protected by 6 military police in the middle of the team. He is wearing a well-made leather coat and deerskin boots on his feet. He is not embarrassed at all on escaping, but is like an outing. Hunting nobleman, your death will be very embarrassing for a while, Scog. I said silently in my heart. Next to Scog was a middle-aged man with thick beard and hair. He was wearing a long-sleeved shirt with an open neckline. Wearing a pair of brown trousers, a short-handled gun and a short knife hung around my waist, my body instinctively feels that this guy is very dangerous. As for the 6 gendarmes with guns, they were quite easy to deal with. After all, this kind of guns can't do much in the jungle. I will get rid of them first, then the middle-aged man, and finally make it well. Scog. Their formation is 3 military policemen fighting forward, one after the military police is broken, and the remaining 2 guarding Scog together with the middle-aged man. When most people see this formation, they will think of solving the military police who broke first, because this is the most important thing. It's easy to do, and if the attacker's teammates counterattack immediately before and on both sides of the attack, the risk is greatly increased. But I have seen this formation in the Book of the Demon Hunter. The person after the break is actually a so-called abandoned son. As long as he is attacked, the rest of the people will react and have enough time to form a back-to-back. The defensive formation will be really tricky then. The countermeasure in the book is to kill multiple people at the same time to cause chaos in the opponent's formation and then break them one by one. This requires heavy weapons to do so. I thought for a while, used the combination technique to attach 2 burst spell cards to an arrow, drew my bow and aimed at the 3 military policemen in front of Scog's team, and said in my heart, Dongfeng Express, the mission must be reached. Then an arrow shot out. Moron felt a little uneasy. Scog found himself 3 days ago and said that he was going to betray his original organization and put him into another great camp. He also said that he already knew the truth of the world, and that everything Wang Zhang had done was a deception. Human, although Grisha and Wang Zhang are not the same, he is also a conspirator. Only that great camp is truly just, and enlightened. He also wooed himself to join the great camp, planning to kill an important member of the original organization to submit a certificate. To be honest, Moron didn't quite understand what Scog meant, and his fanatical expression and excited tone made Moron hard to believe what he said, but Moron decided to help Scog for the sake of his brother. Grid, and ready to give him a hand when he fails. Moron looked at the rats in the gutter that Scog hired the rogue gangsters, and asked them to attack his former boss, Mr. Ackerman, and his family. He tricked 6 military police into letting them him and Scog to Uruguay. The Tost district meets with those from the Great Camp. Any one of these charges is enough to cause Scog to be hanged. Moron looked around for a while, and slightly suppressed his inner anxiety. These military policemen were selected from the top 10 training corps in various places. They were all the best in the training corps, and he and Scog were also the elite soldiers in the investigation corps, have also killed many Titan. With such an elite lineup, Moron really can't think of anything that can threaten him. Whoosh! An arrow was shot from a distance and nailed to the middle of the 3 military police in front. It seemed that there were still 2 cards attached to the arrow. Moron froze for a moment, and then reacted. Enemy attack. Boom! Strong shock waves and flames erupted from the arrows, engulfing the 3 military police in an instant. Moron was knocked to the ground by the shock wave. He rolled to the ground with strength. With his right hand he took out a crossbow from the bag he carried, and his left hand slid on the ground, but he touched a somewhat warm and soft object. Moron lowered his head to see that it was a severed hand. Ah! Came the scream of a military policeman from behind, making Moron come back to his senses. Damn! He raised his crossbow and shot an arrow in the direction where the sound came from, but there was no response. Moron gritted his teeth, began to wind the crossbow and looked around for the enemy. What happened? What happened? Scog was still a little confused, but years of combat experience made him pull out the short knife from his waist and put his back on the tree in a defensive position. Whoosh! Another arrow shot at one of the military policemen. He tilted his head and avoided the arrow. The arrow turned in the air and shot into his companion's head. How is this possible? Moron's eyes widened. He was quite sure that the arrow was turning out of thin air and not because of the archer's skill. Devil! The remaining military policeman raised his gun in horror and aimed it in the direction of the arrow. Go to hell. Bang! At the same time as the gunfire sounded, an arrow shot from the other direction also penetrated his throat, giggling. The military policeman clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Moron drew out another crossbow arrow. When he was about to reload the crossbow, he suddenly felt that the hairs on his back were standing upright. I gripped the dagger and touched Moron's dagger. I quickly kicked Moron's crotch without a single blow. The latter leaped back to avoid my attack and raised the dagger in my hand. Strikes to my neck, I use a dagger to block, and begin to make a move with Moron. I have to say that this guy's fighting skills are indeed extraordinary, but when I was on Earth, I had learned more than 60 kinds of fighting skills with the help of the Demon Hunter's BJ learning ability and extraordinary physical fitness. Fighting skills, I definitely crushed the uncle in front of me. Even though I am not better than Moron in terms of physical fitness, I still rely on strong fighting skills to beat him down, but my goal is not him, but holding a short knife on the side and ready to take the cold to me. Scogger. I changed the dagger to a front grip, swept all directions and forced Moron back with one move, and drew 2 lightning spell cards from the belt with my left hand and threw them at Moron. He quickly rolled away from the spell cards on the spot, booming. 2 bolts of lightning split the ground into 2 scorch marks. I took advantage of this gap to escape into the dense jungle again. I have the advantage when the enemy is in the dark, and based on their dialogue and my understanding of the current situation. Analysis, they can't afford time. Once they reveal their flaws because of their anxiety, that's when I take another shot to end their lives. Thinking of this, I hid myself behind a bush and began to quietly observe the reactions of Scog and Moron. Is he gone? Scog asked nervously. No, Moron covered the wound in his abdomen with his left hand. It was cut out by me with a dagger just now, and he frowned. That guy is just hiding in the dark waiting for us to reveal the flaws so that he can kill him in one shot. Ha, what the is your camp? It is worth giving up so many things. They are great, they know the world, the truth. Scog showed a look of yearning. They are the redeemers. Asshole, Moron shook his fist. If you talk about these useless to fool me, I'll punch him. Give you the most painful redemption on your face. Okay, Scog shrugged, they are humans outside the wall. I can't help but stare wide, my breath is stagnant. Right here at that time, Scog suddenly threw the short knife in his hand in my direction. Moron also slammed at me, and was hit. The spell cards made by the Demon Hunter will not hurt me. At this critical juncture, I suddenly thought of what the instructor had said, and then I avoided Scog's dagger and Moron's dagger. Before piercing into my heart, I activated all the burst spell cards and lightning spell cards on my body. A series of explosions and thunder and lightning appeared within 3 meters of my side, spreading more than 10 meters. 3 big trees were cut off by the waist, and Scog on the side was also hit by the shock wave, hitting the trunk and vomiting blood. Moron the husband broke into several pieces and landed back and forth. The farthest piece was about 7 meters away from me. I knelt on the ground, looking down at the sword blade that had fallen into a third of my chest. That was Moron's only result. I grabbed the hilt and drew the blade out, stopped my blood with a healing charm, stood up slowly, and walked towards Scog, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Fortunately, my clothes have also been simply enchanted so that they won't be torn apart. I thought to myself, and walked to Scog. Ahem, Mikasa Ackerman, you won me, you can't win the Malays. Scog spit out a mouthful of blood, sat up and said, the Eldia can't win. Only those who rely on Malay are kings. I was expressionless, and stabbed Scog's left thigh with a stab, then used an arrow to penetrate his right shoulder and nailed him to the tree. I ignored the latter's screams and grabbed his neckline, forcibly suppressed the urge to kill him and said, tell me, why do you want to do this? You can take refuge, why do you want to start with the Hank family? Hank treats you not badly, why do you TM? Do you have the slightest humanity? At the last few sentences, I almost roared out, thinking of what I saw and heard when I returned home. Tears couldn't help streaming out. Scog took a few breaths and suddenly laughed. The laughter grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a crazy laugh, ha 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 ha. I slammed his face with a punch, and stepped forward one knee. The bump was on his chin, the last elbow was on his right cheek, and the laughter stopped abruptly. Puff, Scog spit out 2 teeth, took a few breaths again, and said in a disdainful tone, as the descendants of the devil, they should feel honored, just for their ancestors. Atonement, you have to learn to be grateful. We are all Eldia. It is our honor to help the Malays. Yeager and Hank don't even know what to do. I was so angry that someone broke in your home, kill your family, and then say, this is your honor, you have to learn to be grateful. At this time, all normal people will take out a knife and kill the son of a bitch. I kicked his face and interrupted his nonsense, and pulled the dagger from his leg. Scog let out a depressed scream, but I had no sympathy for this scumbag. You just enjoy my revenge, I said indifferently. Scog's eyes flashed with fear, but he still insisted, the Malays will not let you go. I sneered and raised the dagger. At this moment, a howling wolf came from a distance. In the jungle, the smell of blood will attract terrible predators. I remember that I read such a sentence in a book, and listening to the movement, it seemed to be a big pack of wolves. I chuckled and made a few non-fatal wounds on Scog with a dagger, then wiped the blood from the dagger with the clothes of a dead military policeman, and inserted it back into the scabbard. In the process, Scog never said a word. I waited for a few minutes, until I saw a green light shining nearby, and then rushed to the tree. The wolves are here, I said to Scog, who was struggling to get up under the tree. You talk to them. Talking about the glory of the Malays, take them to the Malays by the way. Woo the wolf howl sounded, and the pack of wolves surrounded them. Obviously, compared to the corpses on the ground, they were obviously against SEO. Grid was more interested in the living prey. Scog began to curse me in the most vicious language he could think of. The wolves didn't care what this guy was saying. There were a few wolves howling, several grey wilds. The wolf pounced on Scog and tore several pieces of meat at him. Scog screamed and fought back with his fists, but it had no effect other than stimulating the ferocity of the wolf. Scog's voice became smaller, and in the end there was only the sound of wolves eating in the jungle. I felt it and confirmed that Scog was dead. I waited until the wolves left before I got out of the tree. Next, I pulled a pendant similar to the crescent moon pendant Hank handed me from Scog's neck as a proof, and found more than 1,000 ris on many corpses, which is equivalent to more than 200 yuan. I put these things away properly, and then left here, vomiting in another place. After vomiting, I started looking for a way out of the jungle. I was lost for more than 2 hours before I left the jungle and arrived in the small town at about 1 o'clock in the morning. Following the breath left by Grisha and the others, I found a hotel. This is a 3-story wooden building with the word hotel written in black paint on the door. If it weren't for the moonlight, I really can't see those 2 words. The hotel is closed. There is no light in the whole building. It is obvious that everyone has rested. Grisha and their breath are on the 2nd floor. I looked around and saw a large wine barrel beside the hotel's door, which happened to be mine. Boost. 2nd floor, it won't trouble me. I said softly, moved the wine barrel under the window of Grisha's room, and then stepped back and jumped up to the edge of the window with a dagger to open the lock of the window and sneak into the room. I pressed the wound on my chest. The movement just now stretched the wound that barely stopped bleeding, and the blood stained my clothes. I looked around a room where Grisha and Aaron were sleeping on the same bed, and Mikasa was not in this room. I gently shook Grisha. He was confused for a while, and quickly woke up. Gavin, are you back? Grisha whispered, sat up from the bed and covered the quilt for Aaron. I nodded, and watched Grisha light the oil lamp before handing him the pendant he had taken from Scog. It has been resolved. That guy has taken refuge in a Malay. Grisha's pupils shrank and took the pendant. Said in an incredible tone, solved? Solved? This, how did you do it? Sneak attack. I shrugged, but affected the wound on my chest, frowning with pain. You are injured now. Grisha discovered my injury. I'll bandage it for you. I nodded, took off my shirt. Grisha took a breath. Just move forward a little further. Your heart can't be kept. But I didn't die. It was them who died. I didn't care about it. After Grisha bandaged, I slept with Aaron on the bed, and I was lying on the table for one night. Early the next morning, I was yelled by Aaron. I woke up. Gane, why are you here? Why are you smelling bloody? You feel, well, I pressed the head of Aaron into the pillow with one hand. Don't make trouble, let me sleep a little longer. Aaron fluttered a few times and fell silent. This guy knew he wanted the injured person to rest well, so I closed my eyes and went back to sleep. When I woke up again, it was noon. The sun was shining and there was a faint talk outside the room. Everything seemed extremely peaceful. I sighed and sat up from the bed, feeling like I was still dreaming. The faint pain in my chest is still reminding me that this is not a dream. Squeak. Grisha gently opened the door, followed by Aaron with a probe and a worried Mikasa. You are awake, Gane. It looks like you are recovering well, Grisha told me. Nodded. Want to eat something? Gane, drink water. Mikasa handed me the water glass in her hand. Thank you. I took the water glass and drank the water in it, and returned it to me. Mikasa turned her head to Grisha. Of course, I'm almost starving to death. A few minutes later, the 4 of us were sitting at the table and eating lunch. 3 of them had a lot of questions to ask me, but considered they kept silent about my injury, and the atmosphere at the table was very dull. After the meal, Aaron was forced by Grisha to return to the room to take a nap, and Mikasa was also coaxed back to bed by me. Grisha stayed on the grounds of checking my wound recovery. Grisha and I sat at the table facing each other for a long time before Grisha hesitated and said, Gane, I want to ask, what do you do with Scog? After all, feed the wolf. I said blankly, Grisha was startled and muttered to himself, have you fed the wolf? Anyone should pay for what they have done, I said. What he did to my family. His fate is the price. I stood up and glanced at Grisha sluggishly. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the room. Grisha did not answer, ran leave by me. I walked between the 2 rooms, hesitated, knocked on Mikasa's door. Who? Mikasa's voice came from the room. It's me, can I come in? I replied, and the room was silent. After a while, Mikasa opened the door and plunged into my arms. Gane, you lied to me. Mikasa said in a crying voice. Woo, you said you are going to do things. I am really going to do things. I rubbed her head and comforted. It's just that something minor happened later. Mikasa didn't buy into my explanation. She raised her fist and punched me a few times. A lie? How can I do something like this? Okay. I held her head with one hand, and squeezed her face with the other. It's all over, am I back intact? Mikasa snorted, grabbed my hand and pulled me into the room. Close the door, Gavin, stay with me, don't leave. Mikasa said seriously. Okay, stay with you? I rubbed her head again. Hurry up and go to sleep, I'll sit in that chair, not going anywhere. Mikasa was soon coaxed into sleep by me, while I sat in a chair and thought about the way forward. I have been evading before, and I have always waited for things to happen before responding, instead of taking the initiative to kill the danger in the bud. This approach, the death of Hank and Yando, is the consequence. What am I avoiding? I looked at my hands and muttered to myself, am I afraid of another Heimu incident? Is it fear of death? Recalling what I did after crossing, I unconsciously clenched my fists, and after joining Mikasa's family, what did I do? He did not inquire about the news of his good brother Sujinkan, did not rely on the advantages of the Traverser to arrange and discover the truth in advance, and was immersed in the short and fragile peace all day long, just wanting to indulge in this way. When did I become so cowardly? I closed my eyes and said in a low voice, it can't go on like this. I must take the initiative. At least, I want to protect Mikasa. 1 month later, Mikasa and I have become new members of the Yeager family and have met Grisha's wife Carla, Yeager, and his friend Ammon in Aaron, Arnold. Prior to this, we buried Mikasa's parents, left Mikasa's home, and settled in the Higashina district where the home of Aaron is located. During this period, Grisha did a lot of work on his organization, counteraction, but he has never looked for his assistant beside me. I cut firewood with Aaron, Ammon, and Mikasa every day. I go hunting by the way, help with housework, play, and help Aaron clean up his daily troubles. Don't say anything else, this guy the ability to cause trouble is definitely SSS level. Just when I was thinking that if Grisha did not come to me again, I would take the initiative to find him, Grisha finally came and found me one night. Gavin, you come with me. At this time, I was with Mikasa and Aaron. Read the book together, Dad. They were the first to cause trouble today. We just fight back. When Aaron heard Grisha calling me, she quickly stood up and explained in front of me. Grisha snorted coldly. I didn't believe it when I heard Carla complaining to me about your troubles every day, but now you don't confess to yourself, and it's not that I'm looking for Gao Wen. Gao Wen comes with me. Aaron, yours I'll calculate with you when the account is over. Aaron suddenly froze in place. This. I patted his shoulder sympathetically, and whispered, don't worry, I will intercede for you. Then he walked to Grisha. Grisha nodded to me, and led me to the living room, to the entrance of the basement. The truth is right below, Grisha said. I hope you are ready. Got it, Gao Wen. I opened a wooden board in the living room, walked 3 meters down the stairs, and opened a wooden door. The basement of the house where no one stepped except Grisha appeared in front of me. Even though it was dark in front of me, it was in my eyes with the hunter's vision turned on. Without hindrance. The first thing that catches the eye is a map. On the left of the map is a continent with the words Malay, and on the right is an island with 3 ring-shaped walls, which are marked, Paradise Island, LDIA. My pupils shrank, and I immediately understood most of them. There were many clues connected to this map, and I was waiting for Grisha's explanation for other clues. Are you surprised? Grisha lit the oil lamp in the room and said to me, this map is the truth. He locked the door and patted me on the shoulder. Now let me explain all this, Gao text. As you can see, we are now located on this island of Parody. Grisha pointed to the map and said, the majority of the people in the wall are Eldia. It is said that our ancestor Emir and the demon sign a contract and have the ability to incarnate Titan, and after death the soul becomes the 9 great Titan, the ancestor Titan, Titan of Kaizi, Titan of Beast, Attack on Titan, Warhammer Titan, Super Large Titan, Titan of Female, Titan of Equat, and Titan of Car Power. At the same time, every Eldia has the ability to become an innocent Titan. Relying on this, we defeated the great power of Malaya and became the ruler of the mainland, creating the Eldia Empire, but the Malays were separated 900 years ago. Those who are capable of the Big Titan brought the 7 Big Titan back into use, won the Battle of Titan, destroyed the Eldia Empire, rebuilt the Malay country, and all of this because of the inaction of the royal family. The 145th king of Eldia, King Fritz, fled the war to Parady Island on the border, and used the power of the ancestor Titan to bring his people and Titan to build 3 high walls. He hid inside and warned the Malays not to invade, and then he used the power of the ancestor Titan to erase people's memories. The Ackerman family was persecuted by the royal family because it was not affected, and fell apart. This is the world, the truth of Grisha. Grisha said slowly. I was shocked as I listened to him. I also believed Grisha's words 70% to 80%, but I still need his proof and some detailed intelligence to be completely sure. It sounds like that, I said, hugging my arms, but how do you prove what you said? What do you want from me? Grisha smiled. I am Attack on Titan, ability holders. I will go out in the name of a medical visit in 2 days. I will take you out to prove to you, and I need your help. Help. I was a little puzzled. I can help you what? Each holder of the power of Titan has only 13 years of life left from the day of inheriting the power of Titan, and I have few years of life left. At that time, I will pass on the power of Titan to the next successor Aaron. You have to help him grow and protect Eldia. Grisha replied, let me start from the beginning, Gawain. Now I have 90% faith in Grisha. After all, you can make up lies to justify themselves, but you can't make up lies so that they can be explained to others. The next step is to listen to Grisha's words. What's up? Please speak. I nodded. Grisha took a deep breath and said, I'm from outside the wall, the country of Malaya on the mainland. In those days, King Fritz withdrew his people to Parady Island, but there were still many Eldia on the mainland. They were regarded as descendants of demons by the Malays, and they were kept in captivity inside the wall. They had to wear armbands when they traveled, and they could not enter and leave the wall casually. I am the descendants of those Eldia. I grew up for various reasons. I joined an organization called Eldia Restorationist and gradually became the leader of the organization. Later, we sent the descendants of the royal family Dana Fu from the inside line of the Malay government. Xiaoritz Dana told us that the real purpose of the restorationists is to go to the wall of the island to capture the ancestor titan, and use the ancestor titan to control other titan to revive all the Grisha paused here. I fell in love with Dana, married her, and had a child named Jike. I had an expression of disbelief, then Carla. I will say later. Grisha sat on a chair with his head in his hands, showing an expression of pain. The Malay government responded to the military progress triggered by because of the shortage of resources. They decided to seize the rich fossil resources on Parady Island. For this reason, they had to select a suitable person from the Eldia to inherit the power of Titan and become the awry warrior. If it succeeded, Eldia was completely over. In order to restore power, Dana and I decided to let our 7-year-old son Jike become a awry warrior, waiting for the opportunity to take the ancestor Titan. But Jike later betrayed us, the restorative. Except for the owl, they were all captured and taken to the so-called Paradise Island of Parody. Except for me being rescued by the owl at the last moment, they were all injected with Titan and their spine became innocent Titan, immortal sinking into a nightmare. Dana, she also. At this point, Grisha was already crying, and I silently walked to his side, put my hand on his shoulder and cast a concentration technique to stabilize his mood. Sorry. I said. No, thank you. Grisha shook his head, reached out his hand to wipe away his tears, and said in a calm tone, Owl was the last attack on Titan-capable person. He changed me into he ate him into Titan and let me inherit attack on Titan. Before that, he asked me to complete the task of the restoring power. If I can't do it, I have to entrust the task to reliable people. So, you chose me to help you? I asked. In any case, Grisha and their behavior are worthy of respect. One nation, one country, because there are so many warriors who dare to sacrifice, there is hope of continuation. They are all heroes. Yes, Grisha nodded. Relying on the power of Titan I successfully came to the wall, fell in love with Carla, and rebuilt the restoratives, but I have never found one who can be my assistant and know the whole truth. People. Why me? You have nowhere else to go, you have enough strength and brains, and you are mature and worthy of trust. Grisha said, Govan, please. I froze for a moment. Indeed now, I have nowhere to go and no choice. Joining the restorative is also the best way. I'll join. I nodded. Grisha sighed in relief, opened the drawer in front of the table, opened the secret compartment in the drawer, and pulled out a small book and a book from it. First of all, let me introduce to you the restorative now. There are now a total of 863 people in the reinstatement group, including 426 in the armed group, 345 in the intelligence group, 91 in the auxiliary group, and the leader of me. Grisha introduced. The armed forces are divided into 6 squadrons. Each squadron has 7 squadrons. Only the team leader and 6 squadron leaders know the truth about part of the world. The others know nothing. The intelligence team has only the team leader and 10 squadron leaders. I know, only the leader of the auxiliary group knows. Our forces are mainly concentrated in the Wall of Rose, and we are penetrating into the Wall of Hina. As for the Wall of Maria and Higginshina, we only have branches. 71 in the group, 35 in the intelligence group, and 11 in the auxiliary group are in the Higginshina area and near the Wall of Maria. The reinstatement faction has certain influence in the army and the Chamber of Commerce. To be honest, I am already investigating the whereabouts of the ancestor Titan has begun. 800 people, say not too much, but judging from the population base of more than 1 million people in the wall, more than 800 people can form an army, and the reinstatement faction is so strong. However, in the later plots, the restorationists never appeared again. I am afraid that they were completely destroyed in the process of covering Grisha to seize the power of the ancestor Titan. I looked at Grisha in front of me. At this time, he demonstrating his own leadership. Our current enemy is mainly the Central Military Police under Wang Sheng. There are about 300 people, all of them elite, equipped with the most advanced firearms, and their commander Joseph Kilian it is a difficult opponent. My people are always at a disadvantage in the fight with the Central Military Police, and the loss is not small. Gao Wen, are you confident to be my assistant now? Grisha said. I smiled. Of course. Okay, Grisha nodded, took a pocket watch from his arms and took a look. At 8:57, I talked for more than 40 minutes without knowing it. Let's continue tomorrow night. Gao Wen, this in a few days, I will teach you some necessary knowledge first. The rest can be learned while practicing. Go back quickly. They are probably waiting for Aaron. I stood up and said, yes, but now we also need to make up a reason why you are looking for me. Let's say it's herbal knowledge, which can be helpful in dispensing medicine. Will you dispense medicine? Grisha was a little surprised. Understand some? I shrugged. And Aaron thing. Forget it. Grisha waved his hand. Let him go this time. I came out of the basement, full of the truth of the world and restorative affairs. Forget it. I shook my head and left those things behind, and walked to the previous room. I'll talk about it tomorrow night. I opened the door. Seeing the anxious Mikasa and the fidgeting Aaron, Mikasa stood up immediately when she heard the door opening, and Aaron sat on the ground and looked towards the door. Gao Wen, I saw that Ho Mikasa ran over immediately. What did uncle talk to you? Some herbal knowledge. I rubbed Mikasa's head, and the latter's enjoyment expression made me kind the feeling of sucking cats. Uncle said I can help him dispense medicine in the future. Oh, really? Gao Wen, you still know the knowledge of herbal medicine. I don't understand it. Aaron also came over. Nonsense, I rolled my eyes and said. When your uncle wanted to teach you this, you called it like cutting meat. You also said that you can learn this hardest thing. You don't need this to join the investigation corps. Aaron, the old face blushed. Well, what happened to me today? Don't worry, I patted Aaron on the shoulder. Uncle, I have already interceded for you over there, and he said I will let you go first this time. Great. Aaron jumped 3 feet tall. Thank you, Gao Wen. According to Aaron's ability to cause trouble, I'm afraid the ant will sue his uncle again in a few days. Mikasa poured cold water unceremoniously. Hey, Mikasa, how can you say it so seriously? Aaron exclaimed dissatisfied. Mikasa did not answer, but turned her gaze to me. It's okay, when the time comes, we will carry it together. I smiled and spread out. If they want to bully Ammon, we will fight back. Okay. Aaron clenched his fist full of vitality, and Mikasa felt that she must be busy with Gao Wen in the next few days. Then let's continue reading and read this story about Earl Rove. I changed the subject, reached for the book. Mikasa slapped my hand. No, I want to listen to the story. Aaron nodded repeatedly. Govan tells the story. There is an immense lack of entertainment in this world. The nobles can also pass the time by hunting, playing chess, holding cocktail parties and other noble activities, while ordinary working people are exhausted for their livelihood all day long. Books only include history books and reference books, and they are also used by the government. There is a banned book that is strictly forbidden to describe the outside world. In addition, there are only aristocratic biographies and eulogizing kings in story books. So when I told Aaron, Mikasa, and Ammon half a month ago about Journey to the West, they said they haunt me telling stories every day, and I am now a living story book in their eyes. That Ammon is not here now, I deduced. I only remembered the plot of Journey to the West. The rest of the details were adapted by myself to tell the story. It was too much brainstorming. Chatting has killed a lot of my brain cells. Now I really don't want to use my brain. Aaron secretly winked at Mikasa. Mikasa understood her heart and hugged my arm and started acting like a baby. Gawain, you can talk about one. Oh, I know you are the best to me. Yes, Gao Wen, tell me one. Aaron helped to the side. You can tell individual stories without Journey to the West. Mikasa looked at me with her watery eyes looking forward to me. I sighed helplessly. When I was here, I seemed to have no choice but to refuse. I stretched out my hand and squeezed Mikasa's face. Well then, just one. I compromised. Yeah. Aaron cheered. Mikasa leaned his head on my shoulder. Govan, please. What should I tell you? I thought to myself, I have read a lot of novels on the earth before, but these are all novels. I have to find a short story to tell them, and I should not pay attention to the technology beyond the wall. Content, you can't fool them with fairy tales, it's a headache. I said to myself, glanced at the expectant Aaron and Mikasa. Otherwise, what type do you want to listen to? I simply went straight. I don't believe it anymore. I was living in the era of the information explosion. I can't think of the stories I had before. Can't I make up myself? What I compiled is definitely better than those boring books on the wall. I want to hear about the outside world. Aaron exclaimed. It's okay. Mikasa blinked. The outside world. I smiled bitterly, and then I thought of the world Grisha was talking about. The truth. Aaron, the outside world I know is similar to what you know, but... There was a flash of inspiration in my mind, and I stood up and walked to the window to open the window. The bright moonlight suddenly came in. I know a story about the moon. Do you want to hear it? The name of this story is called Chang'e Flying to the Moon. Then Yi took a bow and shot an arrow at the golden crow. Chang'e took the anti-aging medicine, and she felt that her body was getting lighter and lighter. The palace where Chang'e lived on the moon was called Guangan Palace. There is a jade rabbit pounding medicine in the Guangan Palace. It took me half an hour to finish the story. I felt dry and irritable. Mikasa handed a glass of water in time, and I just drank it. Gao Wen, won't Yi and Chang'e ever see each other again? Mikasa asked. Yes. I replied, seeing that their moods were a little depressed. I couldn't help but comforted. It's a blessing story. It's made up by others, so you don't have to be so involved. No way. Aaron put away the lost expression and made a grimace. Since others can make up, why don't you make up one as well as Gao Wen and let Mikasa and I comment? I didn't hesitate to throw a violent shudder on the head of Aaron, causing the latter to scream, don't play tricks for me, just one, now let me go back to sleep. All right, Aaron waved his hand helplessly, it's the same as my mother. I silently shook the starting position of Wing Chun, and Aaron ran away when the situation was bad. Well, good night. Good night Sangxian, I'll go to bed first. The current situation is that Grisha and Carla have one, Aaron is my own room, and I have a room with Mikasa. It was originally me and Aaron. Sometimes, there is one bed per person, but Mikasa often has nightmares. Only when I am next to him, it will not be like this. It becomes me and Mikasa in the same room. Each person has a bed. I shrugged and went to the bathroom, then went back to the room and blew out the oil lamp. Good night, Mikasa. Mikasa yawned before responding. Good night Gao Wen. Don't forget to teach me fighting skills tomorrow. The next night, Grisha called me to the basement in the name of helping to dispense medicine. You look a little embarrassed, Gao Wen. Grisha smiled and pointed to the black spot on my face. I heard today the four of you beat each other 19. What happened yesterday was not cleaned up, I replied, taking out a healing spell card from my belt and sticking it on my face to stimulate it. Hiss, today those guys are asking someone to find coming up. The stunned boy in Aaron was so excited that he rushed away. As a result, I have to clean up the mess for him, and I want them to look good tomorrow. Ah, Aaron, I will take care of him. Grisha replied, today we will talk about Murray, and some scientific and technological knowledge will be popularized for you. Let's sort out the herbs and talk. Grisha took a box of herbs from the shelf and looked up at me, who had cured 70% to 80% of my injury. By the way, I will give them 3 medicines, you shouldn't use it, Gao Wen. I spread my hands. If it weren't for fear of shocking the world, I would have healed my injury. I couldn't find out your original origin. You came from outside the wall. Which country? Grisha shrugged and asked casually, maybe you didn't pay attention to it. I responded vaguely, it doesn't matter. Grisha picked up a herb and threw it into the pill box. It's a Murray, and it's not possible to compete with the restorationists for the power of Titan. That's enough. Oh, why do you see it? I asked suspiciously. The attitude of rushing to kill, they and the Kingdom of the East are mortal enemies, the kind of endless death. Grisha explained, and your Ackerman bloodline conflicts with the power of Titan, there will be a stress response. This is an experiment with Hank. Stress reaction, hunting instinct. I took a slight breath, feeling a little agitated. Uncle Hank. Sorry to bring it up. Grisha forced a smile and patted my shoulder. Let's talk about Murray. So you trust me so? I was still a little confused. No way, Grisha shrugged. I am alone, so I can only find a helper by following 2 principles. It is not an enemy and does not pose a threat to my plan. Okay, I pushed the herbs in front of me to Grisha. It seems that I do meet these 2 conditions. Let's talk about Murray. Grisha nodded, and then reached out and pushed down his glasses. Then, let's start with the 7 Titan mastered by Murray, so that you can accept it later. After all, there are some things you have never touched. Yes, it may have too much impact on the world view. You think too much, I waved. I am very accepting, and I am not ignorant of technology. Maybe I know more than you. Grisha was stunned, frozen, and then smiled helplessly. Well, whatever, let's start with the super weapon of the Malays, the super large Titan. When the Titan ability person turns, there will be a yellow lightning bolt. When the super large Titan is transformed, the lightning is several times larger than the other 8 Titan. It can be used as a super cannonball. Very suitable for destroying the enemy's fortress. In addition, the super large Titan also has the ability to consume muscle tissue to emit high temperature steam, which is used to prevent the enemy from getting close and killing unprotected targets, even if there is a slow response. Slow movement characteristics, but it is still the most powerful super weapon of Murray. Kaiser's Titan is an important force of Murray. Its hard bone armor allows it to carry the blows of shells, penetrate the enemy's defense line on the front battlefield, and destroy the enemy's fortress, but the bone armor also makes it move slower than other Titan abilities. The Beast Titan is shaped like a creature called the Gibbon, good at throwing, with high accuracy, but not strong in melee combat. The Female Titan, which can only be inherited by female abilities, has strong fighting skills and hardening ability, and is extremely fast. Compared with other several Titan, it is only 7 meters, flexible in stature, strong in bite, good at acting in the jungle and dealing with unprotected targets and enemy heavy armor protection. The vehicle is Titan, not good at frontal combat, good at transportation and reconnaissance. Warhammer Titan, Grisha paused. I only know that Warhammer Titan will attack with bones, the rest is unknown. I hummed and asked, what about their technological strength? Their technological strength is 100 years ahead of the wall, and they still have something to fly. Grisha replied. Aircraft. They have airplanes, but the main combat method is airships. Airship. I touched my chin thoughtfully. Mal's sloppy path on the science and technology tree was a good thing for Aldea, and the existence of the airship also showed that the opponent's technological strength did not reach the level of World War II. Because there was no such thing as an airship in World War II, the technology of World War I may be more backward. I muttered to myself, well, what? Grisha asked puzzledly. Nothing, I shook my head. Then he asked, do they have machine guns? Machine guns? I don't know this. Grisha shook his head. Before I got here, I was just a doctor in a clinic in Murray. I didn't know much about the military. Okay, I shrugged. What countries are there around Murray? Grisha looked up at the map hanging in the middle of the house. Eldea. Except this? Before I came, Murray seemed to be at war with the coalition forces in the Middle East. I don't know much about the others. Then what about the eastern country you are talking about? I said grumpily. No, I don't know that. Grisha scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems to be called the Shizel Empire. I don't know the specifics either. Oh, I sighed helplessly, and stared at Grisha with a silent look. At first I thought you were an expert, but I didn't expect you and the restoratives to exist to this day. It's fate. Grisha was stunned, but then said, then you are going to talk about your approach. How strong is Murray? World Overlord, Grisha replied. That presumably it has offended many countries. We need to know the countries that are hostile to Murray, intensify their conflicts, and promote Murray to offend those countries. It is best to promote those countries to form an anti-Murray alliance and fight Murray. After a few battles, when Murray fell into the flames of war, it was a chance for Eldea to rejuvenate. I said confidently, but in fact the content just now was used to fool Grisha. After all, I want to protect what I cherish. The things that require great power, besides my own power, we also need the power of organization, and getting Grisha was really fooled by me. After being dumbfounded for a while, he patted me on the shoulder. If I hadn't known that you were only 10 years old now, I would definitely think that this was a high-ranking person in his 50s or 60s, and it was the words of a capable person. Maybe it is. I shrugged and changed the subject wisely. But now the focus should be on the wall. Has the ancestor titan fallen? There is no progress, but I suspect that the king on the face is just a puppet, and the real king has someone else. Oh, yes, those technological knowledge. I know more about technology than you. I interrupted Grisha. As for my origin, I have a chance to tell you again, but you may not believe it then. All right, Grisha nodded and pushed the 3 medicine packets to me. The big one is for external use and the small one is for internal use. I will bring you the day after tomorrow. I will get things done as soon as possible. If it doesn't work, I will ask Hannies for help. Don't worry. I put away the 3 medicine packets and walked to the first floor. I can write reliably. As soon as I came to the first floor from the basement, I saw Carla holding Aaron in his ear and scolding him. Aaron, you are too impulsive today, knowing that many of them still rushed to fight them. Can't you learn to be smarter? I looked around the living room. Mikasa sat on the left side of the dining table, and Ammon and his grandfather sat on the right side of the dining table. Among the 4 of us, I was originally the most embarrassed with Aaron, then Ammon, and finally Mikasa. Now I have recovered 70% of my injuries with healing spell cards. Embarrassed. It's what they said that is so irritating. I rushed up because I couldn't be angry. Aaron defended, you are ashamed to say that you can do it this way by yourself, and it's tired of Gane and Mikasa. And Ammon. Carla was dissatisfied with the statement of Aaron, grabbed Aaron's ear and turned a half circle. Ah, it hurts. Mom, let go. Mom, I'm wrong. Aaron cried out. I silently walked to the dining table and handed a packet of medicine to Ammon, big for external use, small for internal use. Ah, thank you, Gao-wen. Aiming nodded repeatedly, suddenly raised his head and looked at me again. Gavin, your injury. The merit of the medicine. I pointed to the medicine packet in Amin's hand. Okay. Ammon reluctantly accepted my explanation. It's too early. Amin's grandfather stood up and nodded to Carla. I will take Ammon back first, and thank you for taking care of Ammon. Let's see you next time. Well, go slowly. Carla released Aaron and responded with a smile. Aaron took the opportunity to escape a few steps away, and I smiled at Aaron, opened the medicine bag and started to apply medicine to Mikasa's shoulder and arm. Gavin, it hurts. Mikasa frowned and said, it doesn't hurt when hitting someone. I gently squeezed Mikasa's face and said jokingly, well, it doesn't hurt. Come here and give you medicine. Carla opened the remaining medicine bag and beckoned to Aaron. Aaron first shrank his head before slowly approaching Carla. Say yes, don't move my ears. Aaron said vigilantly, well, don't move your ears. Carla nodded funny, and called Aaron over. In the middle of the night, I was tossed and turned in bed and could not sleep. The night before, I was still in the mood to tell a story to Aaron and Mikasa. I fell asleep peacefully because of the power of the restorationist. Tonight I was learning how strong the real enemy Mirai was. Later, I realized that the road ahead was long. Although I am not afraid of Mirai, the strength of the enemy still brings me tremendous psychological pressure. If Mirai is now aggressively attacking Eldia, what should I use to protect everything I cherish? And the answer I gave was, I can't do anything. There is still a ray of hope for escape. This answer made me incredibly helpless, and it also made me hard to sleep at this time. At this time, a soft body got into my bed, with the faint fragrance of the girl's body. I helplessly stretched out my hands and tidied the long hair of the future man, and said, Mikasa, return to my bed. Go to sleep. Mikasa drilled into my arms restlessly, and said, but you seem to be very worried. Gao-wen, I will comfort you. I nodded Mikasa's forehead. Nonsense, I'm worried about something. Mikasa stopped talking, just buried her face in my chest and stopped moving. I heard that there is an animal called a koala in a place. They like to hug it on a tree trunk in this posture. One hug is a whole day. Have you heard of it? Little koala. I hold down Mikasa's head said. Hate, oh I'm not a koala. Mikasa got out of my arms dissatisfied. Gavin is not allowed to change the subject. Okay, I sighed. I want to take those tomorrow. This guy beat him up, but it seems a bit difficult just for the 4 of us. Gawain, you can teach Aaron and Armin fighting skills to make them stronger. Mikasa said. Yeah. I suddenly realized that I was actually stuck in a mindset. I always wanted to improve my strength and find a strong ally, but a strong ally is not so easy to find. The restorative is already mine. The best choice, but it is still not strong enough. So, what should you do when your ally is not strong enough to find a strong ally? The answer is actually obvious, and that is to think of ways to increase the strength of your allies. There are 2 ways to increase strength. One is to increase the number of people, and the other is to increase the combat effectiveness. It is easier for me to help the restorators to do the latter, but the premise is that I can get Grisha's trust. I can do it regardless of whether it is technology equipment or physical fitness enhancement. The road ahead is still long, but at least now I have a specific direction to work on, which is much easier. Mikasa, you are too smart. I couldn't help kissing Mikasa's face, and put her in my arms. Mikasa raised her head proudly, and praised me extremely well. On weekdays, Mikasa always has an indifferent attitude towards irrelevant people. Since the tragedy, she has an ordinary attitude towards people like Grisha and sparse expressions. Towards friends like Eren and Ammon he has a friendly attitude towards Carla, but she doesn't speak much. Only when in front of me will Mikasa act like a spoiled girl, can make jokes, make funny faces, have rich expressions, and talk a lot. I rubbed Mikasa's head and smiled at her. Go back to sleep, I'm fine, we have something to do tomorrow. Mikasa gave a hum, returned to her bed, and had a good night. Get up, breakfast is ready. Carla's voice awakened me from my sleep. I turned my head and glanced at Mikasa. The latter was obviously just awake and was trying to get rid of the attraction of the bed. Iron body beaten by magnets. I sighed. I sat up from the bed laboriously, moved a little bit because I hadn't moved all night, and said to Mikasa who had just gotten up from the bed, "You change your clothes first, I'll go to." Eren cried out. He walked out of the room, closed the door smoothly, and walked to the Eren room. The autumn temperature here is still relatively low, only 19 degrees. Although the physique of the demon hunter makes me not afraid of such a temperature, people always like a comfortable environment. I opened the door and walked into the Eren room. As expected, this guy was still sleeping soundly under the blanket. I looked at his face, the bruises had almost disappeared, and it seemed that Grisha's medicine was still at work. Eren, I got up. I patted his face lightly, and shouted in a normal volume, "Well, sleep a little longer." Eren turned over, unmoved. I chuckled, grabbed the quilt with both hands, and lifted the quilt. The cool breeze made Eren wake up quickly. Gane, can't you change to a gentler way? Eren reached out and pulled the quilt back and praised himself, sat up and said dissatisfied, "I tried, but you just didn't get up." I spread my hands. Okay. Eren muttered, and began to change clothes. I shrugged, walked back to the front of my room, knocked on the door, and Mikasa's voice came from inside the door. Immediately, I waited. After a short while, Mikasa opened the door and walked out. I walked into the room, closed the door, changed my clothes and folded the quilt between me and Mikasa before leaving the room to eat in the living room. You helped to chop wood this morning, and you were free to move around in the afternoon. I'm sorry, although you were injured and need to rest, but the firewood at home has been used up. I borrowed it from my neighbors for cooking in the morning. Carla said slightly apologetically, "It's okay, I'm almost done." Mikasa shook his head, "It's a small thing." I have no objection. Eren directly obeyed the majority. Chopping wood in the morning, and on the way home at noon, we ran into Hans. Hans was a garrison soldier with blonde hair and alcohol, who was in his 30s. "Oh, it's Eren, Gao Wen, Mikasa." Hans greeted Eren initiatively, and rubbed the head of Eren, "Uncle Hans." Mikasa and I responded politely, "I hate it." Dead. Eren broke Hans's hands with both hands. "There is a smell of alcohol. You drank again during your work." Hans was dissatisfied with the bad attitude of Eren. He waved. "Yes, take a few sips to adjust your life. Go home quickly Eren, it's late." "Damn it, can't this guy be a bit of a soldier's consciousness? He actually drank during work." Eren said angrily, and Hannes had already swayed away. "Okay, Eren." I patted him on the shoulder. "Everyone has their own way of living. We just need to be ourselves." "But this guy is too irresponsible," Eren said dissatisfiedly. Out of breath, I stretched out my hand and pulled some from the pyre behind and put it on the pyre behind Eren. "Hey, I don't need it, Gane." Eren exclaimed unhappily. "Let your results look more Eren." I laughed. "Mine is half more than you." "Eren, I also." Mikasa also took it out from behind. "Some firewood fortresses were given to Eren." I said, "You two are enough." Eren cried out a little. "Am I like the kind of person who needs to be taken care of?" I laughed and said nothing. Mikasa nodded deeply. Eren only felt that the future was gloomy. In the afternoon, we discovered that a dozen people had been taught by Hans yesterday. Those who were not there had been driven out of the Higginshina district, which just saved me a lot of effort. In the evening, Grisha announced that he would bring me to the clinic tomorrow. Although Eren and Mikasa also wanted to go, Grisha was determined not to take it. The next morning, Grisha took me out after breakfast, and said to come back before dinner. I sat quietly in a galloping carriage and looked at the scenery outside the window, while Grisha was driving in front of the carriage. We were rushing to an uninhabited forest. This is a place inside the Wall of Mary. In the forest of giant trees, each tree is at least 30 meters high. The prey is scarce and it is not easy to develop, resulting in uninhabited people. According to Grisha, there is a secret base for restorationists. You don't seem to be nervous at all. Grisha turned around and said, "Why are you nervous? Not to tear it." I answered calmly. After all, I have experienced dozens of hunting careers on Earth. People in the battle, and I have seen the protagonist Titan when watching anime before, so this time I completely treated this action as an outing. Your tone is very similar to a veteran I've seen. Grisha was stunned, turned his head and looked forward and said, "Perhaps." I replied, not speaking, and Grisha was silent. It was so silent all the way. At about 9 o'clock we drove into the giant woods forest, just here. After driving for a while, Grisha stopped the carriage and said to me, "We walked a few meters forward. Gane, you stay here," Grisha ordered. Then he walked forward for about 10 meters. I'm optimistic. He took out the knife pinned to his waist, slashed his left hand, boom. A golden lightning appeared out of thin air, with black hair on one head, pointed and long ears, and no genital organs underneath. Titan stood up, about 15 meters in height, with well-proportioned muscles comparable to a bodybuilder. Attack on Titan, Grisha version. With the advent of Titan, I felt that my hunting instinct seemed to have reacted, but more importantly, my teleport ability was unlocked. I don't know if it was a coincidence or... I shook my head and looked in front of me. Titan, he has squatted down and stared at me, which is really stressful. However, if you want Grisha to be valued, you must show strength that is truly worthy of him. Suddenly, I have a plan. I want to have a sufficient position in the restoring faction and I can show my specialness. I teleported and stood on the right elbow of Titan. Grisha was startled. Titan also aimed at me at his elbow, as if local tyrant Jin was wondering how I got to him on the elbow. I smiled at Titan, then teleported to his right shoulder, and said in a relaxed tone, "Very good ability." Titan widened his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak but only a low growl of unknown meaning. Scorn? Grisha pulled out his upper body from the back of his neck in Titan, and there was a meat belt attached to his eyes. "Gane, what are you doing?" Grisha asked in surprise. "Oh, you can understand. It is a special ability of the Ackerman family." I replied in a flat tone, "Just like your Titan ability, I also have my own ability." 5 minutes later, Grisha stood in front of me, and his Titan form fell aside and quickly evaporated. "Gavin," Grisha asked, "what was your ability just called?" "Teleport." I answered truthfully. "Does everyone in the Ackerman family know it?" "No, only a handful of them," I said. "In fact, all Ackermans, demon hunters, teleport. It's just a matter of ability to master or not." Of course, I made up a lie in order not to cause Grisha's jealousy. I don't know how many demon hunters exist in this world, and how many have not forgotten the inheritance. If I have a good weapon, I can easily deal with the 3-meter class Titan now. I started planning to make a holy silver weapon. For example, the super hard blade equipped by the investigation corps. Grisha asked. "No," I shook my head, "better than that, stronger but also more expensive." "What do you want?" Grisha smiled, apparently seeing through my purpose, and I don't want to hide it. "I need 200 grams of silver with a purity of not less than 80%, and some iron and copper." "Your request is a bit excessive, Gane." Grisha squinted a little dissatisfied. "It can easily cut off super hard blades, and its durability can at least allow you to use it into the next century." I threw one out. "The bombshell, is this really true?" Grisha was taken aback and hugged my shoulders with both hands. I smiled and nodded. "Great." Grisha looked excited. "I need 5 long knives and 3 daggers, and I will provide you with the materials needed for your weapons. Let's go to the secret base first." Gresshara led me into the carriage and drove to the secret base. The secret base in my imagination, not to mention the high security, the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is hidden underground and difficult to detect. Now, you just built 7 wooden houses in the depths of the giant wood forest, and placed 21 in a row. People guard, just call this a secret base. I can't believe it, this secret base is too nonsense. The conditions are limited. Grisha smiled awkwardly. Since I showed my teleportation ability and the plan of making powerful weapons, Grisha's attitude towards me has become more respectful. The assistant of the future has a great help now, and my position in Grisha's heart has also risen a lot. "Noko." Grisha beckoned to a middle-aged man with a rifle leaning on a tree in front. "Come here." "Come on." Noko straightened up and walked towards Grisha. "Grisha," he pushed me forward and said, "Get to know my assistant Gane." "You're not kidding, boss." Nyok straightened his gray hair, and looked at him in disbelief. "Me, just such a kid." Grisha smiled at me and stepped aside. I suddenly understood that this is for me to stand up. I immediately rushed forward and punched Noko in the chest. Noko hurriedly stepped back and blocked my fist with the rifle sideways. Oh, the kid is very violent. I took a step forward, with my right leg blocking Noko. Behind the calf, both hands pushed hard, bang. Nok fell to the ground fiercely. "What?" The crowd on the sideline was startled, and then they looked at Grisha. Grisha waved his hand to tell them to leave it alone, and continued to look at me and Nox with interest. "Fighting? Damn, careless." Nok got up from the ground embarrassedly, put his gun aside, and assumed a fighting posture. "Come on." I lowered my head and avoided Noko's swinging fist, hitting his stomach with a fist, and then swept his legs to put him on the ground. Noko's face was firm and intimate contact with the ground. How embarrassed. There was a cold breath around. If the first time was a fluke, then the second time was strength. I felt the awe-inspiring gazes of everyone, and the corners of my mouth raised slightly. This feeling is really good. "How about it, do you want to fight again?" I asked, looking down at Nok, who was lying on the ground, with a painful expression, holding his stomach with one hand and supporting the ground with one hand, and muttered in a low voice, "I don't believe it." He suddenly rushed forward and hugged me with a grapple. I teleported to the side and kicked his ass. Nok fell to the ground again, and Grisha saw that Nok was almost defeated. Then he came to pick up Noko, and said, "Get to know everyone, my assistant Gane Ackerman, let's get along well in the future. Hello everyone, please take care of me in the future." I bowed. "Hello, my name is Lance Flynn." A stubborn young man nodded to me. "Jace Yang. List Clay Smith. Hawk. Hayway. It is probably because of the strength I have just shown. Everyone has a pretty good attitude towards me, even Nock, who was knocked to the ground by me 3 times. Suites all got up and shook hands with me. Lance, you take Gawain to familiarize yourself with the environment. I will go to the doctor and come back in the afternoon. Grisha instructed Lance. Also, Gawain is also a special ability. Speaking, his ability must have been seen by you just now. When the leader of the armed forces group Mark returns at noon, you should take care of it. Don't worry, leader, Lance nodded. Wrap it on me. Grisha drove away again in the carriage, leaving me with the 21 restitution members. Don't worry, the leader will come back to pick you up this afternoon. Lance patted me on the shoulder. Don't treat me like a child. I curled my lips in dissatisfaction. There is prestige in my eyes, but my age is my biggest shortcoming. Well, Lance shrugged. Let's go. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. There are 7 wooden houses, 4 are used for accommodation, 2 are for food storage, 1 is an arsenal, guns and ammunition and their homemade explosives are stacked together at will, as long as a match is struck and thrown down. Boom. Oh my god, don't you have any safety awareness? I reached out and patted the match that Lance was planning to light. Light the cigarette in the arsenal, you don't want to die. Hey, hee. Lance laughed dryly. After a few sounds, I picked up the matches and put them back in my pockets. I don't understand this, everyone does this. Do you understand this? Yeah. I nodded helplessly, hand in hand. Let's organize the arsenal first. Later, I will write a safety regulation and post it at the door. I will discuss other opinions with the leader. Okay. Lance smiled bitterly. It seems that we have been busy lately, so please advise, right, Mr. Ackerman? At noon, Lance and I finally sorted out the arsenal. Lance took me to a small open space next to another wooden house for dinner. In addition to the original 21 people, I also found that there were 3 more people in the field. These 3 among them, a man with a height of over 1.9 meters, strong muscles, and a brown-haired face with a scar from his forehead to the corner of his mouth is the most conspicuous. He is Captain Mark. Lance followed my line of sight and explained to me, Captain Mark is the second only to the leader in combat effectiveness of our restorationists. He has a keen beast intuition and powerful force. At the same time, his resourcefulness is not weaker than that of the intelligence team leader Yoshiba, and he has good 3-dimensional mobile device technology. Do you have 3-dimensional mobile devices? Yes, but there are only 17 sets. Gas is not easy to add. Lance nodded. Take me to say hello to him, I have to get to know him. I said, and I have an instinct for beasts very interested. Somehow, I sensed a faint werewolf bloodline in Mark's body, and his beast intuition is probably derived from this. Lance was silent for a few seconds, and then he sighed and said, oh, well, Captain Mark is actually very easygoing, but you shouldn't discuss with him, he doesn't make any difference when he starts. Don't worry, I waved my hand, I have my own measures. Oh, you are the leader's assistant. Mark stood up and scratched his head. I smiled and stretched out his right hand. Hello, my name is Gawain Ackerman. Mark took my hand. Mark Mankin, the leader of the military force, nicknamed the Butcher. I don't have a nickname. I said, lunch is here. Lance brought his lunch, grey bread with lettuce soup. I added some kale. I took the lunch that Lance handed over, glanced at the lettuce soup and said to Lance, thanks, Lance. You're welcome. What are you good at, Gawain? Mark asked. That's a lot, I said, taking a bite of the grey bread. I usually eat this at Grisha's house, but I will chop wood every 2 days. I'm good at fighting, hunting, shooting, weapon modification and maintenance, weapon manufacturing, herbal preparation, wound dressing, military theory, infiltration, assassination, blasting, torture, and intelligence gathering. These, I said, and suddenly found that everyone was looking at me. Gawain, Lance said hesitantly, you didn't brag, did you? Seeing me shook his head, Nako jumped up first. I'll go, kid, you are so good. In that case, then. It's better to call Gao Wengxiu's nickname expert. Mark said, no problem. I have no objection. I shook my head, right. Mark swallowed his last bite of bread. Just now you said that you are good at hunting, so it's better to improve our food for a while. This is a test in the morning to see if I am bragging. Okay, I replied, and a few settled for lunch. Give me a bow, right now. Mark froze for a moment, and then smiled. Okay, just now, you all heard. There will be meat to eat at night. Everyone cheered, and after a while, Hawk passed a bow and a pod of arrows came, and Mark took a rifle from the arsenal. There are few prey in the giant woods forest. I want to hit the prey by skill. I nodded to Mark and rushed into the forest on the left. I drove the hunter's vision and breath sensing through the jungle quickly, feeling very strange in my heart. I would have been eating with a person with werewolf blood, and my hunting instinct had not reacted when sitting together. And now I still compete with him to hunt. But this is not the Earth. Even if I encounter a pure-blooded alien, I will not do anything before the other side harms humans. After all, the hatred on the Earth cannot spread here. I shook my head, threw away the distracting thoughts in my mind and started to concentrate on hunting. Half an hour later, I dragged the body of a sika deer back to the camp, and Lance greeted him first. Is this a sika deer? Yeah. I nodded. Great, Gawain. Hawk also left. Come over, this sika deer can barely be eaten by all of us as a meal. Where is Captain Mark? I asked. He hasn't come back yet. Lance shook his head. I'm back. Mark's rough voice sounded behind him. Grandma, a bear, originally stared at an antelope, but accidentally quarreled a hibernating bear. I was chased by that for a dozen. I got rid of it in minutes. I looked back and saw that Mark was empty-handed, his clothes dirty, and he looked very embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, and Nock patted Mark on the shoulder. You are not the butcher. Why didn't you kill that guy? Slaying a fur. Mark punched Nock in angrily. Blind bear is the worst thing to provoke. I'm going to get rid of it when my brain is broken. Jess and Lisk took a few people to a nearby small pond to treat the deer, and then everyone started roasting venison and chatting while eating, so that I and everyone quickly became acquainted with each other, plus the strength I demonstrated earlier. Everyone recognized and convinced me as Grisha's assistant. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Grisha came back, and after he arranged some things, he took me away. In the carriage. Grisha was sitting in the front and driving the car. I was still sitting in the carriage. How about it, Gawain? Grisha seemed to be in a good mood. My restorative is not bad, right? Do you want to hear the truth or lies? I squinted. Grisha, the truth. Grisha smiled bitterly. In my opinion, your rehabilitator is a gang of mobs without clear discipline. Like a disk of loose sand, other people's secret bases have at least clear and secret posts. You don't even have a fixed post on your side. I use a bow and one. The pot arrow can kill them all. You don't need to use superpowers, believe it or not. I attacked unceremoniously. I will get along well with them to increase my feelings for the restoratives, but for Grisha, the restoratives, the leader of, pointed out that the problem is my duty as an assistant. Well, it seems that the restitutionists are going to make big changes next. Grisha sighed. I would like to ask Jaowen for your advice. I nodded. Although Grisha said so, I still have to confirm with him to be safe. Mr. Yeager, I said slowly, you treat the restorative as you used up. The blade that can be discarded later, or hope that it will become a powerful organization that can still occupy a place even after the future revival of Eldia. Grisha was stunned for a long time before coming back to his senses. I hope the reinstatement can be strong and make a long-term contribution to Eldia. Well, I nodded. I will take me. I'm telling you that I have the ability to strengthen the restorative faction. I only tell you the secret. In the basement of Grisha's house, I sat opposite Grisha. Actually, I'm not sure whether it's good or bad to tell Grisha this secret. But if I want to help the restoratives become stronger, I will inevitably go through Grisha and take it. There must always be a statement about the knowledge, weapons, medicines, etc. that help the restoringists, and that is why I can get these. In the long run, it is the best choice to show it all. Moreover, the lifespan of each power of Titan is only 13 years old. Judging from the age of Grisha's son Aaron, Grisha has only 3 years of life left at most. My secret is also it is unlikely to be known by others. I don't want others to know this secret. I said, don't worry, I won't tell others. Grisha nodded. Even if I give Titan the power to Aaron would not know if I erased it deliberately. I hummed and said again, you may not believe this secret, I come from another world. I stood up and held the surprised Grisha, and continued, it's not any country outside the wall, but the truth. The rest of the world, and I, came here because of an accident. In our place, the technology is at least 100 years less advanced than here, but we don't have Titan, and it's a peaceful age in general. The age of peace. Grisha repeated these 4 words, looked at me and asked, then how did you get here? This is a long story. I sighed. In the scientific there are still some non-human species under the shadow. We call them heterogeneous, and my race is called the demon hunter by them. The struggle between the demon hunter and the alien has continued from 6,000 years ago to today. Earlier, we received clues that the aliens will be looking for the door of return in a place. We want to gain the lost power of the mythical age and rebuild the mythical age. Under the leadership of the elders, we went to that place to hunt the aliens, but did not want to fight with me in the process of hunting. His friend was captured by a different kind of ancient, and thrown into the door of return to explore the way. When I woke up again, I entered this world, and my body changed from 16 to 10. Your friend is not Mikasa? No, wait, how do you prove it? Grisha was a little confused by the information I said. I raised my right hand with a holy flame burning in my hand. For other people you can say that I have the same special abilities as you, but for you and me, you should also know that we are different. Grisha was silent for a long time before speaking again. What about the Ackerman family? I don't know. I shook my head. I don't understand why there are my clan in this world, and they have all cut off the inheritance. So, what about the friends with you? I also know he is here, but I don't know where he is. I don't know the principle of the gate of return. Are you not just like me? Grisha made a rare joke, and he reached out to touch the holy flame in my hand. Gawain, are you real? Don't touch it. I quickly withdrew the holy flame. This fire is called holy flame. The temperature can easily melt gold and iron, and it can burn the body and soul at the same time. If your hand is burned, it may not be able to recover. Great, can even my body weight be restrained? Grisha withdrew his hand suspiciously. I split my mouth and smiled, and then released the holy flame and pushed towards Grisha. Try it. Nothing. Grisha shrank back and waved his hand again and again. I rolled my eyes at him, retracted the holy flame and said, and I don't knowing is not something that is important to the restitutionists. At least I know how to make potions to improve human physical fitness, how to make openings beyond the technology in the wall, and how to make the restitutions fundamentally powerful. Grisha got excited every time I said something, and finally I stood up and hugged my shoulders and asked, Gane, are you sure? I nodded, of course, but all these must be planned long-term. Sure enough, the organization I created is like my own child. I will never give up unless I have to. It's getting late, I will go up first. I took Grisha's hand and walked to the first floor. Let's start tomorrow. When I returned to my room, Mikasa was already asleep. It seems that today's things have taken a long time. I breathed out gently, but at least I took care of all the troubles. I was more relaxed before the official plot started. Now, Titan will break the city next fall, and I have a long time to prepare before then. Both my own strengthening and the strengthening of the restorative faction must be put on the agenda. When I was on Earth, I paid more attention to my own fighting skills, and then I practiced teleportation, holy flames, spell cards, and some spells. Now that I have 6 more years of growth, I can completely switch my focus and focus on teleport and holy flames. These 2 abilities can be of great use. As for spell cards and spells, Su Jinkan is good at it. It's a big deal to wait until you find him before discussing it. Now I can entrust Grisha to help in the search. That guy will never feel at ease to be an ordinary person. He will definitely make some noise in this place. As long as he is on the island of Parody, it is not difficult to find, but he has not watched Attack on Titan, which is a bit troublesome. I climbed into bed and got ready to go to bed. I glanced at Mikasa who was sleeping soundly on the other bed. One more thing, about Mikasa's training of the demon hunter and Eren, and Amin's physical fitness and fighting training should also begin. This can be regarded as laying the foundation for their future training career. I closed my eyes and rolled over into deep sleep. A few days later, concentrate. This should be easy. Visualize the pattern I just gave you in your mind. Use mental power to help your eyes lock where you want to reach, like this. I teleported to Mikasa. In front of me, I teleported to her left again and carefully guided, try it. I raised my chin to Mikasa. Mikasa's small face was flushed, and his eyes stared straight ahead. Then, nothing happened, still not working. Mikasa sat down on the ground in frustration. Am I too bad, Gane? I rubbed Mikasa's head suspiciously. Why? Get up quickly, don't sit on the floor, you can catch a cold easily. Mikasa gave a grabbed my hand and stood up from the ground. I looked a little depressed. Mikasa was very puzzled. How could he be unable to teleport? Anyone who is a witcher should teleport. I have never seen such a situation. Try this again. A holy flame came out of my hand. Is this? Mikasa hesitated to stretch out her index finger. A small cluster of holy flame was burning on her index finger. Awesome, I said with joy, and clicked. He pressed Mikasa's head, increased the firepower. Mikasa tried hard to ignite the flame, which grew slightly larger, and then went out with a pop. Gowan. Mikasa looked at me aggrievedly. Am I too stupid? Maybe it's too young, I said to myself, and touched Mikasa's head again. Nothing, let's get here today. Eren, they should also come back after a lap. Don't tell anyone about today. Oh, Mikasa nodded. 3 months later. Eren is lying on the grass under a tree, reaching out to block the direct sunlight from the eyes, squinting to enjoy the warmth of spring. Gane, what is in my father's basement? You have been in the winter almost every day. I've been there. I've never been in there. Eren asked jealously. There are many books on medicine in it. If you want to read it, please ask your uncle. I'm also satisfied. Lying on the grass, casually perfunctory Eren. In the past 3 months, I have basically established prestige with the restoring faction, and many members of the restoring faction have also strengthened their physical qualities, and their combat power is much stronger. I have also improved some details and organizational regulations. The number has also risen from more than 800 to 912, and the members' sense of belonging to the organization has also risen a lot, from a mob that gathers only for the same goal to a real organization. In the secret base, I also used dozens of spell cards to create a simple trapped formation. Only those with the pass I made can enter and exit freely. With this hand alone, I frightened the restoratives. Although this trapped formation demon hunters and aliens are both vulnerable to a blow, but to ordinary people, they are like miracles. In terms of weapons, in addition to a few holy silver weapons, I also invented the Nepalese saber that is suitable for chopping, also known as the melee weapon known as the dogleg knife. In terms of thermal weapons, I created the simplest revolver. In terms of rate of fire and portability, the muskets inside the wall were completely blasted. Sure enough, there is a saying that science and technology are the first combat effectiveness. Eren, Gao, Mikasa. Aiming's cry pulled me back from my distraction. I slightly got up and looked. I saw Aiming running towards us with a large and thick book in both hands. Come, as soon as he ran to us, Amin couldn't wait to say, look, I got this book from Grandpa again. Really? Eren sat up all of a sudden. That's it. A book about the sea. Yes. Amin nodded happily. He put the book on the ground and opened it to the bookmarked page. Look, there is also the blazing red water here, saying it can melt the steel. Amin said, pointing to the picture in the book, and we all surrounded with interest. In fact, I have seen most of the scenery in the book. I pretended to be very interested only to avoid Amin's kindness, especially the large description of the sea in the book. I have seen it many times before on the earth. I have become accustomed to the sea when I cross the sea. Only for those who have never seen the sea, what is written in the book will be extremely novel. Oh, by the way, tell you something. You must not tell others. After reading the book for a while, Ammon suddenly thought of something and turned to us. What's up? If it is not convenient, then forget it. Aaron said, it's okay, just don't tell others. Aiming waved his hand and said indifferently, obviously trusting us absolutely. Don't worry, Ammon, we are all people who can control our mouths. I nodded and said, Ammon gave a hum, then looked around and said in a low voice, my parents, they want to see outside the world. What? Aaron suddenly became energetic, but the door to the outside of Higashina district is not open to civilians. They said they wanted to make something called a hot air balloon, directly fly over the wall. Ammon replied. Will they bring you, Ammon? Mikasa asked, and she tightened her neck with the scarf I gave her, seemingly afraid of hearing the affirmative answer. No, they won't take me. Aiming shook her head, her expression was a little lost, and the corners of Mikasa's mouth were slightly raised, but due to Aiming's emotions, she did not show a happy look. Aaron patted Aiming's shoulder. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but Ammon had already raised his head and smiled at him. It's okay, I can go by myself when I grow up. Aaron was a little bit astonished, but then reacted, yes, when we grow up, we will join the investigation corps together and see the outside world. Yes, but isn't Auntie not letting you join the investigation corps? Ammon asked. Aaron, you are not allowed to join the investigation corps. Mikasa also said with a cold face, I want to report to my aunt what you just said. Aaron his expression froze, and then jumped up angrily and called to Mikasa, said, why are you hitting my small report again? Mikasa snorted coldly, without answering, Gane, don't you think? Aaron turned its target to me again, joining the investigation corps is my decision. No one can interfere with my freedom. I was a little trapped, so I asked why. Huh? Mikasa's fierce gaze swept at me immediately, and it fell on me at the same time as the eager gaze of Aaron, which was very stressful. Gane, what do you think? Aaron asked again. I was a little embarrassed. I don't want to be partial to Mikasa and Aaron, but now I can't seem to be neutral anymore. I think it is everyone's right to chase one's own dreams. I said. Aaron looked happy, and Mikasa's eyes suddenly dimmed. But in the process, you should also consider your family's feeling. I added quickly. Mikasa's mood changed from overcast to sunny again. She looked at Aaron and said, have you heard Aaron? You should think about your aunt's feelings. Did you not hear Jaehowen? He said. Saying that everyone has the right to chase their own dreams. Aaron retorted, no one can stop me from chasing my dreams. I sighed, holding my forehead, the two obedient emotions are only half listening. Listen to what is good for you, and deaf if you don't help. Aaron and Mikasa are still arguing, and my mind has thought of Amin's parents. In the first season of the original book, Ammon seems to have only mentioned one sentence to his parents, you will die if you mess around like my parents. I think it should be this behavior. From the perspective of Amin's friend, I don't want his parents to be dealt with by the gendarmerie in the accident, but from the perspective of the rehabilitators, only if they were caught by the gendarmerie in the accident, we can rescue them at that time, and then recruit them into the rehabilitators and use them as the skeleton. Set up its own scientific research team to restore rights. Stay in this wall is like being kept in captivity like domestic animals, there is no freedom at all. I must join the investigative corps and get out of this cage. The roar of Aaron pulled me back to reality, but you will dead. What do you do if Aunt Carla is dead? Mikasa made no concession. If no one joins the investigation corps, then the lives of so many soldiers before that are sacrificed in vain. Aaron fought against each other. All right, okay, I hurried over to make the rounds. I'll talk about things later. No, Aaron didn't intend to give up at all. He turned his head to me and said, Gane, which corps do you want to join in the future? Investigative corps, garrison corps, or gendarmerie corps? God, why ask again? Come on my head. It seems that the military police can only enter the top 10 in the training corps. Ammon said in a low voice, and I sighed. It seems that I have to answer this question. I will join the investigative corps. I replied. In fact, I thought about avoiding it. After all, this question will be asked sooner or later. It is better to face it as soon as possible than to avoid it. Mikasa's mood fell suddenly. With a look of loss on her face, Aaron jumped up happily, and said to Mikasa triumphantly, I heard it. Gawain's thoughts are the same as mine. Mikasa lowered her head and did not answer. I couldn't help but reached out and rubbed her head comfortingly. It's okay, Titan can't help me with my skill, and I'm covering Aaron, it's fine. Mikasa hummed softly, stood up, and beat Aaron from heaven to in one sentence, in any case, I have to talk to my aunt about today. I smiled bitterly and didn't speak. Ammon watched Aaron and Mikasa arguing in silence. In the end, Aaron was directly hit by Mikasa using the shoulder throw technique I taught before she stopped. Afterwards, Mikasa he also glanced at me, scared me to shrink behind a Ming, for fear of being treated so cruelly. Unexpectedly, the invincible Gane was also afraid. Ammon joked, why don't you go? I smiled and stepped forward to help Aaron. Mikasa said, I don't mind using violence to make you change your mind. She did not know how to avoid the edge, it was really enough. However, it seems that because of my intervention, the relationship between Mikasa and Aaron is not as good as in the anime, but I am happy to see things happen. In the anime, Mikasa has a deep love for Eren, and regards Eren as the whole of his life, and has paid a lot for Eren, but the guy Eren only wants to eliminate, Titan, turned a blind eye to Mikasa's contribution, and even regarded Mikasa's protection of her as an obstacle to her progress, and her attitude towards Mikasa was very bad. But now that I am a traverser, I will naturally not let the above things happen again, and because of my intervention, the relationship between Mikasa and me is the closest, and the relationship with Eren is not as good as the anime shows closeness among them. Eren, how many times have I told you not to join the investigative corps? Do you want to die outside and let me lose my only son? At the table, Carla was angrily reprimanding Eren, while the latter is a helpless and dissatisfied look, just because Grisha is still sitting at the table, so Eren didn't jump up and turn back. Regarding their dispute, I have to write about the 4 corps set in the animation. Let me talk about the investigative corps that Eren has been joining. The investigative corps is the life faction of the human camp inside the wall. It is determined to challenge the Titan field outside the wall with a mortal decision. Because of the highest mortality rate, it is a corps that ordinary recruits never want to join. At the same time, because of the long-term battle with Titan on the front line, the sharpness of the soldiers is far from that of other corps. Almost everyone has extraordinary fighting ability, but there are only more than 300 people. The corps badge is the overlapping bird wings, wings of freedom, which means that human beings refuse to be humiliated domestic animals in cages and always yearn for freedom. The training corps is also known as the Sword of Human Crusade. It is composed of recruits who have not yet joined the official corps and instructors responsible for training recruits. After graduation, recruits can choose to join the Investigation Corps, the Garrison Corps or the Gendarmerie Regiment, but only those recruits who have not taken the top 10 comprehensive scores during the training corps period are eligible to join the Gendarmerie Regiment. The corps badge is an overlap of the 2 swords used by soldiers, with the tip of the sword pointing diagonally upward. The Garrison Corps is responsible for strengthening the city walls and defending various cities. It is the ultimate destination for recruits who fail to qualify for the Gendarmerie Regiment and do not want to join the Investigation Corps. The Garrison Corps is under the jurisdiction of the Gendarmerie Corps. Soldiers who have accumulated a lot of experience in the Garrison Corps can also apply to be transferred to the Gendarmerie Corps. The number of the Garrison Corps is about 3,000. The emblem of the corps is a rose on the upper right and lower left, which means the rose flower language to protect peace. In the 2 Titan battles, the garrison troops played a major role and defended the Guardian Kyangwe's name with huge sacrifices. The Gendarmerie Regiment, with about 2,000 people, is responsible for managing the people and maintaining order around the king. Because of the right to live in the mainland and stay away from the threat of Titan, it is almost the ultimate goal of all recruits. It is a human conservative in nature, opposed to the democratic and free Investigation Corps. The corps badge is a unicorn, referring to fairness and justice, and the meaning of defending order, but in fact most of the Gendarmerie regiments are arrogant and prosperous, bureaucratic corruption, and oppress the people. During my distraction, Carla's reprimand for Eren finally came to an end. Next is my routine nap time. Eren and Mikasa don't have the habit of taking a nap, so I'll have lunch with after dinner. Ming went outside to play. Grisha also went for a walk outside. Before 2:30 in the afternoon, I woke up on time, folded the quilt and walked downstairs, and said hello to Carla who was mopping the floor. Good afternoon, Aunt Carla. Carla straightened up and smiled at me. Good afternoon, Gawain. I also smiled politely and walked to the door. I'm looking for Eren them. Boom. At this moment, the door was pushed open severely, and 2 men rushed in with a strong man. Is Dr. Yeager here? I was surprised at first, but I heard what they said and saw them clearly. After he looked like he put his hand from the hilt of the holy silver dagger at his waist, and Nock and Lance were facing the seriously injured Mark. Mark's abdomen was bloody, and it was just hastily wrapped up with a bandage. The blood was still leaking out, and there were also various degrees of abrasions in other parts. Lance and Nock were also very embarrassed and their injuries were not light. Who are you? Carla grasped the mop tightly, stepped forward, and pulled me behind, which made my heart warm. You are Mrs. Yeager, don't worry, we are Mr. Yeager's friends. Lance nodded politely to Carla, then turned his head to me. By the way, Mr. Ackerman also knows us. Yes, Mr. Flynn, I said, and Carla nodded again. Mark's injury can't be dragged on any longer, and his life would be in danger if dragged on. Grisha is not at home now. Carla finally relaxed his vigilance and said to Lance, you follow me to the basement first. I will stabilize his injury first. I opened the mouth and said to Carla, Aunt Carla, please go find Uncle Grisha. Okay. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Carla was taken aback, put down the mop and ran out. You follow me. I took out the basement key that Grisha had made for me and said to them, and took them into the basement. Don't touch anything, don't walk around. I instructed Lance and Noko, unwrapped the bandage on Mark, and used my belt to pull out a healing spell card and put it on Mark's stomach. The spell card burned out instantly, stopping the blood from Mark's wound and allowing his wound to heal slightly. I dragged out a small box from under the table, took out Grisha's medical equipment, sterilized a camera with the holy flames control fire, and started using the camera to inspect Mark's wound. The wound was not deep, but the area was not small. It looked like it had been hit by a shotgun. I took a closer look. There were still some small steel in the wound, and it was shotgun. What's the situation? Why did Mark get hurt like this? I turned my head and asked. I know Mark's strength. I have played 4 hands with him in the past 3 months. His beastly instincts and powerful strength are me. If you can't beat him without teleporting, of course, I'm only 10 years old now. Lance and Nock looked at each other. Nock sighed and replied, we encountered the Central Gendarmerie during the operation in the Troost district. They dispatched a new team this time and used a new type of 3-dimensional mobile device. The team was caught off guard by this sudden attack. They also attacked with shotguns on the 3-dimensional mobile device. Only the 3 of us escaped from the 35-person team. If it were not for our revolver operation, we barely suppressed them at the critical moment. I'm afraid we will be wiped out this time. When I listened to Noko's words, I suddenly felt something was wrong. The Trost's area belonged to the protrusion of the Wall of Rose, and the distance between the Wall of Rose and the Wall of Maria was 100 kilometers, and Mark's injury was 1 hour. In the past, more than an hour was not enough to rush from Rose's wall to Maria's wall. Mark suffered more than an hour ago. I looked at them and said, my left hand has been quietly pressed on the hilt of the holy silver short sword. We were attacked in the Troost district first and damaged 22 people. Then we escaped from the special zone and evacuated to the secret base of the Giant Woods Forest. Their people were chasing after them. Our team continued to reduce the number of personnel, and then we went to the secret base. We used the maze you laid down to get rid of them. Team leader Mark was also badly injured when I blocked the gun at that time. After that, we came here non-stop. Lance explained quickly. When Lance spoke, I secretly cast a polygraph magic, and the feedback told me that he did not lie. This made me relieved and my hand left the hilt. After all, I would have to kill them if they betrayed the enthroned. The past few months of getting along has also made me have a good relationship with them. I don't want to be a killer, and the restitutionists will encounter a lot of troubles. Fortunately, it's not what I imagined. I took a deep breath and nodded to Lance and Nock. I have stabilized Mark's injury. Now let me see how your injuries are. Both Lance and Noko's injuries were bruises, except for Lance's left forearm with a knife wound about 10 centimeters long. Are you still fighting close to each other? I asked. Kenny the throat sniper did it. Lance's face was a bit ugly. He looked up at me, hesitated for a few seconds, and said the full name of the perpetrator, Kenny Ackerman. I acted for a while, another demon hunter. However, this character did not appear in the first season at all. If I knew I would pass through, I would read the comics so that I would not know anything now. I complained secretly in my heart. I haven't heard of this person. I shook my head, started to treat Noko with the healing spell card, and motioned Lance to continue. It is said that Kenny the Throat Slasher cut the necks of at least 100 military policemen. He is notorious in the royal city. Many military policemen can't catch him if they want to catch him. I don't know how he would join the Central Military Police now. He frowned, then investigate him and focus on collecting his information. This order will help me pass to the intelligence team. His information is very important and must be detailed. Also, check the intelligence of the new 3-dimensional mobile device. It's also very important. In a few days, Grisha opened the door and walked in. Who was seriously injured? He asked, and then saw Mark lying unconscious on the bed. What's the situation? He whispered and glanced at the 3 of us. I was right. He nodded. I'll talk about it in a while. First surgery. Grisha hummed, and after seeing that I had cured Lance and Noko's injuries, he waved at them. You go out first, Gane stays here. In the past, I used to go out with Grisha in the name of a medical visit to a secret base to handle restorative affairs. Grisha visited the clinic, so I don't have the slightest experience in the operation of removing steel balls. I did, and I had to use the healing spell card to stabilize Mark's injury. The task was not easy. The operation lasted until nearly 5 in the afternoon. After a few minutes of rest, Grisha called Lance and Nock into the basement for questioning. Faced with Carla's worried question, Grisha perfunctorily said that she met him during the visit. After talking for a few words, Carla was relieved after I assured Carla that they were of good character. It's the doctor's job to save the dying and heal the wounded, Carla. Grisha smiled at Carla and closed the basement door, and I could finally rest. Mikasa, who had been waiting for a while, came up to help me squeeze. With shoulders, Aaron helped me with a glass of water. Although I was a little tired from the long-term and intense concentration, I still noticed that Mikasa's mood was a little depressed, and Aaron was bruised and swollen. What's the matter, you two? I asked, taking the water from Aaron and drank it. The 3 dared to grab Amin's bread this afternoon, and I taught them severely. Meal. Aaron said triumphantly. This time Aaron rushed up alone again and was beaten up by them. Finally I beat them all away, but Amin's bread didn't take it back. Mikasa replied in a cold voice, hey. Aaron yelled at Mikasa dissatisfied. Aaron, Mikasa is a girl, so you are not allowed to yell at her. Carla came over and pressed the head of Aaron and said, Aaron hummed and stopped talking, but his face still showed dissatisfaction. Well, I believe you have this strength. I said, really? Aaron's eyes brightened. For him, the recognition of my professor is much more important than the opinions of others. Yes, I stood up and stretched, turning to look at Mikasa and asked, how long ago? About half an hour ago. Mikasa tilted his head for a moment and replied, yeah. I looked at the sky outside the window, guessing that there is still a long time before dark to eat, and I said, let's go out and find them, the sooner the better, maybe we can get the bread back. Ming. Aaron said, no, I shook my head, just the 3 of us. Then we ran out. Eren and Mikasa quickly followed. Through the hunter's vision and breath induction, I quickly found their tracks. 10 minutes later, we found them in a hidden alley. At this moment they were eating bread. Damn it! Give the bread back! Eren shouted angrily, and immediately rushed to do it. I held Eren in time and watched sneerly. These three punks panicked because they saw me and Mikasa at the same time. I squeezed my fists and said, "You guard the entrance, don't let them run, I will deal with them. It's just that I'm very upset about Mark's injury, about Amin's parents, about the new equipment of the Central Military Police, and I'm so annoyed. Now I just want to let you vent. Gao Wen, I have something to say. Bread for you?" The leader trembling handed me the remaining 2 pieces of bread. I took the bread with my left hand and threw it to Eren, who immediately caught it. And then ran behind Mikasa. I smiled and raised my fist. I didn't come for bread. What? Though was a little dazed, and I hit his face with a fist, and then jumped into the air to spin kick him on his stomach. I just see you upset. Seeing that the boss was beaten, the other 2 gangsters rushed up with their scalp, and I opened the left and right gates in the Beiji fist and knocked them away. Then, after the lead gangster got up, he punched him in the throat and grabbed. He threw his arms over his shoulders and threw him to the ground, and swept his legs twice and brought down his 2 little brothers again. Eren saw me put them down as soon as I met him and felt blood boiled after being crushed so much. When he stuffed the bread in Mikasa's hand, he rushed up and kicked them. "It's almost done, let's go." After a few minutes, I felt that it was enough to stop, so I pulled Eren to prevent him from continuing to beat the gangsters. Eren did not forget before he left. He kicked the gangsters again and shouted, "Remember, next time I dare to bully Amin, we will fix you like this." These gangsters are all 12 or 13-year-olds, 3 or 4 years older than the 9-year-old Eren. It's no wonder that Eren couldn't beat them every time before, but since 3 months ago, one person singled out the 3 of them and all of their companions, and after winning, they were terrified of me, and even their bullying behavior towards Amin and Eren was much reduced. When we got home, Lance and the others had already left. Eren went to give Amin bread and still hadn't come back. Mikasa was in a moody look. Only I noticed Grisha's tired face and thought of dinner. Later, I still have something to report to him. I can't help but sympathize with him. It's not easy to be a leader. It is hard work to not only listen to the reports of his subordinates, but also to arrange tasks to develop the restoratives and to support the family. Mikasa was still in low spirits during dinner. Maybe she had a fight with Eren this morning? I didn't think much. I just reached out and touched her head and smiled at her. After dinner, I winked at Grisha, and clenched my right fist to signal that he was urgent. Grisha sighed helplessly and walked to the basement. "I want to prepare some herbs, and Gane will help me. Would you like to take a break?" Carla asked concerned. "No," Grisha said. Waved. "Time is a bit tight, I won't rest." Basement. Grisha sat in a chair casually, and said weakly, "What's the matter, Gane?" I have to say that Grisha can only be so tired in front of me. He has always been extremely strong and wise in the eyes of others. He will reveal his truest side only when he is alone with me, a traveler. I'm thinking about my plan for the restorationist scientific research team. I pulled out another chair and sat beside Grisha. "Oh, what kind of eyes?" Grisha suddenly became energetic and stared at me closely. Asked, "Gane, do you have any new ideas? This is about Amin's parents." I looked at Grisha, and my face was not pretty. "Amin's parents are Albedo and Benna?" Grisha was a little uncertain. "Yes," I nodded. "Amin told me they are going to make a hot air balloon to fly out of the wall." "Hot air balloon, what does this have to do with your plan?" Grisha still doesn't understand. I can't help sighing. Grisha is excellent in all aspects, but his vision and thinking development are not as good as I was born in the 21st century. If they build hot air balloons, it means that they have active thinking and outstanding scientific research capabilities relative to this era, and they are the best candidates for the rehabilitation research team. I explained. "Then how do you convince them to join the restorationists?" Grisha was moved by me, and I smirked. "They want to go out because they want to know the truth of the world. We only need to send people to rescue them before they are captured by the military police, and then tell them the truth and the enemy. You want to report them?" Grisha looked at me suspiciously. "Cut. With their patience, I'm afraid the gendarmes will know soon." I said disdainfully, "We just need to organize our manpower to rescue them." "Okay." Grisha shrugged. "Mark is injured. Who will lead the team? How many people do you want?" "Lance will take 20 people to cooperate with me." I replied. "Bring 12 spears and 8. Turn the revolver. The mission time is not sure, but the longest should not exceed 1 month." Grisha hummed. "I will organize the day after tomorrow." He yawned. Seeing that he was also very tired, I took the initiative to speak. "Get some rest early, I'll go up first." Grisha nodded and got up. After turning off the kerosene lamp, I walked straight to the first floor. At this time, half an hour has passed since dinner, and there is still plenty of time. Eren is still very interested in fighting in the afternoon, so I instructed him on some tricks. Mikasa was also listening. After learning Eren, they were full of enthusiasm and asked Mikasa to practice with him, and the ending was naturally tragic. In terms of physical fitness, Mikasa finished Eren, and the fighting skills Mikasa was also carefully guided by me, and Eren couldn't keep up. After playing around for a while, he took a shower, and then told them a story about Alibaba and the 40 thieves. During this process, Eren was very interested. It seems that he had a very good day, yes, but Mikasa is still depressed, even if she doesn't say anything to me. I don't know what went wrong, but I hope she can feel better tomorrow. Soon it was time to go to bed, and I was still thinking about rescuing Amin's parents in a few days in bed. At this moment, Mikasa got into my bed. What's wrong with Mikasa? I was a little surprised, and she suddenly got tight. He hugged me tightly, buried my face in my chest and said nothing. What's the matter? I touched Mikasa's hair and asked. Mikasa didn't answer. I was a little helpless, so I had to let her hold it like this. After a while, I suddenly realized that my chest was wet. It was Mikasa's tears. This was the second time she cried since I met Mikasa. The last time she cried was because of the loss of her parents. I suddenly panicked. What's the matter? Who bullied you? I asked Mikasa gently. Speak out. I'll help you fix him. I said. Mikasa didn't answer, and was still crying. I tell you a story. I will do magic. Do you want to watch? I tell you a secret. Don't you listen? No matter how I speak, comfort or weird, even tried to pretend to be angry, but Mikasa just didn't respond, and I was completely panicked. I will give myself to you, okay? Stop crying. Can't I make a mistake? I begged. Mikasa finally raised his head and glanced at me, then continued to bury his head on my chest. Gane is a badass, she said vaguely. Bad guys are bad guys. I sighed. As long as you don't cry. Mikasa raised her head and stared at me, making me nervous. She won't cry again. I thought to myself, Gane, I'm so scared. Mikasa said, what are you afraid of? I'm here. I touched her head. I'm afraid I will experience the feeling of losing a loved one again. Mikasa said with a cry. This morning Eren said that you want to join the investigative corps, and you must also join investigation corps. I don't want to lose my loved ones anymore. Don't leave me. I was silent for a while, and put Mikasa in my arms. Her life experience was already miserable enough. Now she probably regards me as her closest relatives, so why am I? I won't leave you. I said. I swear to you, Mikasa, I will always be by your side. Mikasa gave a hum, leaning on my body and said, Gane, tonight I want to sleep with you. Frozen, this. Gane just swore. Mikasa was about to cry. Okay, let's not take it as an example. I quickly compromised, holding a girl to sleep, of course. A very cool thing, but Mikasa is only 9 years old now. It is time to exercise independence. I have to consider all aspects of the problem. Go to sleep. I steamed the clothes dry with the holy flame, hugged Mikasa in my arms and said, and soon fell asleep. 2 days later, Lance brought 20 people to the Higginshina district. According to Ammon, his parents had completed 1/3 of the construction of the hot air balloon, and planned to be in Maria's next month. Inside the wall, a giant forest of trees flew hot air balloons, and that was the location of the secret base of the restorationists. This was a coincidence, and it saved time and effort. Grisha and I went to the secret base of the giant wood forest the day before they were ready to act. According to our spy report, the Arnolds had completed the construction of the hot air balloon. They will sleep on the outskirts of the giant wood forest tonight. Use a hot air balloon to fly out of the wall tomorrow morning. Another piece of information showed that 12 Central Gendarmerie had arrived in a small town 7 kilometers away from the giant wood forest, only to wait for the Arnolds to be captured tomorrow morning. The restorationists are also ready to fight for the rescue tomorrow morning, just waiting for the time to come. To be honest, as Amin's friends, I have no good feelings for the Arnolds. Their disregard for Ammon and Mr. Arnold is disgusting. The only thing I value about them is the hot air balloon technology in their hands and their scientific research capabilities. The former can promote technological progress within the wall, such as upgrading hot air balloons to airships or even airplanes. At that time, the restorationists will fully control Paradise air superiority. Albedo, start to untie the rope. Vena said. She was increasing the firepower to make the hot air balloon float in the air. Albedo responded and began to untie the rope that fixed the hot air balloon to the ground. The military police still disappeared. I and the restitutionists who are hiding in the tree are secretly anxious. If they don't come, the restitution will be the bad guy. This is not conducive to the plan to let them join the restitution. These are as agile as hunting dogs. They can show up quickly wherever something happens. Why is it so slow and dead today? Lance cursed in a low voice next to me, apparently usually with the Central Gendarmerie. Fighting, I poke my head out of the tree trunk and took a look at the Arnolds. The 4 ropes of Albedo had already been untied to the 3rd one, and it was really too late for the gendarmes to come. Expert, shall we do it? Lance looked at me and asked. No, I shook my head, holding the enchanted crossbow tightly in my hand. We are still lurking before the last moment. After a while, Albedo had already untied the 4 ropes and started to board the hot air balloon. Experts, do it. Lance asked again. No hurry, they have to untie sandbags. I looked away. At this point, the Central Gendarmerie had not yet appeared, so they decided to take action. There are a total of 16 sandbags, and they are expected to solve 8. Things are still going to turn around. 5 minutes later, 12 Central Military Police finally appeared in my sight. At this time, the Arnolds had already solved 6 sandbags. Nock, Jess, and Hawk also asked me to do it before, but they were all rejected by me. Finally appeared. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was under tremendous pressure to suppress the restorative group of people. Now the arrival of the Central Gendarmerie relieved me of pressure. Listen to the people in front, you have violated the laws and regulations of the Charter of Mankind, and you have been arrested. Immediately stop the movements of your hands and raise your hands. The Central Gendarmerie headed by shouted. Hannah suddenly panicked. What should I do? Albedo, the military police are here. Hannah asked nervously. Don't worry, my dear. Albedo comforted. We will fly into the sky soon, and we will see the outside world soon. Don't be afraid of them. Let's continue to unpack the sandbags. Seeing that they were unmoved, the Central Military Police immediately picked up their rifles and fired 2 shots, but they all shot into the empty space. Experts, let's do it. If you don't do it, they will threaten the life of the target. Nyok said impatiently. He picked up the rifle and aimed at the Central Military Police to shoot. I quickly teleported to him. He pressed his muzzle by his side. What's the panic? I whispered. Listen to my orders. Nyok looked straight at me, and after a few seconds he sighed and took a few steps back. As the hot air balloon began to rise slowly, the military police finally rushed to the front of the hot air balloon. What are you going to do? Albedo said nervously in front of Benna, wanting to delay the time for the hot air balloon to take off. Of course it is. Kill you. The gendarme's headed shouted, took out the grappling hook from his waist and threw it to the basket of the hot air balloon. For your majesty the king, shouted the gendarme headed, grabbing the rope and dragging the hot air balloon down, and the other gendarmes also worked together. After all, the hot air balloon was dragged to the ground by them because of insufficient lift. It's over, Albedo Benna said desperately. Albedo did not answer. Through supervision, I saw despair in his eyes. I realized that the time to save people has come. The action team is ready to descend, the cover team is ready to cover with firepower. I ordered, and the voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of the restitutionists through magic power without being heard by others. Finally acted. Nock murmured, and began to prepare to put the rope. Lance took out the revolver and began to greet the other 7 people to prepare for fire cover. Hands. I shouted, raising the crossbow to the headed military police and squeezing the trigger. A slender red light beam suddenly pierced the head of the headed military police from the crossbow. Bang bang bang. At Langston, someone fired on the military police. The revolver had 6 rounds of ammunition. Pull the trigger once and fire once. All shots were completed for up to 3 seconds, and the magazine changed up to 5 seconds. The front-mounted musket inside the wall was once. Only 1 shot can be fired. Even a person familiar with firearms needs 10 seconds to reload once, and there are posture requirements. In addition, we were a surprise attack, so in just 1 round of fire, the military police fell 8, and the remaining 4 quickly hid behind the tree. Nock had already led the action team to reach the Arnolds by cable landing and controlled them. Good morning, too, and the restorers will protect your safety. Nock laughed at them, and then to the players. He waved his hand. The 3 of them stay here to protect them, and the others will advance in the usual training methods. Don't let one go. The 9 restitution action team members quickly approached the 4 central gendarmerie in the zigzag pattern I taught them before. On the way, they appeared from behind the tree and fired a few shots, but instead of hitting us, they did not hit us. 2 more were killed. I nodded in satisfaction. New equipment versus old weapons, and new methods of warfare versus old methods. If this way they can't win simply and neatly, it would be too wasteful. Noko gestured to the players to stop, and alone touched the big tree where one of the central gendarmes was located. At this moment, the opponent just rushed out from behind the tree, staring at Noko in a daze. About to shoot, Nyok hurriedly grabbed the barrel with his left hand and lifted it up. Bang. After the gun was shot, Noko took the opportunity to hit the gendarmerie's abdomen with a knee, then drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed him into his heart. The remaining gendarmerie was headshot by Chien crossbow while the probe was being probed. The battle ended. Clean up the scene and bury all the bodies. The 2 of them will be brought back to the base first. I teleported down from the 30-meter-high tree trunk and told the restitutionists. Everyone nodded and supported the Arnolds. He was about to walk to the base. Wait, you are Gawain. Albedo called out suddenly, looking at me in shock. What are you doing? Mr. Arnold. I interrupted unceremoniously. After his words, you have been collected by the restorative party. Take it away. I waved. Wait Gawain, don't you know us? We are Amin's parents. Benna also called. I turned around and turned my back to them. It is true that I am not good to Amin afterwards. Explain, but the parents who abandon their children in this way don't think Amin will have any feelings for them. Take it away. I said indifferently. Yes, Lord Ackerman. Several restorative members said respectfully. The Arnolds were pulled away roughly. I have to say that the people inside the wall are still relatively ignorant and worship the strong. Once you show power beyond ordinary people, you will be regarded as a god. If it weren't for my youth and smallness, my prestige in the restorationists would even will overtake Grisha. Even so, except for senior officials such as Mark, Lance, and Nako, everyone else treats me respectfully. I will leave the rest to you, Nock. I nodded to Nock. Watch them. Don't worry, expert. I'll take care of it. Nock laughed and walked away with his gun. Up. At noon, Grisha and I returned to the Higashina district in a carriage. The next morning, Amin appeared in front of me, Aaron, and Mikasa with a sad face. My parents, there was an accident. Amin said sadly, and he sniffed. I heard that they didn't make it. They were given by the military police. Damn, they just want to go out and see the outside world. Why did those do this? Aaron said angrily. I felt a slight pain in my heart. This is a deception to my friend. I gritted my teeth and said, this is the best result. I comforted myself in my heart. Maybe they will meet again when the rejuvenationists can appear in the future. Sorry. I patted Ammon on the shoulder and said, trying to ignore the guilt in my heart, it's okay, anyway, they don't care about me much, it's not a big deal. Ammon said to himself, Ammon, you still have us. Mikasa also stepped forward and pressed Amin's shoulder and said, we are your family. Ammon grinned at us reluctantly, thank you. Soon, half a year later, the restorationists have found out the real royal identity in the wall, the Reese family. The current owner is Uli. Kenny. Ackerman is the full-time of their family and controls a special team in the Central Military Police, the opposing suppression force. The anti-person suppression force masters a new type of three-dimensional mobile device against the person, and uses shotguns to attack, and it is said that the purpose of this force is to suppress the increasingly powerful restorationists. King Uli was also very powerful. A month ago, Grisha sent a 12-man elite team equipped with revolvers and three-dimensional mobile devices to assassinate Uli. Uli, who was transformed by Titan, is completely destroyed. Due to the improvements made by the Arnolds, the restorationists now have 1 medium-sized airship and 4 small airships. We can now mobilize up to 3 small airships to bomb Uli with bursting spell cards at high altitudes. We can use my restored manual rotation on the ground. The machine gun uses the main attack to suppress the opposing forces, and cover you to capture the Ancestor Titan. In the basement, I told Grisha about my plan, but did not say a word about how to deal with the power of the Ancestor Titan. To be honest, I think it would be too wasteful for one person to have the power of the 2 Titan and not be able to fully utilize them. But the power of Titan has always been a taboo for Grisha. He will not allow unreliable people to get involved in the power of Titan, and I am not interested in the power of Titan, so I only determined myself to capture the Ancestor Titan, and then passed it on to Eren. Just as Grisha wouldn't tell me to let Mikasa experiment and uncover the mystery of Ackerman's blood, I wouldn't discuss with him about sharing the power of Titan with others. No need to. Grisha waved his hand. Do you have a better plan? I was a little surprised. Grisha's actions have been basically implemented according to my plan. Now he has a new plan? Grisha shook his head, handed me a piece of paper and said, according to new information, Uli has been in charge of the Ancestor Titan for more than 12 years. I estimate that in a few months he will put the Ancestor Titan, pass it on to others, then we will do it again. A few months. I frowned. I have been at Yeagers' house for 10 months, and now it's almost time for the super-large Titan to break through the Higashina district and the Wall of Maria with a few months left. I really can't afford to delay, and I don't know when Grisha captured the Ancestor Titan in the original book. If my intervention led to the capture plan, Titan broke the wall. If you fail, the fun will be great. If the Ancestor Titan is taken away by Mirai, it is estimated that the Eldia will not be far from the extermination, and I can only take Mikasa to destiny. Wait up to 2 more months, it will change. I said, is it going to change? Grisha touched his chin and nodded to me. Well, Gawain, just as you said, wait 2 more months at most. That's all right. I stood up. If there is nothing else, I will go up first. No, there is really something for you to help. Grisha said, I remember you said you would give someone brainwashing. I was taken aback for a moment. What exactly did Grisha want to do? Who is he going to brainwash? Not that great. I waved my hand and said truthfully, I can only change the other's vague memories or change the other's perception of me, and the other party must be a person who is not strong enough and weaker than me. Changing the memory is also very dangerous and consumes magic power, and it will only have an effect when the opponent does not resist. That's it. Grisha stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not impossible. What are you going to do? I was a little puzzled. I want to control the president of a chamber of commerce. He is called Ross. Siduf. Controlling him on the one hand can increase the financial income of the reinstatementists, on the other hand, we also need his contacts and intelligence to better understand the king's city, and at the same time, it can also increase the power of the reinstatementists. Grisha replied, did you catch him? I was a little surprised. Grisha's transfer was too secret. I didn't even know. No, I just made a plan, and it's not easy to tie him here. I need you to go with me. Grisha crossed his fingers and looked at me and said, so solemn, where are you going? I was a little surprised. The place we are going is the underground street of the royal capital. It is estimated that it will take a week to come back here, and my plan is to pretend to negotiate with the other party and grab someone during the negotiation. This is life-threatening. Yes, if you are afraid of Gawain, forget it. Grisha said solemnly, after all, I'll go. I interrupted Grisha. As a demon hunter, how could I possibly die in the hands of a group of mortals, and also an ordinary caravan guard? Don't forget that I also have superpowers. Yes, those guys can't kill me. I explained. Yes, Grisha smiled, reached out and rubbed my head, and said, you can tell Mikasa about this, and find a way to tell her. Let you go for a week. I was suddenly embarrassed. When I went to rescue the Arnolds, I had to leave for a night and a morning. Mikasa had a lot of trouble with me for a long time. I also quarreled with Eren and wanted to go together. I comforted her for a long time and signed many contracts. She just gave up on the equality treaty, and this time I'm going out for a week. I suddenly don't want to go out. Can't you help me? I looked at Grisha helplessly, and slapped off his hand on my head. I have provided you with a reason to go out. Grisha spread his hands. You have to solve the rest by yourself. After all, Mikasa wants to keep you and not me. Anyway, the restorationists are yours and not mine. I sneered. Grisha was dumbfounded, so don't try to escape. Quickly help me think of a solution, I said angrily. Grisha sighed helplessly, touched his chin and thought for a while and said, why don't I say there is a medical seminar in Wangchang? I will take you to study. Let's do it. I waved weakly. He waved his hand. You are free. Anyway, the burden is mainly on me. Otherwise you said you would marry her in the future and coax her over. Grisha suddenly said. Puff. The tea I just drank all spurted out. Ahem, can you rely on a score? I said irritably. I'm only 10 years old. Grisha laughed. It's just a joke, don't mind. I curled my lips. Regarding Grisha, me and his relationship has changed from a leader and assistant to a teacher and friend, and some words are naturally exchanged between each other at will. Go up first if it's okay, I said, putting down my teacup and walking to the first floor. Sue Jenkins' news will continue to be checked for me and let me know if there is any situation. This time I decided to go to the underground street with Grisha. In addition to helping Grisha complete his plan and control the president of the Siduf Chamber of Commerce, I also plan to inquire about Sue Jenkins' news in the underground street. For this partner, I absolutely don't believe him. Will die in HMU's hands. Gao Wen, show you, I learned to teleport. As soon as I arrived on the first floor, I saw Mikasa sitting alone in a chair. Seeing me coming up, she ran over and said in a low voice, happily, oh, go back to the room and show it to keep it confidential. I touched Mikasa's head, smiled at her, and then praised her, awesome. Mikasa squinted her eyes happily after receiving my compliment. I walked to the room. Hey yeah. Mikasa let out a low voice, his eyes locked to the front, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Then, the whole person was shot on the wall, and the distance was randomly teleported. This was the result. I tried hard to bear it, but finally I couldn't hold back a smile. Puff ha ha ha. Agawain Mikasa lay on the ground tearfully holding her nose and kicking her legs casually. Bad guy, I won't get up. I stayed for a while. I remember that in the plot, Mikasa was basically a cold look no matter when she was a child or when she grew up, with few expressions. In reality, she is relatively quiet on weekdays, but now she is in me. Could the person who acted like a baby in front of him be a fake? Or did I get out of the basement the wrong way? Stop making trouble, the floor is dirty, get up quickly. I stretched out my hand to pull Mikasa. No, Gawain villain. Mikasa said angrily, and put her face to one side. Well, you actually did a great job. Not bad. I squatted down and rubbed Mikasa's head. Mikasa snorted, turned her face back, and stretched out her hands to ask me to pick her up. How cold is the original? What about the usual quietness? I hugged Mikasa and touched her forehead to make sure that her temperament had not changed drastically because of her fever. Hate. Mikasa slapped my hand unceremoniously. I heard the last few words that Gawain and Uncle Grisha said. My pupils shrank, and I quickly asked, how many do you hear? Mikasa beat me a few times with his fist, and replied somewhat angrily, you just heard Uncle Grisha tell me about it, and then you let him help you find a reason to leave me for a while, and then. Mikasa blushed and lowered her head. The scene suddenly became embarrassing. I sighed helplessly, and once again reached out and rubbed Mikasa's head. I'm going out for about a week with Uncle Grisha. I need this opportunity to find out about a friend. Friend. Mikasa looked at me suspiciously. Is a very important friend. I nodded. He and I were separated more than a year ago. I asked Uncle Grisha to help me find it, but there was none. News. This time I went to the royal capital, which is the most well-informed place. I want to find out if there is any news from him. My remarks have explanations and heartfelt words. I am really very much about Sue Jenkins' whereabouts concerned, and using this to explain to Mikasa is just right. Is there any danger? Mikasa asked with some worry. Don't worry. I kissed her on the cheek. It won't be dangerous. You have to believe in my strength. Mikasa nodded reluctantly. Then you must be careful. And when will you leave? I'm not sure, but I guess it will be within 3 or 4 days, I said, feeling a little surprised that Mikasa didn't make a fuss, but she always showed from the sensible point of view. It is justified. Go to sleep. Good night. I pressed Mikasa's head and ended the conversation. Mikasa hummed softly, climbed onto my bed and started to rest. I also untied the silver dagger on my waist and placed it on the bed. Head, lying on his own bed and fall asleep. 3 days later, Grisha and I set off for the underground street. After the steamboat sailing on the inland river waved to Mikasa and others on the bank, the steamboat started to head towards the city. After staying on the steamer for about 2 days, and rested in the hotel of the royal capital for 1 night, Grisha brought Mark, me, and 30 restorative fighters to the entrance of the underground street on the 3rd morning. At the entrance, there were 2 military policemen guarding with guns. They were nervous when seeing so many of us coming, until Grisha reported Ross. They relaxed and let go after Skadov's name and their identity were revealed. Before entering the underground street, I looked back at the restoring people behind me. In addition to the 12 masquerade guns, each is equipped with a revolver and a Nepalese saber. These are the best preparations for the revivalists' underground street operation. The underground street was originally an underground shelter built to prevent the extinction of humans after the wall of Titan was broken. The purpose was to preserve human fire, but it was later proved that Titan could not destroy the wall, so the underground street plan was abandoned. Nowadays, underground shopping malls have been reduced to dwellings for gangsters, bankrupts, and homeless people who cannot live on the ground. They are also called the abandoned. The Chamber of Commerce sends people to sell food and medicines and other materials to earn money. The black market is also opened here. All kinds of illegal activities are carried out here. Therefore, the underground street is also called an illegal place. The military police will only manage the access to the land. As for the order of several steps, as for other places, big fists are the last word. Since most areas of the underground street have no sunshine all year round, it is difficult to distinguish between day and night, and there is still a musty smell. At the end of the stairs, one wears a wig on his head, a decent gown, and his face the fan of the middle-aged butler was standing there, dressed in a way out of the rundown and messy underground street. Seeing our arrival, the middle-aged butler bowed slightly to Grisha and said, "Mr. Yeager, the president has been waiting for a long time, please come with me." Under the leadership of the middle-aged butler, we crossed several streets and came to a beautiful big house. The light of the underground street was mainly provided by the light of unknown substances on the top. Under these dim lights, ordinary from the field of vision, it is impossible to find more than a dozen people lurking around the big house, plus the guards on the bright side. The big house has nearly 50 guards. This kind of configuration, Sadaf seems quite afraid of death. Well, I thought, and followed Grisha to the big bungalow. "Sir, for security reasons, you can only bring in at most 8 guards. Please forgive me." At the gate, 2 guards carrying guns stopped us and said without humble or arrogance. Grisha stopped. "Yes." They nodded, then turned around and said, "Gawain, Noko, Grove, Abbott, Hawk, you guys come in with me. The others are waiting outside." I noticed, except for Mark. In addition to being responsible for the response, Grisha picked out all the melee fighters in the team, but Lance was not among the 8 because he had to deal with the failure of the reinstate. I secretly made a few gestures to Mark to show him the enemy's location, and then followed Grisha in. "Why is there a kid?" I heard one of the guards mutter. I curled my lips unhappily, and finally decided not to care about a dying person. Following the middle-aged butler, we came to the outside of the living room. 2 guards were also standing outside the living room. "Sorry, Mr. Yeager, you can only bring 2 guards in as usual." The middle-aged butler bowed slightly and said. Grisha frowned slightly. The fewer people who had been in contact with Scog, the lower the success rate of robbing each other. He glanced at me calmly and said after seeing that I gave him a good gesture, "Well, Gawain and Nock will follow me in, and the others are waiting outside the door. I have shown my greatest sincerity, and I hope you will also show your sincerity." At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man with elegant clothes, a Chinese character face, and grey hair came out of the meeting room. "I'm very sorry, Grisha, our custom here is like this, but I think I will show the sincerity that satisfies you." He stretched out his hand and said, "I was a little surprised, relying on the appearance of a few nobles and merchants in the anime. I thought this Rose Scog would have a Mediterranean hairstyle like those nobles and merchants, a fat man with a beer belly and a fat face, but the truth is just the opposite." Grisha shook his hand and said, "I hope so." Ross smiled slightly and made a pleased gesture, welcoming Grisha in. Me and Nock followed closely behind. I noticed Rose when I went in. A look of surprise flashed across the faces of his butler and his housekeeper, and I couldn't help sighing helplessly in my heart. My age is bad. If I can be a few years older, at least I won't be underestimated. As for playing a pig, I am really not interested in things like eating tigers. There is only a tea table and 2 chairs in the living room. The table is filled with snacks and tea. Behind one of the chairs, there are 2 fierce guards, and you can see that Rose is sitting. There are carpets on the ground, which are very valuable at first glance, and there are many artworks that are very expensive at first sight. The environment here makes me almost forget the reality that I am still in an underground street. "I'm sorry to fix our meeting here," Ross said, "but you also know that we are going to be hanged by the gendarmerie if we are talking about it." "Prudence is a good quality, Sadaf sir," Grisha replied, and at the same time gave Rose a secretly. "Rose is obviously very useful. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yeager. Next we can talk about cooperation matters. I hope the Sadaf Chamber of Commerce can help. Nearly 4 million people inside the wall know." I only feel dumbfounded by Rose's words. I remember that the population in the wall in the plot is more than 1 million. I remember that on the internet, it seemed that someone complained that the wall was even more desolate than Siberia under this setting. Could it be rationalized because this is reality rather than anime? In this way, I don't know what will happen to the subsequent plot. My advantage as a traverser is really decreasing. I have no interest in Grisha's and Ross's business exchanges and nonsense, so I just stood up and started to stay. The Nyok on the side is still performing his duties faithfully. I actually don't understand why Grisha still has to. I spent so much time persuading Ross to join or support the restoratives. If I were to do it, I would kill everyone except Ross, and then start to modify his memory. There is no need for these twists and turns, Grisha. I really can't implement your conditions. Ross shook his head. It's better to join the Sadaf Chamber of Commerce as a reinstatementist. I promise you the best treatment. He unceremoniously opened his mouth. Grisha sighed with a helpless expression. "Oh, it seems that we really can't reach an agreement, Mr. Scog. Then I won't waste time, let's do it." When I heard the word hands, I drew out the holy silver dagger and teleported to the guard on the left. The dagger stabbed into his heart, and on the other side, Nock also drew out the Nepalese saber and threw it fiercely. To the guard on the right, Noko's knife was hitting the opponent's throat at this time, and both parties were in a stalemate. All this happened in just a few seconds. The battle was over before Rose could react. Seeing Noko who was pulling the knife from the body of his guard, Rose shouted nervously, "Yeager, what are you doing?" Grisha picked up the teacup without expression and threw it on the wall, accompanied by the cracking of the teacup. The violent gunfire resounded through the entire bungalow, and the shots of the revolver almost covered up other gunshots. The guards of the Sadaf Chamber of Commerce were killed outside without even breaking into the living room. Although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I can imagine the scene outside, and of course it's not much better here. After wiping the blood of the dagger on the body of the guard and inserting it back into the scabbard, I nodded to Grisha and Nock. "He will leave it to me. Remember, unless I come out, everyone will don't come in." Noko curled his lips. "Don't worry, kid, unless I die, no one will be able to break in." He drew a scimitar and said, and then left the room with Grisha, leaving only a face. Rose, who looked at me in horror. Then, "Mr. Sadaf," I said to Rose, "please don't try to take the dagger from your waist, or I will cut your hand. You demon." Rose stood up and stepped back. I teleported in front of him. I pressed my right hand on his forehead and quickly blocked his actions with magic power. "It doesn't matter what you think about it now, because soon you will think we are your close companions," I said in a low tone, feeling like a villain. I looked around for a while and made sure that there would not be a few superheroes suddenly popping up around Onlyong to eliminate the violence, and then immersed my consciousness into Rose's soul according to the method of reading soul. Reading the soul is a very wonderful process, because the process of reading is completed in an instant, just as if you open a book, you know all the contents of the book at the moment you open it. The impact is enough to make an ordinary person become an idiot because the brain can't process these huge information. I feel that I am in a mist, but it seems that I am also part of the mist. I have no entity in this space, but my consciousness can reach anywhere in this space. Let's start, I thought, and Rose's memory began to appear in the fog. I hope the book is reliable. I sighed, easily defeating the instinctive defense of Rose's soul, and began to modify Rose's memory. Modifying memory is a tedious and long process, and a little carelessness will make the person who modified the memory resist and lead to failure. After more than 3 hours of work, I finally completed the task of modifying Ross' memory. If it weren't for the soul and unforgettable ability of the demon hunter, which is much stronger than that of ordinary humans, I would really not dare to just read the knowledge about modifying memory in a book and practice it in a few years later. A few times I almost indulged in Rose's memory and was assimilated by him. If I failed, it would not be Gao Wen who walked out of the house. Ackerman is Rose. Sadaf. My consciousness began to withdraw slowly, and my 5 senses began to recover. According to the discussion between Grisha and I modified Ross's memory into that he had met Grisha 3 years ago. After a long conversation, the two met and became close friends. After learning about Grisha's establishment, after the truth about the faction and the world, Rose resolutely chose to join the restorationist and used the power of his Chamber of Commerce to support the restorationist. The two have been in secret contact for 3 years. Few people knew about this. Until a week ago, Rose's butler, Ake, colluded with Rose's captain of the guard, conspired to kill Rose and replace him. Rose was forced to tell Gary. After receiving the letter of help, Grisha quickly brought people to rescue Rose hiding in the underground street, and finally started a fierce battle with the team led by Ake. Rose was hit by gravel and lost consciousness in the fierce battle. I almost believe this story myself. I curled my lips, opened my eyes and stood up, and smashed a big bag on the back of Rose's head with the hilt of the holy silver dagger to make sure it fits the memory before I walked outside. Go with. When I opened the door, I saw Nyok leaning on the wall for the first time. "Thanks," I said. "It's done." Nyok asked. "It's done." I nodded and asked again. "Where's Grisha?" Nako pointed to the right wearily. "The leader is talking to an important guest over there." "What's wrong?" I noticed something was wrong with Nako. "Grove is dead. Hawk is dead." Noko sighed. "We have lost half of our people. You can ask the leader for details." "It's not right." I was very surprised. "Didn't we have the absolute upper hand? How could it?" I asked. Nok hugged his head, did not answer. I took a deep breath and ran to Grisha's position. Turning a corner, I saw 2 members of the restorationist and 3 soldiers in the uniforms of the investigative corps and 3-dimensional mobile devices standing at the door of a room, who, seeing me appear, an investigating soldier shouted sharply, "Little devil, how did you come in?" Another investigator also asked, "I'm looking for Grisha." I ignored them, but looked at the 2 restitutionists and said, "I will inform the leader first." A reinstated person responded. "They are used to me calling the leader's name directly." He reached out and knocked on the door of the room. After a few seconds, Grisha opened the door. "What's the matter?" he asked. Then he saw me. "Oh, come in." He nodded and said, looking weak. I ignored the surprised look of the 3 investigators and went straight into the room. I am in a very bad mood now. Grove is not very familiar to me, but Hawk and I have a good relationship. We were together a few days ago. He played cards, but now he is dead. The light in the room was a bit dim, in sharp contrast with the bright corridor. I squinted and quickly adjusted to the brightness. In addition to Grisha, there is a middle-aged man in the uniform of the investigation corps sitting in a chair and looking at me. It seems that he should be the senior of the investigation corps. The majestic aura revealed by him makes me sure that he is at least higher than the squad leader's detachment leader level. Somehow, I feel that his face is a bit familiar. Grisha, this is, he said. His voice was familiar, but I didn't remember who he was for a while. This is my assistant, Mikasa Ackerman. Grisha replied Deo, then looked at me. Gawain, this is my good friend, Keith Shotties, the head of the investigation corps. Keith. Shades? Isn't this the bald head of the chief instructor and head of the 104th Southern Training Corps in the animation? I suddenly remembered, but I looked at Keith's thick brown hair in front of me. Isn't Keith bald? Is it because of the gap between animation and reality? Ackerman. Keith muttered to himself, the investigation corps also has 2 Ackerman. 2? I narrowed my eyes. I remember that Ackerman in the first season only came with Mikasa. Of course, some people said that Lul was also named Ackerman, but now even if Lul is there, who is the other? I was thinking, and Keith's words suddenly broke my contemplation. Do you need a bodyguard, Grisha? But your bodyguard is too young, right? Damn, all of them looked down on me, right? I was in a bad mood and suddenly broke out. Boom! Half a palm-thick table was kicked to pieces by me, and the fragments were smashed to Keith. I don't care who you are. Take me and say it again. Keith made a cut, grabbed the back of the chair under him with his right hand and threw it forward, scoffing. The fragments were all blocked by the chair, and the beige iron mountain was resting. I slammed into the chair severely, smashed the chair into several pieces, and rammed Keith unabated. Keith gave up the back of the chair decisively and jumped back to avoid my attack. I yelled and hit Keith with a straight punch. Keith finally fought back and he punched me. The next elbow smashed into my face, my arms fought against his elbow, and then I bumped up with a knee bump, and made another bang with Keith's knee. I sighed, and finally extinguished most of the anger in my heart. I jumped back and avoided Keith's leg and stopped doing it. This guy is really not easy, and he fought me 6 strokes in just a few seconds without fail. As expected of Ackerman. Keith twitched his mouth and looked at Grisha again. Then Grisha, I will stay in the capital for a while. If you have anything to do, please contact me. He finished, and opened it over me. The door strode out, leaving Grisha and I in the room. I heard Noko said that we lost half of our people. Seeing Grisha just sitting in the seat and didn't mean to speak, I broke the silence first. I made a mistake. Their death is my responsibility. I'm sorry, Gao Wen. Grisha covered her face and said. I sighed and pressed Grisha's shoulder. Grisha, what happened? Originally, we had already dealt with everyone, but we were catching up with a gang fight and nosy gendarmerie here. We were also attacked by 3 forces, if it weren't for the head of Keith, who happened to pass by to stop the fight. If so, we have to die more people. Grisha replied, we were underhanded. My eyes were sharp. Which guy would dare to attack the restoring party? No, we just had bad luck. Grisha shook his head helplessly. Damn it. I slammed a fist against the wall and cursed. The loss of magic power and the use of soul power made me feel a little bit. He was irritable and irritable, don't say it. Grisha waved his hand and said, Keith has brought new news. King Uli of Lays is dying. It is expected that his niece will inherit the ancestor titan. We are about to prepare. Are you done with Rose? It's done, I exhaled. Just don't show your stuff next. What are we going to do next? We stay here. Grisha said, for those who died in battle, we will burn their bodies and leave their ashes to take back. Rose also needs to deal with some things here. Tomorrow Nock will accompany you to inquire about your companions. News, go to sleep now, Gawain, you are tired too. I hummed and left the room. The 3 investigators have already left, and only 2 restorators are left at the door. Where are their bodies? I'll see them for the last time. I asked them. I'll take you there, Ackerman. My lord. The man on the left said. I followed him for several tens of meters, and came to the door of a room. I will stay with them for a while. I told the restorative man. He nodded and turned around. Leave. I opened the door and walked in. The curtains are all drawn, and the room looks extremely dark. The 15 bodies are neatly arranged in 3 rows. They may lack white cloth or the like. Their faces are not covered, some are glaring, some they were unwilling, some were full of fear. These were their last expressions before death. Hawk, Murphys, Malibike, Sayu, Nia. I called out their names one by one. These are all people I know, but now they are lying here lifelessly. There is no cloth to cover the face. I walked to Hawk's side and sat down, took out a cigar from his left leg pocket, and took out the cigar cutter from his jacket pocket. After cutting the cigar, I lit it with a holy flame and held it in. Hawk shook in front of him, then stretched out his other hand and patted his face. Hawk, don't sleep. This cigar I ordered you with holy flame. Didn't you say it's cool to smoke like this? I said. Hawk was still lying unresponsive. I sighed and placed the cigar next to him. You still owe me a meal. You also said that you want to help inquire about my friend's news in the underground street. You also said that if possible in the future, you will also have a noble dang dang. Damn, there are still a lot of things left on the restorative side. When you are done, you will run away. I sniffed and watched the cigar slowly burn out. I sighed and stood up. When hunting on the earth, I didn't never lose my companions, but they were all because of the people who gathered temporarily after hunting were not familiar at all, and Sujinkan was not killed. Hawk, the first friend I lost. The next day, Grisha has let people deal with the corpses of his comrades in arms, and there is no flaw on Rose's side, so I went out with Nock and walked in the underground street. Where are we going? Can't we just hang around here forever? Nyoke glanced at me and asked. In order not to attract attention, we only carried close-fitting melee weapons and a small amount of belongings. Of course, I also brought spell cards. Find a bar and go in for the news. There is the best news. I replied, listen to you, Nock said with a shrug. Where is the bar? I closed my eyes and started searching with my extraordinary sense of smell. The smell of alcohol in the air. Nyoke had already seen this technique of mine, and stood by his arms without disturbing me. Go there. I finally caught the smell of alcohol in the air, and said, after all, the sensitivity of the demon hunter's nose is not as good as that of a werewolf. It took me a while to find the smell. Second, I thought in my heart. Nako didn't care what I was thinking, and when he saw that I had determined the direction, he stepped in the direction I was pointing, and I quickly followed. Guns are allowed inside the wall, but they cannot be carried and used in public. Except for soldiers, anyone who dares to hold a gun will be severely punished. However, the owners of places like bars/pubs allow people who use guns to solve troubles in bars/pubs. The bar in the morning was very deserted, with only 3 guests, 2 fierce bodyguards leaning in the corner and the noon bar owner who was bartending drinks. A glass of whiskey. Noke walked to the bar and said. The boss glanced at him and put a glass of whiskey on the bar. 100 RIS. Noke took out 120 RIS and placed it on the bar. Tip. Then he picked up the glass and took a sip of whiskey. The boss put away the money and glanced at Noko again. "Nu?" he asked. Noko gave a took another sip of whiskey, and said, "Boss, ask you personally." The boss raised his eyebrows. "Who?" Noko took out the 12-year-old portrait of Sujinkan and handed it to the boss. The boss took a look at the portrait, and his pupils suddenly shrank, and he swallowed. "Spit," he said. "Who are you? What are you guys doing? There are doors?" My eyes lit up and I finally found Sujinkan's trace. It turned out that he was in the underground street, so it's no wonder that the restoring intelligence team didn't find him. The underground street and the ground are completely 2 worlds, and the underground street news is blocked. There is no need to expand the intelligence, so as long as Sujinkan does not organize an army to attack the surface, the intelligence team will basically be unable to get news about him. I almost wanted to ask about the owner of this bar, Sujinkan, but reason still made me stand at the door and wait for Noko to talk with the boss. "Do you know this?" Noko took out the badge of the Central Military Police and shook it in front of the boss. "Sien, Sir Gendarmerie," the boss said with some trepidation, "just know it." Noko took a sip of whiskey again and said, "Now tell me, where is the Levi's gang? What position does he hold in the Levi's?" "Sir, Levi's gang is destroyed." The boss stammered. "I just feel like a thunder struck in my heart." Staying in place, Noko took a drink and looked at the boss's eyes. "It's destroyed, are you sure?" Yes. The boss nodded quickly. Lever and Sujinkan and a few others were taken away by a group of soldiers. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I knew Sujinkan well. With his ability, it is impossible to be subdued by a few mortal soldiers. The only possibility is that he was forced to be captured by his companions and temporarily yielded, so I don't have to worry about him. Safety. "Listen," Noko suddenly reached out and grabbed the boss's collar, staring straight at him. "If you say that half and half, I will arrest you back to the gendarmerie for obstructing the execution of official duties by the gendarmerie." Interrogation. Yes, my lord. The boss replied in a panic. I heard others say that it was the investigative corps and the Lywell and his party that they took away. There was no news about them after that. The ER gang was also disbanded because the main members were taken away. My lord, all I know is this. In the anime, Lywell's first appearance is as the captain of the investigation corps. In this case, Sujinkan and the others should get along with the investigation corps. Then the 2 Ackermans mentioned by Keith should refer to Lywell and Sujinkan is now, and it seems that I will have to take Grisha to take me to Captain Keith next. I already had a plan in my mind. I sent a signal to Noko and I turned and left. Noko made a cut. After drinking the remaining whiskey in the glass, I left the bar, leaving only those who kept wiping sweat. "Boss. Congratulations, kid. What are you going to do next?" Nyoke patted my head and said, and then I fell to the ground by one shoulder. "Hey, a little grateful heart, okay." Nyoke embarrassed. I got up from the ground, patted the dust on my body and said dissatisfied, "I just found the person you've been looking for you. Don't be grateful to me, don't worry, you still threw me to the ground." I curled my lips. "One weight is one weight, who made you die?" Nyoke rolled his eyes helplessly. "Okay, one weight returns to the weight, then why do you thank me?" I turned and walked back to the bar and patted. The bar made the boss regain his senses. A bottle of tequila, the strongest. The boss quickly took out a bottle of wine from the bar. 1,000 RIS. He said cautiously, and I took out 1,000 RIS. On the bar, took the wine and turned and left. "Where did you get so much money?" Nyoke asked with some confusion, but he didn't move slowly, took the bottle and opened it skillfully and started drinking. "Scog," I said blankly, and Noko's expression stiffened. He was also aware of the tragedy of Mikasa's family. "Sorry," he whispered, and I shook my head to indicate that I didn't care about it. "Let's go." I took the lead to move forward, and Nyoke quickly followed with the wine. From a distance, I saw a circle of people around the big bungalow. Rose was standing in the circle and talking, while Grisha was standing aside and watching. NOC and I stood in the distance and waited for a while, until the crowd dispersed. Just stepped forward and found Grisha. I found Sue Jenkins' whereabouts. He is now investigating the core and helped me contact Keith. I directly said. Grisha was surprised, and then responded, Kith, these days they will all be in the royal capital. Don't worry, I will take care of the matter in the morning and take you to him in the afternoon. The head of Keith and the investigation corps left at around 8 o'clock this morning. Because Mr. Rokoff at the parliament suddenly changed his camp to support the investigation corps for external investigations, the head of the delegation decided to appear early to prevent the parliament from changing his mind again. In the temporary station of the investigative corps, an investigator who lacked his left leg said in a calm tone, I was a little lost. It has been more than a year since I came to this world. I finally found out about my brother but missed it again. It really makes people feel a little disappointed. Sir, when they come back, please tell Sue Jenkins for me, and say, Gao Wen is visiting, Zygon district. I stepped forward and said. The investigator looked at me up and down. Okay, if he comes back alive, I will tell him. Thank you so much. I nodded to him, pulled Grisha and turned away. Don't worry, I believe he will be fine. Grisha he comforted. Of course I don't worry about him. I shook my head. According to the breath he left in the camp, his age is 14, and I don't know what the situation is like at the gate of return. Anyway, with his strength maybe it died in the hands of Titan. I have confidence in him. Okay. Grisha patted my shoulder without saying much. 3 days later. Gao Wen, let me tell you that the investigative corps set out from that gate to conduct an outside investigation 1 day ago. They are all so majestic. Aaron said with a look of excitement, and Ammon was also excited. Nodded, I smiled slightly, and said silently in my heart, if I told you that I had discussed some tricks with the head of the investigation corps a few days ago, you wouldn't even be shocked by the Zhao. Unfortunately you didn't look at it. They looked so handsome when they set off. Aaron said regretfully, yes, it's a pity. I replied, the chance of meeting with my brother was so missed, it was a pity. It's okay, Gao Wen. Aaron saw that I was a little disappointed and thought I was sorry for missing the scene of the investigative corps. I couldn't help but patted my shoulder and comforted, we can still wait. When they return triumphantly. I smiled at Aaron, yes, Aaron, but there is still some time for them to come back. Let's not idle, hurry up and chop the wood, now Mikasa is busy working alone. Would you be embarrassed to let the girl do the work for you? Mika snorted very cooperatively, and Aaron and Ammon hurriedly continued to chop wood. I reached out and rubbed Mikasa's head, and said, you can rest for a while, and leave the rest to me. Mikasa happily rubbed my hand, and sat aside with a hum. Uli King Lays is dying, his 13 years are approaching, Grisha is already preparing to take the Ancestor Titan, and the restoring faction is busy, and I am no exception. The machine gun, airship, revolver, and the 3 major killers of the restorationists are all in charge of me. For this reason, I did not run to the secret base, and therefore I missed the return of the investigative corps and 2 more departures, but I had no energy. Take care of these, because I not only take charge of the 3 major killers, but also take over all the affairs of the restoratives from Grisha, and I also develop the aircraft with the Arnolds. Grisha is focusing on learning fighting skills with Mark, Noko, Lance, and others and, the engines on the biplane screamed, and black smoke began to come out. The plane began to roll out of control. The pilot tried to stabilize the plane again but to no avail. Click. The right wing of the plane crashed into 2 pieces on the trunk of a tree in the giant woods forest, while the fuselage crashed into another tree. Boom! The engine was finally overwhelmed and exploded, and the fuselage turned into fragments and flew around. In the distance, I silently withdrew the eagle eye technique, turned around and said to the Arnolds, this time the wing is set too forward, which causes the center of gravity of the aircraft to move too forward, which increases the burden on the engine. Move it back a bit, and the quality of the fuel used in the engine next time needs to be improved, and some impurities should be removed. Albedo nodded and took a quick note with the notebook. Benna added on the side, and the others began to deal with the aircraft. Wreckage, as for the pilot. Boom! A yellow lightning appeared out of thin air, and the Titan Grisha appeared on the wreckage of the plane, making the plane that had been divided into pieces even more. I sighed, the wreckage of the plane has no recovery value. Now, let's get rid of it. Several restitutionists responded and trot off toward the wreckage of the plane. The Titan Grisha stepped up to me in a few steps, pulled the body from the back of the Titan and said, Gawain, this is the 27th failure. What is the result? We have perfected the drawing, is this considered a result? I rolled my eyes and replied, Grisha proposed the idea of using airplanes to contain the attention of the Ancestor Titan. However, until now, the restitutionists have not built a usable plane. History has proven countless times that forcibly doing things at that level when the existing technology tree has not reached a certain level often ends in failure, and even if the results are forcibly produced, most of them are not so reliable. To be honest, if Grisha hadn't strongly demanded and took the initiative to take the position of test pilot with the pseudo-immortality of Titan ability, I would say nothing would let the plan proceed. Try again for the last time, if it doesn't work next time, then give up. I persuaded, rather than spend the time to fix these fancy things, you should spend more time learning to fight with Mark. Grisha stared at me for a while, walked up to me and smiled bitterly, we're about to do it, Gawain, I'm worried that I can't win. After all, everyone's hope lies in me, and all I have done are in order to increase our chances of winning. I sighed again and looked around. The battle to capture the Ancestor Titan is very close. During the period of weakness of the Reese family, I suppressed the troops. The Central Gendarmerie, and even those of the Mural cult will stand up. It is very difficult to break through the defenses of these people and kill the new King Lei. It will definitely cost a great deal. Many people will die in this battle. And what Grisha and I have to do is to reduce our own casualties as much as possible. We are doing our best, Grisha. I said, from tomorrow, we will move all the teams and bases in the Wall of Maria to the Wall of Rose. The battle is about to begin. We must suppress everything, absolutely. Can't fail. Grisha's preparations for capturing the Ancestor Titan also means that the day when the Malay warriors launches the destruction of the city is approaching. By then, both the Higashina district and the Wall of Maria will fall. For the super-large Titan, and Kaiser's Titan the restoring faction did not have the power to compete with them, and I could not tell this fact, because no one would believe what I said before it happened. For this, I can only find one reason after another for the restitutionists to move the materials and manpower in the base to the Wall of Rose in advance to avoid loss, and at the same time let them start to store food so that they can fall into food after the Wall of Maria falls. The dilemma of insufficient. Grisha will bring most of the combat personnel in this operation, and those who are left or not participating in the war are scientific researchers, logistics personnel with little combat capability and people who hold positions in the government who can facilitate our infiltration. The person left this time is me who presides over the overall situation. The day before the operation, we had worked out a battle plan as much as possible based on the information provided by the intelligence organization, prepared the best weapons and equipment, and we just waited for the operation to begin. Don't worry so much, you have done your best. Mark patted me on the shoulder and said, if I lead the team during the battle, you can rest assured. I exhaled, nodded to Mark and smiled, brothers will be handed over to you, you must do your best to bring them back alive. Don't worry, it's me. Mark nodded heavily, and I hummed. Did not speak any more. Mark sat down next to me. Thank you, Gane. Mark said, I looked at Mark in a little surprised. Thank me for what? You let many of my men surviving, the weapons you invented, the potions you gave to strengthen the physical fitness of humans, and the spell cards that can save lives at critical moments indirectly saved many brothers' lives. Mark used his pair of brown. He looked at me and replied, nothing to thank, this is what I should do. I am a little ashamed. The starting point of what I did was my own self-interest, but they were grateful to me for it. Gao Wen, your prestige in the restorative is already sufficient. I feel like the leader, and I think you must be the next leader after the leader leaves. Mark suddenly turned and said, my breathing was stagnant, Grisha's life is only more than a year, this is what I have been avoiding, the inevitable problem, and the position of leader will be vacated by then. The only person among the restoratives who can convince everyone is me. Wait until the decisive battle is over. I said dryly. Mark was silent for a while before humming. He stood up and stuffed a box in my hand. Wait until the decisive battle is over and then open it, or... Mark only half talked and turned away, leaving me alone. One person held the box in the same place, stunned. For the next 3 days, Grisha finally made all the preparations, just waiting to set off, and I finally got off for the next 3 days. In the early morning 3 days later, Grisha loaded his luggage and left Higashina district on the grounds of going to the mainland for a medical visit. More than 600 members of the restorationist will accompany him to take the Ancestor Titan. Originally, in the anime, the Titan broke the city on the same day Grisha left, but nothing happened that day, and the investigative corps did not return on that day. Under the influence of my butterfly, the plot has been changed again. 2 days later, the gate connecting the Higashina district and the Wall of Mary. Eren, Mikasa, and I walked towards the Higashina district carrying firewood. Hey, the 3 of you are helping to chop wood for the house again. Hans of the garrison greeted us with a wave. Well, good noon, Uncle Hans. I nodded and replied. Eren and Mikasa also followed. Eren responded with a wave of disgust, but Mikasa remained expressionless. Haha, what about it? Several garrison soldiers said with a smile while playing cards, all looking drunk. Drinking again. Eren murmured a little dissatisfied. Why? What does it matter? Hans said nonchalantly, turning his head to me again. Gane, would you like a drink? No, thank you. I waved my hand decisively. Well, you work. Eren looked at the rose mark on the chest of Hans' uniform and couldn't help reminding him. Hans clenched his right hand to his heart. With the back of his left hand behind him, he replied in a serious manner, today we are doormen. We are hungry and thirsty if we stay in one place for a long time. It's just that the drink happened to be mixed with some wine. Up. This guy is definitely a super old fritters if you lose the earth. I curled my lips and sighed in my heart. Eren looked at Hannes contemptuously and said, so if there is any chance, I can still fight. What if? What if? Hannes was stunned for a moment. Will I still ask? What else, if they break the wall and run into town? Eren was a little crazy, said loudly, hey, don't be so loud suddenly. Hannes leaned back slightly and frowned. Ha ha ha, the doctor's son is really energetic, but rest assured, if they dare to break the wall and come in, we will teach them a lesson, but this kind of thing hasn't happened in 100 years. A gendarme playing cards. He raised his head and smiled, but, my father said that the most terrible time is when everyone sits back and relax. Eren said angrily, Dr. Grisha Yeager, it is indeed a respectable person. people, he saved the town from the plague, but these two things can't be compared together. I saw them wandering outside the wall several times when I was maintaining the wall, but I think it's 50 meters high. They can't break through the walls anyway, right? Hanny said in a relaxed tone. So you have no plans to fight them at all? Aaron asked incredulously. No. Hanny's replied in a natural tone. What are you doing? What do you call the garrison corps? Just call the wall maintenance team. Aaron exclaimed angrily. Ha, it's not bad. Hanny said nonchalantly. He squatted down and looked into the eyes of Aaron and said, but in Aaron, when the soldiers show their talents, it is the most deadly time. On the contrary, when we are being scolded as lunch buckets, we are the most comfortable time. Perhaps some people think it's okay not to go out for the rest of your life, as long as you have something to eat and drink, but what's the difference between this and livestock? Aaron asked in a low tone. Hanny swallowed without answering, but other soldiers from the garrison regiment laughed and said, you can really speak big words, obviously you can't do anything. Aaron gritted our teeth and left the city gate, and Mikasa and I followed. Damn, don't they have any sense of responsibility? Aaron said angrily. Okay, Aaron, everyone has their own way of living, we don't need to interfere. I persuaded, but Aaron was still a little bit angry, and at this moment, the bell at the gate of Higginshina district to the outside world suddenly rang. When? It's the investigative corps back? The heroes are triumphant. I must join them in the future. Aaron immediately said excitedly, and he grabbed my hand. Gavin, this time you finally did not miss it. Mikasa, keep up. Aaron took my hand and ran forward. Mikasa followed closely. This time I was finally going to meet Sujinkan again. I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Isn't this guy doing well? Or, I was wandering. Aaron dragged me to the side of the street. At this time, the two sides of the street were already full of people, and it was impossible to see the scene on the street. All three of us stood on the pile of debris and looked towards the end of the street. At this time, the door to the outside of the Higginshina district has been opened, and a team riding high-headed horses covered in blood came in from the door. After the death of Titan, everything will evaporate without leaving a trace of blood. The blood on his body was undoubtedly his own comrade in arms, and it seemed that they had all gone through a hard fight before they were nearly dead. I looked carefully at each of them, the head of Keith, the investigative corps soldiers riding horses behind him, and the wounded soldiers lying on the wagon behind them and the corpses covered in corpses. My gaze was finally fixed on the 4 investigators who were wearing hooded cloaks and riding horses. My glance just now subconsciously ignored them. This is definitely the effect of hidden spell cards. And there are only 2 people who know how to make concealed spell cards, me and Sujinkan. Son, where is my son Moses? An old woman suddenly stopped in front of the line and said, she was wearing coarse clothes and looked nervous, it's Moses' mother, Moses. Keith yelled. I saw a wounded soldier on the cart raised his hand and waved, Mother, I am here. I frowned. The man in the anime should be dead, but now he is only injured, and the loss of the investigative corps was not as severe as in the anime. I glanced at the 4 investigators again. If it is not surprising, it should be Sujinkan, a traverser who promoted it. I slowly released the breath of a demon hunter. This breath is not detectable in ordinary people's perception, but to the same kind and those aliens, it is as conspicuous as a beacon in the dark. As I expected, 2 of the 4 investigators looked up at me, Lowell and Sujinkan. The former was just a little surprised, while the latter stared at me with wide eyes. His lips moved slightly, and I instantly understood his lips. Gane. I nodded to him. When he forced his excitement and tried to reply with his lips, there was a sudden commotion next to him. A lot of people died again. Really stupid. I don't know if they have gained this time. A tall and thin citizen muttered to himself. What else can they gain from that? Really, totally. It's wasting our taxpayers' money. A middle-aged fat man who had fallen from the roof said in disdain. Bang. A wooden stick slammed on the fat man's head, and the fat man turned around with a painful cry, and saw Aaron holding the wooden stick glaring at him. You are not allowed to talk nonsense. Damn, you kid. The fat man shouted angrily. Reaching out to grab Aaron, Mikasa grabbed the clothes of Aaron and dragged him to the alley. I gritted my teeth, nodded to Sujinkan again, and followed Mikasa to the alley. Asshole Aaron, if it weren't for you to do this, I would take my brother completely. I cursed in my heart, followed Mikasa and Aaron through several alleys and threw the fat away. Boom! Mikasa slammed Aaron directly onto the wall with one hand. Aaron screamed, and the firewood on the back was scattered all over the place. I curled my lips. Mikasa's strength was really getting stronger and stronger. The power of now is as good as mine, but the skills of Holy Flame, teleportation, and making spell cards have not improved at all, which is really confusing. Mikasa, what are you doing? Aaron exclaimed. Aaron, you are not allowed to join the investigative corps in the future, have you heard? Mikasa said firmly. Aaron stunned for a few seconds. She turned her face away and changed the subject. Help pick it up, the firewood is gone. You can do it yourself. Mikasa responded. Despite saying that, she still squatted down to help Aaron picking up the firewood. I sighed, pressed Mikasa's head, and joined the ranks of picking firewood. At home, with so much firewood, Gao Wen and Mikasa must have helped you again. Carla squeezed Aaron's ear and said. Aaron barked her teeth in dissatisfaction and did not speak. Okay, let's have lunch. After pouring the firewood, Carla patted Mikasa and me on the shoulders. 4 bowls of rice, 4 clear soups, and 1 green vegetables were placed on the dining table. The living standard inside the wall was considered to be a relatively good standard among civilians. The 3 of us and Carla went to the table and started eating. Aunt Carla, Aaron says he wants to join the investigation corps. Mikasa hesitated and said, "Damn it, why are you hitting my small report again?" Aaron slapped the table, angrily said, and the next time he was caught by Carla's ears, "Aaron, how many times have I told you that you are not allowed to join the investigative corps? I don't want you to die outside." Carla said angrily. "Also, you are not allowed to yell at girls." Mikasa lowered her head to the side in silence, with a very pitiful look, which aroused Carla's desire to protect, and said to Aaron it was a scolding rebuke. I stretched out my hand and squeezed Mikasa's face to let her sit down, and whispered, "You're a bad student." Mikasa blushed at the words, turned her head aside and stopped looking at me. I laughed softly and continued to eat. If I'm not wrong, today is the day when Titan broke the city. I have quietly packed my luggage. It's a medium-sized box with a set of clothes for the 4 of us and some valuable personal belongings, including the small box that Mark gave me. I looked up at Carla. According to the plot, she would die in the mouth of Titan when Titan broke the city, and I must change the plot. After lunch, Aaron ran out angrily. "Gavin, Mikasa." Carla looked at us helplessly. "Don't worry, Auntie, I will catch Aaron back." Nodded with a smile, and walked out first. Mikasa followed. Catch Aaron back first, and then find a reason to flick them out of the Higashina district, avoiding an injury when Titan broke the city. I thought in my heart and couldn't help speeding up pace. Aaron was torn and fought with 3.5 gangsters, and Ammon squatted and watched. Seeing this scene, I knew that Ammon was bullied by the 3 of them again. I hit Mikasa a few times. Gestures, for her to attack from the front. I cut off their back from behind. Mikasa, who had been trained in the meaning of gestures, immediately understood and ran towards them. "Oops, it's Mikasa, run." I spotted the arrival of Mikasa with sharp eyes, and quickly greeted his companions to leave Aaron and escape. "Damn it, don't run." Aaron chased without hesitation. He went up and shouted, "Let you power." The gangsters ignored the provocation of Aaron and continued to run away. Bang. I rushed out from the other side of the road and punched the fastest gangster in the belly, Gane. The other 2 gangsters exclaimed. I didn't answer, and I punched another gangster. Throat, knocked him fainted. No, the last didn't even have the courage to punch in front of me, so he turned around and ran away. Mikasa stepped forward and knocked him to the ground with a flying kick. I couldn't help feeling a little bit when I watched Mikasa's movements. I met 3 gangsters more than a year ago and she could only curl up in the corner and whimper, but now her strength can already be defeated by 3. It's really fast. Thanks, Gane, Mikasa. Amin's thanks brought me back to reality. You're welcome, it's a matter of effort. I waved my hand and said, "Hey, me?" They were beaten by me. Aaron said dissatisfiedly. They obviously ran after seeing Mikasa. Amin whispered. Aaron. Okay, Aaron. I hooked Aaron on the shoulder and said, "Auntie told me to take you back." Aaron suddenly suffered a bitter face. You say you didn't find me, Gao Wen. Aaron said helplessly. But my genius and aunt told me that I have a strong tracking ability and can keep a hare in the forest. I smiled and said. Aaron lamented helplessly. "Oh, let's go." "Don't worry." I patted the shoulder of Aaron. "You can just keep your head down and not speak at that time. Auntie will definitely not embarrass you." Aaron smiled barely and didn't answer. "Amin, why are they bothering you again?" I saw that Aaron was not in high spirits, so I took the initiative to change the subject. It was all well before, but when I said that humans will go to the outside world someday, Aaron angrily kicked off a small stone in front of his feet and said. Aaron replied, touching the wound on his face, "They said I am here. Isn't it just thinking about the outside world? Why are they cold-eyed? Because these guys don't want their peaceful life to be broken." I replied for Amin, and the group of 4 said to Aaron's home. "Damn it, what do we want to do with them?" Aaron said angrily, "In order to prevent people from going out rashly, let those Titan come in, and for the royal government, to the outside world interest itself is regarded as a taboo." Amin replied. He looked at the front. "The front is your house, Aaron." Boom! A huge yellow lightning appeared outside the city wall out of thin air, triggering a short but strong earthquake. Everyone was shaken to the ground by the sudden shock. What's going on? Is it an explosion?" Amin crawled from the ground. I got up and asked doubtfully. Everyone got up and looked in the direction of the sound. I was already too familiar with this situation. The way of Titan ability players is like this. Next is the appearance of the super large Titan. I wanted to rush into the house of Aaron to pull Carla out, but suddenly found that my long silent hunting instinct was reacting. A strong anger rose from the bottom of my heart, pointing accurately in the direction where the lightning appeared. Kill him so much? Break him into pieces. The thoughts continued to echo in my mind, and I almost involuntarily rushed to the city gate, but I died. The death suppresses my own actions. First, the feedback from the hunting instinct let me know that the opponent is very powerful, and the second is that my goal is not a super large Titan. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a red Titan left palm was pressed against a 50-meter high wall, and then, a huge head exposed the wall. It had no skin and was covered with red muscles. Still steaming, and then its right hand was pressed against the wall. I clenched my teeth and kept sweating on my forehead. I almost couldn't control myself. Hunting instinct. Why did I run away at this time? Its head tilted forward slightly. I knew it was about to attack. On that day, people finally remembered the fear of being dominated and the shame of being trapped in prison. Boom! The super-large titan kicked the city gate fiercely, kicking the city gate into several fragments, flying around, and destroying the city near the city gate to a mess. A huge boulder happened to hit the Eren family house. Mom! Eren exclaimed, and rushed to my house first. I also got out of the hunting frenzy and followed Eren to his house. Mikasa followed me closely, and then Ammon. Ammon, go find Uncle Hans. I yelled without looking back, praying in my heart that Carla must not be wrong, otherwise how would I explain to Grisha? The house of Eren has become a ruin. Carla was buried inside. Mom! Eren shouted anxiously, planing the ruins with both hands. Mikasa and I hurried forward to help. Dug Carl out of the ruins, but her lower body is still pressed under the beam. Kala came to be confused for a while, and then came to his senses. Eren, Gawain, Mikasa, go. She cried, the city gate is broken, and the Titan are coming in. You go quickly, otherwise it's too late. What about you? Eren raised the room with both hands and asked, with a very nervous tone. Mikasa and I also lifted it up with force, but the beam only moved a little. Mom's leg is crushed. Even if you rescue me, I can't walk, you know? Go. Carla said anxiously. She reached out her hand to push Eren, but she couldn't reach it. I am carrying you. Eren replied with tears, while increasing his strength. I let go of my hand and squatted down. Gawain, take them away. Carla shouted. She thought I had followed her proposal, but I shook my head silently and put my shoulders against Fang Liang. I started working hard. The previous action was to lift the beams up with both hands, and I couldn't use my full strength. Now I lift the beams by the top, and at the same time, with the help of the power of the earth, the effect is naturally different. Amidst my roar, Fang Liang finally moved up a short distance. Eren and Mikasa quickly took photos. It's too late. Titan is coming. You don't care. Me. Carla said anxiously, but none of the three of us paid any attention. The beam of the room was lifted up a little bit. After the three of us tried to lift it up, the beam of the room finally got out of Carla's body. My legs were shaking constantly. The beam of the room was too heavy. Eren and Mikasa are even more unbearable. Now no one can spare any effort to drag Carl out. The situation is still very dangerous. The heavy footsteps of Titan have gradually approached here, and I looked up at the sky helplessly. Why didn't Hannes come? I have tried my best to avoid Carla's death. Is fate really irreversible? Whoosh! The rewinding sound of the steel wire and the sound of air jets sounded, and Hans wearing a three-dimensional mobile device finally arrived. What are you doing? Hannes asked suspiciously. He controlled the three-dimensional mobile device and fell in front of us. Kuro was found lying in the ruins. Carla. Hannes called, and he took a few steps forward and grabbed Carla's hand and dragged her out. Carla groaned in pain, and looked up at Hans and said, Hannes, do me a favor and take them away. Titan is coming. Take me and none of you can run away. What a joke? I will never leave you behind. Eren said categorically. Boom. At this time, a Titan moved 20 meters in front of us. Hannes, take them away. Carla pleaded. Really, I was underestimated. Don't worry, I will kill this Titan protects you. Hannes pretended to smile relaxedly, and pulled out the double-edged blades on the three-dimensional mobile device and walked towards Titan. The head was 15 meters high and had blonde hair. Titan with a weird smile also looked at Hans with bloodthirsty eyes. Hans met the eyes of Titan. He was stunned, and the courage he had just gathered was immediately hit shattered. Hannes, take them away. Carla called out again, watching Titan approaching him step by step. Hans finally made up his mind. He turned and ran towards us. The three of us hugged and took away. I found the box that I had prepared long ago from the ruins, and then I swept the leg and put Hannes to the ground. I threw the box to Eren, and said in an indifferent tone, Aunt Carla on my back, take Eren and Mikasa, I will hold it for you. I'll be with you. Mikasa hurriedly called, no. I shook my head and stuffed a dagger to Mikasa, using only the voice that can only be heard by the two of us said, you still can't fully grasp the teleportation. I can use the teleportation to escape in the end. You can help me protect them and the box, and meet on the boat. Titan was only a few meters away from us. It began to lean over to grab someone with its hands. Go. I roared, drew out the holy silver dagger and rushed towards Titan. Hannes hurriedly carried it back. Upper Carla ran in the opposite direction. Mikasa gritted his teeth, and pulled Eren, took the box and followed Hannes away. Gawain, you must survive. Eren cried with tears, you must be safe, or I will go with you. Mikasa also spoke, and threatened his life. Titan was created by the Eldia after being injected with the spinal fluid of Titan-capable people. It relies on sunlight to provide power and has no wisdom. The only action is to eat people, without reproductive organs. Relying on food for energy, vitality is extremely tenacious. Except for the back of the neck, which is a weak point, the rest of the body will recover quickly after being injured, even if the head is broken, until the damage exceeds the recovery limit. It is a pure killing machine. The above is all my current knowledge of Titan. Kill. I slid a slippery shovel to the right foot of Titan and swung the holy silver dagger to severely chop off the hamstring of Titan right foot. Roar. Titan roared angrily, lost weight and knelt on one knee, and my right hand grabbed me violently. I quickly rolled and avoided the grab of Titan. A strong wind swept past me, making me startled in a cold sweat, but it also stimulated my hunting instinct. Titan turned awkwardly with his left foot, fixed his eyes on me, and swept towards me with my left hand. I teleported to the left foot of Titan to avoid the sweep, so I cut off again the hamstring of its left foot. Roar. Titan completely fell to the ground, it roared, and clenched its right hand and slammed at me hard. I quickly avoided. Boom. The rubble splashed, and a rubble even made a small cut in my cheek. I rolled to the ground again to avoid the rubble, pulled out 2 bursting spell cards from my belt and threw them towards the eyes of Titan. Boom. The spell card exploded and destroyed the sight of Titan. Roar. Titan roared again, patted the ground randomly with both hands. I turned around and ran, ignoring Titan. The crushed stones beat me to blood on the back. Other Titan have begun to surround here, and you will be besieged if you don't leave. I looked back and looked at the original Eren Mother Carla's Titan in the original work. It takes about 10 seconds for the wound on its feet to heal, and at least 1 minute for the eyes to recover. Enough for me to escape. I activated the concealed spell card and started to run wildly towards the river boat. Stumps and broken arms, blood from internal organs, and Titan that is eating people are all such scenes, making people feel like they are in hell. These Titan are even more abhorrent than aliens. At least the alien will not eat people. The screams of human beings and the strong smell of blood constantly stimulate my senses, and I can't help but want to rush forward and kill Titan. I suppressed myself with reason, and kept avoiding Titan with swift posture and teleportation, and moved towards the evacuation point. In the dozens of seconds of fighting with that Titan just now, Titan people have poured in from the hole in large numbers. Now the smaller half of the city is Titan. I must be more careful. Yes. Hans and the others have a 3-dimensional mobile device. The speed is naturally much faster than me. Even if he takes an adult and 2 children, he can fly low, but I can only run hard. Fortunately, the river distance Eren, the home is not very far away. I ran for 5 minutes and arrived at the place. However, the next scene was a bit beyond my expectations. Why can this woman get on the boat? Why can they carry luggage? She is dying, and getting on the boat is a waste of space. Why not give us this opportunity? The gray-haired young man pointed to Carla and they shouted. That is, why do they enjoy special treatment? We have to stay here and wait for the next boat. A person beside the young man agreed. Shut up. They are military family members and enjoy privileges. Han stopped them. I shouted in front of him. Eren and Mikasa were supporting Carla from left to right. Seeing this, I quickly pushed aside the crowd and walked towards them. Kaiser Titan is about to break through Mary according to the plot. The gate of the Wall of Asia is gone, and you won't be able to go if you don't go. Dr. Yeager is not a soldier. Another young man next to the gray-haired youth opened his mouth sadly. Dr. Yeager saved your lives? At least they saved the lives of their relatives. Hans did not give in. Don't you have any gratitude? Their fate is fate, but our fate is not? The child can board the boat, but she and the luggage must line up according to the rules, the gray-haired youth said politely. But the reality is extremely insidious, and Carla is now having no legs and letting her line up according to the rules. Isn't this forcing her to die? Shut up. If you talk nonsense, I will kill you. Hannes drew his double knives, staring at the gray-haired youth, and shouted, Look, everyone, this is the so-called guardian of humans? They won't go in Titan, fighting. Instead they are here to show off their power and oppress the people. Look at their so-called faction. The gray-haired young man shouted without fear, so that everyone's eyes gathered. He immediately stared at Hannes, step by step forward. Come on. Kill me so that everyone will know how the garrison corps dealt with ordinary people. Hannes gritted his teeth, dare not swing his knife at him. Let's get on the boat. The gray-haired youth yelled with arms raised, and the people among the people who didn't think it was too much to watch the excitement responded one after another. Let's get on the boat. The scene began to get out of control. I finally squeezed through the crowd and came next to them in Eren. Gane, are you injured? Mikasa noticed the blood on my body and exclaimed in a low voice, Are you all right? Eren, I also concerned, small injury. I stretched out my hand and pressed Mikasa's head, and walked to the gray-haired young man. This guy can definitely accomplish a career somewhere else, but he shouldn't commit it to me. They are running dogs of Titan and want to kill us? Are we going to succumb to this? The gray-haired young man pointed at Eren them, continuously inciting the people to riot, and the soldiers of the garrison regiment we can do nothing about it. I walked towards him with the gray-haired young man's finger, and immediately caught his attention. Why can they enjoy privileges if they are not family members of the military? This kind of corrupt behavior, we want it to be used by the corrupt corps. What? The gray-haired young man was still shouting, and his companions were following his words. Yes, knock them down. Down the corrupt corps. I continued to approach him blankly. Naturally murderous, a hint of surprise flashed across the gray-haired youth's eyes, but he immediately stretched out his right hand and pointed to the big boat ahead, shouting, Everyone is rushing with us. We rushing. I dashed forward, and cut off his right hand with a sword. Ah! The gray-haired youth suddenly screamed, clutching his wounds and bending down, no longer the prestige before. Second, the sword pierced into his heart, the scream stopped, and everyone immediately fell silent. I shook the blood on my dagger, and spoke in a cold tone, those who deliberately incite the people, who intend to attack government agencies, and those who maliciously slander soldiers in the corps will end up like this person. Is anyone dissatisfied? My eyes scanned. After passing the crowd, everyone took a step back, bowed their heads and did not dare to look at me. Only the two companions of the gray-haired youth drew out daggers and flanked at me. Kill. A few seconds later, 2 bodies fell. When I was underground, with the hunting instinct still active, I also became extremely indifferent to life. Are there anyone still dissatisfied? I asked again, and everyone took a step back again, bowing their heads not daring to answer. Get on the ship. Hanny said in a timely manner, sending the Aaron and others onto the boat, and I followed them up. The garrison immediately removed the boarding ladder and shouted, get on the boat. The steamboat started to move and headed towards the inner city, while the people on the shore shrank their heads. No one dared to jump on the boat. On the boat, thanks to my performance just now, everyone on the boat vacated a small area for us, just to let Carla lean on the wall outside the cabin to rest, and put a box and let us 3 people sit down. Gane, are you okay? Carla cared. Compared to the killing of 3 people, she was obviously more concerned about my injuries, and Aaron and Mikasa had killed traffickers with me. They did not kill people. They have now taken out the medicine from the box and started to treat the wound for me. The concern from my family made my heart warm. I'm fine. I shook my head and looked at Carla and asked, Auntie, how about your leg? It's all a calf fracture. It's estimated that it will take about 3 months to get better. Carla sighed, I take it. Coming down will definitely drag you down. I bowed my head without saying a word, and thought for a while. Now that it's all like this, how about exposing a bit of extraordinary power to them? I took out 2 healing spell cards from my belt, and lightly attached them to Carla's 2 calves. Take care of the lower leg injury first. I opened the mouth and activated the healing spell cards. A green light flashed. Spell cards it burned out in an instant. Gane, is this? Carla asked in amazement. I kept silent, and took out 2 healing spell cards again and began to heal Carla. Aaron and Mikasa were watching. Is also very surprised. Gavin. A Ming came over, and he and his grandfather were also on the boat. Are you all right? A Ming asked. Mum's leg was broken, and Gavin also suffered some injuries. Aaron replied, thanks to Gane, otherwise. I stopped the treatment after using 6 healing spell cards for Carla. I have initially stabilized your injury, and the rest is it depends on Uncle Grisha. I said to Carla. Carla was very curious about my abilities, but when she saw that I had no intention to speak, she didn't ask much, just nodded to me. Thank you, Gane. Nothing, this is. Boom. A loud noise interrupted my words. We quickly looked out, and saw the smoke-filled gate of the Wall of Maria. A plate-armored titan standing quietly and being breached. A puff of hot steam was slowly spit out from the city gate. 10 minutes after the Higashina area was breached by the super-large titan, the Wall of Maria was breached by the titan of Kaizi, and mankind lost more than 1/3 of the land. Humanity is over. Some people groaned while holding their heads, while others began to cry. Starting today, we are all exiles who have lost our hometown. Aaron stood up silently and walked to the railing. He grasped the railing forcefully with both hands, and shed tears in the direction of Higashina district. One day, I will take you all. Get out. Kill all, leave one. Aaron opened the mouth and stood on the deck watching the titan pouring into the area of Maria's wall. I suddenly understood why the Aaron was in the anime. Aaron would be so extreme. Anyone who loses their mother and their homeland within a day will probably be unacceptable. Fortunately, I finally saved Carla. The sun began to sink, the shadows began to envelope the earth, and everything began to become hazy. This should have been very beautiful. If we were not fleeing as refugees, Kaizi Titan, super large Titan, I will definitely make you pay. I whispered to myself, looking up at the sunset. After the sun sets, Titan will stop acting because there is no sunlight. We will soon. It's safe. The ship sailed a total of 1 day and 2 nights, and without any supplies in the middle, sailed to Troost district, the Urn city of the Wall of Rose. After Wang Zhang provided food to us, the first refugees who arrived, he placed us in an empty granary. Carla's injury hasn't worsened for the time being, but the follow-up treatment can only rely on Grisha, but he and the restorationist have no news like a sinking sea. This situation is really worrying. The floor is really hard. Aaron sat up from the floor and exclaimed. For us refugees, the government only gave everyone a thin cushion, and in order to take care of Carla's injury, the 3 of us gave Carla all the cushions and slept directly on the floor, while Mikasa put his head on my stomach. It's good to have a place to sleep. Didn't you see that the new group of people don't even have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, so they can only sleep in the open air? I rolled my eyes on Aaron and I was actually the most uncomfortable one, sleeping on the floor with a sore back and back pain, and a head pressed on my stomach. Really? I stretched out and messed up the hair of Mikasa that was still lying on my stomach, and then before the latter became angry, he said, it's almost time to get today's food. Let's go. The Trust area is now full of refugees. Although the government has prepared in advance, food and daily necessities are still very scarce. About 1/3 of the refugees cannot receive food. If they don't go in line early, they will be hungry all day long. Why are there so many people today? Aaron exclaimed. I couldn't help but smile when I looked at the long queue. It seems that today is a mistake. I don't know if we will be ashamed when we arrive. Bread can be collared. Gao Wen, Aaron, Mikasa. Just as I was a little worried, Amin's voice suddenly came. We followed the sound and saw Amin running towards us with a pile of bread in his arms. I was shocked. I remembered that there was indeed such an incident in the plot where Amin came to divide the bread. Because my grandfather was in charge of the distribution, so I took it for you first. I also took an extra loaf, 6 in total. Ammon said while giving us the loaf, which was unexpected to us. Happy, thanks Ammon, you are very helpful. I took the bread and nodded. There is nothing to thank, we are all partners, we should help each other. Besides, I didn't help much. She waved her hands embarrassedly. Cut. A garrison soldier next to him said disdainfully, what's the matter with this guy? Aaron asked Ammon in a slightly unhappy voice. No way, because the increase in refugees, they not only work, the amount of food has greatly increased and the consumption of stored food has also continued to increase. Ammon replied helplessly, then lowered his voice and continued, not everyone can get food. You also know that the more peripheral, the less important it is. For them, we are just a burden in their eyes. Why do we want to distribute food to these refugees? Anyway, Titan broke into the wall, it's better to eat more of them, and to reduce the pressure to some extent. The garrison soldier who just cut to his companions, he complained, Aaron couldn't help squeezing my fist, and I also pressed my hand on the hilt of the holy silver short sword, this kind of bastard. As a soldier in the garrison regiment, he even said something like this. Those who dare to die can die more than anyone he knows, right? Really, if this continues, there will only be more and more shortages of food. The soldier continued with a polite appearance, and Aaron had already clenched his fist and walked towards him. Don't be impulsive, Aaron. I stretched out my hand and held Aaron. Although I was also very angry at the soldier's words, reason told me that it is not the time to do it, but that bastard. Aaron said dissatisfiedly, and Ammon quickly reached out his hand to cover his mouth, but the soldier had obviously heard the words of Aaron. Who are you cursing, kid? The soldier and his companions turning my head and looking at us, I said in Sun Yan's tone. I immediately understood that these two guys were looking for trouble because they were unhappy with us. You bastard. Aaron broke Amin's hand and shouted to the soldier, you guys have never seen anything. You don't know how Titan can eat people. Yes? You just know to say here. Damn, kid, you try nonsense. The soldier became angry and raised his fist to Aaron. Slap. I helped Aaron block the punch. Sorry, sir, he is a little delirious because he is too hungry, so please don't care about him. I grabbed the soldier's fist and spoke blankly, proudly, the look in the eyes, the tone of command. I deliberately wanted to irritate the soldier. Since you came here deliberately, don't blame me for being rude. Asshole. The soldier tried to retract his fist, but found that he couldn't get it back. He immediately kicked me angrily. I pushed it at the right time. He immediately lost his weight and fell to the ground. His companion looked suspiciously. Me, and I'm still expressionless. Forget Fjellan, don't care about them. His companion persuaded me. I have been the deputy leader of the restorationist faction for almost a year. After all, I have some leadership qualities. I rely on this and the hand I just exposed. I finally bluffed two soldiers. After being helped by his companion, that soldier glared at me with a bitter look, and finally left without saying anything. Go. I also pulled Aaron and Mikasa, and Ammon turned and left. The two of them just went back and asked me to wear them. If they really trouble me before contacting the restitutionist, not very easy to handle. Gavin, you're so amazing, you knocked down that with one move. In another place, Aaron said excitedly, in fact, we may be in trouble. Ammon frowned helplessly. He said, trouble? What's the trouble? Aaron asked puzzledly. Aaron, your impulse angered them, and Gane offended them to save you. Ammon sighed. Tone, we have now provoked two garrisons with management powers, and their main target is Gao Wen. Aaron was silent. Ammon, what shall we do now? Mikasa asked worriedly. I can only apologize to them, but I don't know if they will forgive us. Ammon was a little cowardly. He said. He bowed to me. I'm really sorry, Gane. I really can't think of a better way. Damn it. Are we just giving in to those two guys like this? Aaron gritted his teeth. I would rather go back to the Wall of Maria and kill all Titan. Are you serious about Aaron, are you? Ammon asked uncertainly. Of course I'm serious. I'm different from those guys who only hide in walls and do their best. Aaron said fiercely. He picked up the bread in his hand and threw it back to Ammon. This kind of charity from others, I don't need something. Ammon hurriedly caught the bread, looked at Aaron, and persuaded, Aaron, so you will starve to death. Don't you think it's wrong? Are you willing to beg for forgiveness to such a guy? Aaron said angrily. It's always like this that we can't beat Titan? And we can't go home at all. No, we can't beat them. Although they don't have an IQ, you can see the terrible healing power. Cannonballs can't kill them. There is only one dead end, just like my parents. We should live by now. Heavy? Ammon also got excited. Then you have to bow down? You live like a domestic animal. Coward? Waste? Aaron growled hysterically. Boom! Mikasa shot. She hit Aaron with a big punch in the face, and the force directly caused Aaron to flip half a circle in midair and then fell to the ground. Mikasa. Aiming some did not react. If Ammon is a trash, then we are the same. Mikasa looked at Aaron and said, if we didn't rely on Gane to stop Titan, then none of us would run into the pool. We are all relying on the help of others to stand here alive. We are not qualified to blame others. Aaron looked at Mikasa blankly and did not answer. Mikasa walked towards Aaron, took the bread in Amin's hand and stuffed it into Aaron's mouth. Eat, Aaron. I won't let you starve to death, Aaron, said Mikasa. Aaron, with bread stuffed in her mouth, looked at Mikasa dumbfounded, and finally shedding tears from her nose. Is this guy crying by Mikasa? I watched Aaron, thinking a little bit nasty, but things finally came to an end. After returning to the warehouse and having breakfast with Aunt Carla, Aaron, Ammon, and Mikasa ran out of the warehouse and sat there, looking worried. I was finishing Carla's legs today. They walked to Aaron after his treatment. I saw them forming a circle from a long distance away, discussing something. What's wrong? They all have a frown. I sat next to Mikasa and asked, it's not because you offended the two garrisons. It is, we are discussing how to deal with their next revenge. Mikasa grabbed my right hand and said, oh, that's it. I rubbed Mikasa's head with my left hand. I have to say that the horizon determines the pattern. As an assistant to Grisha, the leader of the restorationist, my power is basically the same as the second master of the restorationist. Even with my ability and prestige, I can sometimes ask Grisha to do things for me. Of course, this is also related to Grisha's easygoing temperament. But in short, I usually focus on the layout of the entire wall for the reinstatementists. If necessary, I can also let the reinstatement fighters control a special zone. The opponents I usually deal with are the Central Military Police led by Wang Zhang and the opposing suppression force. Any one of these people can make the mayor of a small town nod and bow, but they are just pawns to me. As for them and Aaron, as a 10-year-old kid, it would be nice to see an ordinary gendarmerie captain. For them, it is a big man to not provoke, so it is for them to get in touch with two garrisons. It's already a big trouble. For the restitutionists, killing them is not much more difficult than reaching out and crushing two bugs. This is also the gap between my vision and them. When I reconnected with the restoratives, killing the two garrisons was just a matter of the next order, and there was no need to worry like them and Aaron. Well, there is nothing to worry about. I patted Ammon on the shoulder and said nonchalantly, it's just two garrisons. What's terrible, isn't Uncle Hans also a garrison? Ammon exclaimed in surprise, Uncle Hans is also a garrison soldier, and he has also participated in the defensive battle in the Higginshina area, and his status must be higher than those two soldiers? You are right, Gao Wen, as long as Hanny's uncle is willing to help us, so they really have nothing to worry about. After Ammon said this, both Aaron and Mikasa showed a sigh of relief, and I took my hand from Amin's shoulder in embarrassment. When I came back, actually, I didn't mean that. I twitched the corners of my mouth, but in the end I didn't say this sentence. Okay, since there is a solution, don't sit here anymore. I patted my and stood up. Anyway, they have planned it, so let them move freely. Ammon, find Uncle Hans, I ask you, and Aaron for the matter. Mikasa and I will go hunting in the nearby forest and improve our food. I said, don't worry, Gao Wen. Ammon pulled Aaron and stood. I got up and assured me with a firm tone, we will definitely get things done. I hummed, nodded to Ammon and Aaron and then took Mikasa's hand and walked towards the nearby forest. All my arrows and bows are lost in the Higginshina area. It is the best choice for Mikasa to help me. Grisha came back in the evening, and Lance was with him. Seeing their sad faces, I felt that things were not good. When Lance arrived at the warehouse, he found a place to sit down alone, holding his head and saying nothing. Grisha rubbed his face at the door of the warehouse and made a happy expression before walking to Carla and others who noticed his arrival. Carla, Aaron, Gawain, Mikasa, it's great that you are all right. Grisha hurried forward and hugged Carla, and said happily, honey, are you all right? Carl R.A. asked worriedly, I'm okay. Grisha shook his head, and continued, when I was working on Hina's wall, I suddenly heard the news that the wall of Maria was broken by Titan. Worrying about your safety, I left things overnight and rushed to the Wall of Roses. Then I went around to find out about your news. I didn't know your whereabouts until I happened to run into Henny's. Thanks to Gawain, if it weren't for him. If you do, I'm afraid we won't see you. Carla glanced at me gratefully and said, Dad, Gawain, he entangled Titan alone. Aaron added, he was extremely excited when he mentioned the topic of defeating Titan, and Grisha was also surprised but then gratefully clicked, thank you Gawain. I noticed that he was afraid to look into my eyes. There are only two possibilities. One is that he did something sorry for me, but the possibility does not exist just because he dared to appear in front of me openly. The second possibility is that many of my friends died. In this battle, the restorationists also suffered heavy losses. Looking at Lance sitting in the corner of the warehouse, I think the second situation is very likely. My hand trembled and I stood up. Aunt Carla has fractured both legs. I have initially stabilized her injury, but I won't be able to treat it further, so I will leave it to my uncle. I said, and then stepped towards Lance walked. Grisha was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, don't worry, leave it to me. I walked in front of Lance and directly called his last name, Flynn, tell me what happened. Lance raised his head and looked at me, tears welled up. Dead, all dead. Mark, Noko, Jace, Grove, Abbott, are all dead. Lance said with a cry, and he lowered his head again and covered his face with his hands. Tears streaming through the gap between the fingers flowed out. When we set off, there were more than 600 people. When we came back, there were only 237 people left. Lance collapsed and said, we can't even get back the bodies of our comrades. What? I bit my lower lip desperately, trying hard not to let the tears flow out. The friends who chatted with me a few days ago, and the brothers who fought side by side not long ago, are now dead except Lance, and I haven't even taken the body back. Has the battle succeeded? I restrained myself from asking. Although it was difficult to accept, after all, I was mentally prepared. The only thing I worried about was that their sacrifice was wasted. The battle, it was successful. Lance lowered my head and said, I sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief, but Kranz continued, in order to save me, Mr. Grisha made me Unsullied Titan, has swallowed the Ancestor Titan capable people, I am now the Ancestor Titan. I didn't react for a while. Lance became the Ancestor Titan capable person? This plot change is too obvious. In the original work, Eren inherited Grisha's attack. Titan and the Ancestor Titan were responsible for the two powers of Titan, and now this situation must be Eren. It will only be passed down to Attack on Titan, so I don't know how it will affect the subsequent plot. What happened? I asked in a daze. Lance sighed and said in a low tone, after determining the position of the Reese family, the leader decided to assemble the team inside the Hina wall. Leading the airship unit to occupy the air supremacy as the first team, Mark led 300 people equipped with all machine guns into the second team, responsible for feints to attract the attention of Wang Zheng team, and the leader led the most elite 100 people equipped with revolvers to prepare to force Leith. The house captured the Ancestor Titan. But I didn't want anyone to leak the news. On the night of the assembly, we were bombarded by the central gendarmerie. The airship was destroyed by artillery shells and more than half of the machine guns were lost. Nock was taken during the breakout process. Killed by a stray bullet. Lance paused here. He took out a blood-stained Nepalese saber from his back and said, this is the only thing we brought back. I took the saber with both hands, tears gushing out like a bank bursting. The Nyok who was full of riffraff and always loved to call me little ghost just died like this? Didn't even the body die like this? Did he leave any last words? I asked with a glimmer of hope, and Lance wiped away tears and shook his head. I took a deep breath, calmed down my grief a little, and said, go on, talk. Lance took a deep breath, and continued to speak. Under the circumstances that have been exposed, we can only choose to gather the remaining forces to attack the Laze's house. After Jace took 30 people to break, he fought for us at the cost of annihilation. 20 minutes later, Mark and a team of 100 people smashed to death and entangled the opposing suppression force, allowing us to tear up their defenses and enter the house of Laze. The battle was very chaotic. I remember ours the team was left behind and separated. The whole team was beaten up and down and could only fight on their own. When I covered the leader and rushed into the basement of Laze's house, only 27 people were left beside me. When the Ancestor Titan was fighting, I was unfortunately affected. When I woke up again, the team had regrouped and withdrew from the Hina wall. Among the people who broke into the basement before, only I and the leader survived. I also became the new Ancestor Titan. Where are the others? I breathed out slowly, and asked, they are now scattered within the walls of Rosette, and the people from the Sadaf Chamber of Commerce will take care of them. Lance replied, and then fell silent. I didn't speak anymore, I just sat next to Lance and watched Grisha treat Carla with him. So when the sun completely set and the darkness enveloped the earth again, we didn't speak again. Mikasa and Eren looked at us several times, but all of them were not disturbed. Gavin. Lance finally broke the silence. He turned to look at me and asked, their sacrifice is worth it, isn't it? I looked at Lance's eyes, and I saw what was in his eyes. Hesitation and fear. I solemnly nodded, yes, everything is worth it. Lance finally showed a smile. He took a deep breath and said, do you know Gawain? I have been thinking why it was not me who died, and why I inherited the Ancestor Titan instead of leader. I'm afraid that I will not be able to use the power of the Ancestor Titan. I'm afraid that I will make the sacrifices of my comrades in vain. If he cannot give him the correct guidance, he may lose control of his emotions and commit suicide. Do you trust me, Lance? I asked. Lance stared at me for a few seconds and nodded. So from today on you will be the leader of the reinstatement force, I said. Langston said. He stared at me, staring at me, and asked in an unbelievable tone, why me? Not only can you not let the sacrifices of the dead brothers be in vain, but you are also responsible to the living brothers. You are the ancestor of Titan, Lance. I grabbed his hand and said, we are going to live for them. Lance took a deep breath again, his eyes began to firm up, and he said, don't worry. Gawain, I will take the responsibility. I didn't reply, just reached out and patted his shoulder, got up and walked towards Grisha. I don't know since when, Lance no longer regarded me as a child, but as a reliable companion. It's just that this guy is too fragile and will be reduced to the age of 11. The point where the kid came to enlighten, I really don't know what to say. I sighed softly and walked to Grisha's side. These things were supposed to be handled by Grisha, but they fell on me. Gawain, I'm eating. Mikasa handed over a piece of bread. I hummed, took the bread and sat down and started eating. What's wrong with Gawain? Seeing my depressed look, Eren asked with concern. Deo, I shook my head and did not speak. Grisha sat beside me silently, eating bread with me in silence, and a dinner was going on in such a dull atmosphere. After the meal, I took out the small box that Mark gave me before leaving, and walked out of the warehouse alone. When Mark handed it to me, he said, open it after the decisive battle. This box must be his two-handed preparation. I can't believe you died like this, Mark. I said to myself as I looked at the stars in the sky. This guy is as strong as a bear, with a scar on his face, a fierce look. It is really surprising that a trace of werewolf's blood would die in a decisive battle. What did you put in my box? I said, and I unlocked the lock on the box a few times and opened the box. The first thing I saw was a piece of paper covered with it. It seemed to write on it. It looks like it should be a letter. I reached out and picked up the letter, and the things under the letter appeared in my eyes. Hiss, I couldn't help taking a breath. The box was actually filled with gold bars. The 8 gold bars are neatly placed in the box, emitting a seductive light. These gold bars are enough to buy a small house in Hina's wall. I quickly closed the box, opened the letter and read it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.